all the Navajo Nation employees, all our constituents inside and outside the four sacred mountains. Good morning. That they've been everyone. Thank you for being on the line with us. We're here. We're gonna open up our session, our summer session, the 24th Navajo Nation Council summer session. Today is day 4. It's already day 4, huh? Yeah. It's already Thursday, July 21st. Recording now. Let's go ahead and get this. I do believe we have enough colleagues on the call and enough colleagues here in the chambers as well to go ahead and get things started this morning. We did ring the bell here in Window Rock, Arizona. We are having the 24th Navajo Nation Council summer session. Today's date is July 21st. The time now is 10:04 a.m. We're here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Great Navajo Nation. We are via teleconference still too as well. But for the record, I have Honorable Keelan Begay, Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Otto So here in the chambers with us too as well. So go ahead and presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Again, you got there, Ben. Let's go ahead and get things started with a roll call, and then we'll continue on from there, do a recap, what we have concluded, and where we're at. Going to start off today. With that, we start roll call, please.
Good morning, honorable members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'm present.
Honorable Elmer Begay answered roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
I'm present. Delegate Key Allen's present.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton is on the line. I am present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Yes,
Honorable-
this is Delegate Amber Kiddes-Bacardi. I'm on the line. Good morning. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Good morning, present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good morning, Freeland, present. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Charlene So.
I'm present.
Honorable Charlene So answered. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
I'm right here. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Yes, I'm present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika is present. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona is present. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Yad Ishiyaja, Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered. Roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Speaker, you have 21 members present, including yourself.
Thank you, colleagues. With that, 21 members present this morning. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue down. We did on the first, oh, well, actually, let me go ahead and go over the invocation. We did have Honorable Otto So do the invocation for the week here on Monday, this past Monday, July 18th. And he did it for the entire session. So we take that as our invocation. That, colleagues, we did move on down on our agenda. We did adopt our agenda, 22 in favor, 0 opposed. We did receive the State of the Nation address the first day. And then before we went into recess on the first day, we did amend our agenda to start off day 2 with Office of the Controller's report. And then also hearing from a report on the Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund. Completing those 2 reports on day 2, we did move into day 3, which was yesterday. And we started off with legislation 0063-22, and that did complete its task with 7 amendments. There was, that's a 2/3 legislation under old business, and that passed by a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Item number B, legislation 0013-22 was actually sponsored by Honorable Halona, but it was actually referred, I guess, or deleted off this agenda and put back onto the next possible session or coming back as late and no later than fall session. After that, we did complete with new business, or start off with new business, item number 9, completing legislation A 0258-21, sponsored by Madam Chair Charles Newton. That passed with a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We did go into recess last night at 5:18 p.m. With a vote of 15 in favor, 7 opposed, and speaker not voting. That, colleagues, takes us to today. We're on page 3 of our agenda. Top of the page, item number B, legislation 0021-22. The sponsor is my Honorable Keelan Begay. So with that, let's go ahead and.
Speaker, quick
right there.
question of privilege, Delegate Brown.
Good morning, Honorable Brown. Your question of privilege?
I am wondering, Speaker, I do understand the essence of time, but as far as with the prayer, is there a policy that I'm not aware of that we created for just a one prayer and would keep deferring back? Today is a new day. I would like to make sure that we as Navajo people, we're praying people, and in this time, if I can, request that we pray at the beginning of every meeting, Speaker. Is there a policy that I'm not aware of? Otherwise, I can just offer a quick prayer as well. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown, about 2 years ago, we started this, and it was a request from, I do believe at that time, Honorable Edison Wanika stated that it's a prayer for the entire week. There was no objections to that. And we have had precedent since then. So for the past almost 2 years now, we have been doing every session with just one prayer at the beginning, because it was stated at that time that takes care of the whole entire session, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. But if you feel the need to do a prayer this morning, I'm not going to stop that, and I can turn the floor over to you, Honorable Brown.
Yeah, I'll say I will offer a quick prayer. I'm standing outside the council chambers facing east, Koho. Yeah, I won't take that much, 10, 16. Queggy, look up, Ado Twitter do Chilchimbi Todan Hotso other than the Banasha, Ada Anotho. Should the ne Quashi Twanda do Casto Sanada Dilton do Lesk Edoshit ne. Kia Queggy should trash the yen Ado Shamano, Ado Queggy Terrahotan, Beshpa has under and be doya. A Hinane kind, Ado Besh Behaneda could be Ado Queggy in Handat, the sheep is Queggy. We think a can that should catch the Shamanosa, Adokodo, Yahanane J. D. the Quaggy, a Ding is Cato, less Quaggy, far better not it. Ahim, big eight kit or less, Ados catch the end, Mr. Diani, Todini, Quaggy, and none say, Anna Closhy. As a dance on the Tahadi and they quang is Tahano Sondo, less or Quaggy, asked for Quaggy, but had the need any, but can't need any Bansi case or less catch in there. Quaggy best master Annie Clini Dobas and Dale Nashiki Quaggy. Hajot that easily should catch the end. Adokodon, which a hajondo less codo. Pa Arden, which a hajondo less. Arden, the kin the case and cannot unkeep Nasli do less. Adokoda shudder art a added the end the neck codo a towards the letrata added the end the net no so. I think it's no sondo less, though cranky gadget clean do less. Adokodo Arthur dog or sleep seal. Ado could be chilly feel who they anje. Nada need other yakudo don't cannot ugly a could add the ink in there. It's not on not londoless. Although now constant trash the end could a other the bent side feel a bajini feel that I hadn't see her the intent leaning at all. Could a young get a hondo like way hanane do bank yada hot etole ado quick and Eddie Nini is all yak as trash the in a she be nankin not kindo disha as you go oh he bits a laugh Ashi Onahil after Leto Hajo Quagi, a Hidig, a Hinane Candido Lashitashi, and look at the Hajondo less, but the Hajona Sling, Hajona Sling, Hajona Sling, Hajona Sling. And so the cat.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Daniel Brown, for that invocation. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and move on down. Again, I did give a recap where we're at, and now we are on 9 new business. Item number B, legislation 0021-22. That Honorable Keon Begay is in the chambers here with us. So let's go ahead and Ms. Nakai, if you want to read the legislation heading into the record, and then I'll go ahead and call for a motion and second, and where we go from there. Ms. Nakai.
Good morning, members of the Navajo Nation Council. This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council Resolution, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Kealan Begay Jr. And it was assigned to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, thence Law and Order Committee, thence Navigatia Committee, thence Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0021-22, an act relating to health, education, and human services, law and order, and Navigatia committees, and the Navajo Nation Council. Amending the selection process for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Executive Director, and amending 2 NNC sections 1031, 1032, 1033, 1034, 1035, 1036, relating to the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. The language that is being changed is in Title II, Navajo Nation Government, Chapter 5, Executive Branch, Subchapter 1, Generally, Article 3, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, and pursuant to the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. The first report from the Legislative Internet Public Review Summary shows that there are 3 comments supporting and 1 comment opposing. And the second report indicates that there is 1 comment that was supporting. The Finance Agency Veterans Organization has submitted a resolution, and then the Health, Education, Human Services Committee report has a do pass with no amendment, and there's a vote tally sheet, as well as the Law and Order Committee has a do pass with no amendment on their committee report, and then the vote tally sheet is also attached. The Navigatia Committee has a do pass and was referred to the Navajo Nation Council with a vote tally sheet as well. Speaker. That concludes the reading.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nakai. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0021-22, is there a motion?
Motion, Charles.
Don't
Newman.
get yellow here.
Motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Is there a second?
Don't get yellow here.
Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. With that, colleagues, any comments, questions? Going once.
Speaker, this is Daniel.
Questions? Honorable Otto Q, then Honorable Herman Daniels. That Honorable Kealan Begay, floor is yours.
Good morning, Chairman, Speaker. Otto Kodo, the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Shinano Shinigi, Ado Kodo, Shikedo Shinano Shinigi. The legislation not being shut, not being not checked. But that's all, yeah. For presentation, Speaker, there's about all 15 slides. That's it. I like for that to be used by the public. Akoko edi kododi legislation gishi bin not to present that slate on this. Akoko kodo salato but that initial but that initial age because age kodo sato because on indo disto hota kodo bin not so sigin so akoko do te hanil zemiki to she hanawa hidna and shokina on eda suja but ahni da che other this chi eda sunale akoko dag halando nazlen ado salan salana kanwood kachibu gap on low mountain kodo chapters but hadasha akoko dig at legislation kodon hitahi sausage set large maybe about 5 minutes. Let me just give you an overview of the timeline. I don't know if you guys can show the PowerPoint speaker before you take more time off. Okay, go ahead and go on to the second slide. Akoko, that's not the right one. I told you guys the top one. It says updated July 19th for car. That's the latest one that was updated. Akoko speaker, if you could allow me to have that be put up before. Akoko kodo. Shannon ano senigi do shik no senigi adan salas so no senigi do job din natin sato na din na che bebe ti lediki kodo large na chigo seasonal ediki ko ake na so singita hin so les akoko ani ko edi behes ani kishi the krigishi na chiksi in the lot on which present slide on this. A couple then that is not something to other view online kodo timeline kodo boka a couple a late said Geez, October 14th 2021 ita di not source the lecture office of legislative council of Yabas Yahis source a co a the edge nesto you that dash out of November, there's now your cash or not in the middle of not in shut. We just let that not source. Kodo Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory Council not source which is not la. Kodo pan yato kito pan base isn't the least in ye kodo how na she hof after base the dean the kota not source which is la. Out of December 14th, 2021. English lead Ecuador Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory Council. These are the potential. These are not source. Indemnity dot sad. Indemnity is gravity. No, other seat. Out of this is January 27th and 28th, 2022. Ita legislation 21-22, 22-22, 24-22 was introduced for public comment. Akoko Adana February 8, 2022, yet Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory Council, but it's not the secretary Hajashin Committee, which is signed Elian, the accept Kojer, Salat Sword, and Vinity Sahanda, Lehiki Arch, Sabbath, the Hashinator, the Chidadot, after snow, with our aid decree the sheet at the seat lead. February 8th, Coyote Canyon, the other Assassin Green, other February 22nd, that Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory Council, Coyote Canyon, the other Coyote Canyon chapter, because that's not the Green, other March 10th, 2022, Northern Veterans Organization, San Juan College, because that's not the Green, other March 21st, 2022, had KGAK, Indy Asha, Kitch, Deepa Mahasna. The March 22nd, 2022, Eastern Veterans Organizations, they fire up Casino, the Beslanada Sitliman, Abish, and the March 28th, KGAK, asla stage to jot out nan ado 18 in ko so asla stage to jot out nan at the nan diniki ado May 27th 2022 Central Veterans Organization Saley Whitfield chapter de jot out nan so ado the 45th Veterans Organization, February 2nd, at Washington, Nivik in the other Niya, the Beninaniki in the Washington, the Nashab and other Shabira Kujita. Other Western agency, they did invite me, Mr. Goodman, but that was only in November and December. It died after Hataznaho and Ma Edi, the Sapenti Hatanah, it's supposed to be the inner of the Kaki. British as adding building the other state other coalition now Kodo Networking Agency to case the Uniki a call 8 quite bit pick up on Michigan on his other list. Now connect the next slide. A call legislation 21-22 a call big at Banet Iniki Address Committee of Yeniki May 18th Ajabata so to a nasty there's a hato adults on New Yahata. Ad committee, Law and Order Committee, June 14th Bata so the 8 other sides on New Yahata. Ado Nabikiyat Committee, July 14th Bata so the a nothing that is near the other sides, it's on New Yahata. A timeline, all the 3 legislations, there was not a single opposition when I presented before the each of the committee. Next slide. A notice to the Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory Council, a memorandum, November 10th, January 28th Bakaki AP work session Nikki in our source Nikki the Veteran Advisory Council but Hodashla a aja ebe the Nashi Kate the Hana Ago a Banda deep installed on Hislato Nabikia Theater on Hislato Kodo Hot Abahato Adotik at Sa had that Edo Sad had the Nahakin Hit Shato Hot Editor Hot R change Edna no Zing got in her hot or late. A co ebe the nature in last based on an betahit after co a hisator, Nikinan Osa for the dog, Nislipets are a peak at art in the art has own hisator, the national list on hisator, what no, Enkinan Osa, or the state of the snob and my the legislation give able go codo, the Kahai change. Go ahead, go next slide. Ado ko dik at natin shatot natin na check and hitahan so occasion na check on na asset sai kon na ki ek a kojen in the large Navajo Nation Executive Director and Dimiki to ek at the position a ko at the hate a kodo jon hin large is a tahaki ek ko kojen Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory Council a RG la shake ko be la le ko a kana ko contract no a be on this a Nation Jenki bitch honad a coco decat nothing satona nothing chibakaki shahat and or this mimiki a codon him president hashinated of case Adonai is king to go in Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory Council a codo not the don starts that's the don Latin go in Nastahmad on our source in Zingi Nastahmad of Kesque Oversight Committee, but the Unity Health and Education Human Service Committee in Zingi A Yelana of Sheikh A Lana Street to put the baseball and Zingi Betahan Gasa Koto confirm at least Ado Ego Koto Hakishi to Ye cases Zigo during that Nahamet last president Asa Ikanadi a co-aquaki Yisiki Yasti the Adotic at Tana Hego contract had Nimiki in Mashoto Miss Ati Heshi and Dingia Nata A Yespiga did not Nishto at the current executive director Dan Dinigi A Kodon but Nita Nabat Il Cheso this what IATB has on Nigia Yasti. Next slide. A date or ke sachik akhoje nan e gon achuko to e kabe on shikit akoko la hin kista husband ko edi katla shio so ako aje kabe pas an ni klinike tu to den hohodni to sato ba yel ke ta khake executive director na bi heke akoko our president the office so Navajo Veteran Advisory Council to a station has not been much equado Navajo Nation executive director team na bi ke ako nan shi ko den is na ko another ko edi kat na kikon pina sosto ngi be has on ki ado kit na begin shot the near the cutting the ado let it be jo kun edi kat kha che hon ado ko ekodo sha hon no district no ipa ye ki ati de ko it ko kha na ko Washington denki eju des or de kat in last choice adaji ina disto de hiki ko sai kun ni ba khasi the president nominates the executive director. Other step 2 from the Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory Council recommends the appointment to the HES Committee and the Navajo Nation Council. If the Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory Council rejects appointment, Navajo Nation President recommends another candidate. Other step 3 when the cage the case go equator based on unless which there's a lot of need other based on unity age that it confirm it equator that's what the illustration of this slide. Next slide. Other legislation dik at na chikun na bakha 8 ati shi maybe our legislative council maybe need to provide clarification. So, Speaker, of why there's 2 parts to this one legislation, 21-22. But again, Veteran Advisory Council, though other agency veterans organizations that other that had not the Banahosnet, the Shinigate Aita, Nandiniki, Atida, a call side at the bullets required. Na kikon ya yana na ki AD Kuche Veteran Advisory Council dan limiki epish sahoto ministro hata ya yana na ki ako Navajo Nation Veteran Board of Commissioners hata epi bit to lesto pe ochi to de benina nike ohdi hindin asato pahanto yes Kuche koito o advise actually that to de IC na nishindin ki sato de bohdi hukata ta na ha to de Adon as my age or this Kochedi Veteran Advisory Navajo Nation Veterans Board of Commissioners of Yahaki. Did it go off? No? Oh, sorry. Veteran Advisory Council, Navajo Nation Veterans Board of Commissioners, to in as my from each agency. Asat and then legal asat some and legal then because that at the current Veteran Advisory Council the adult asat basically at official member selection unity a Blue Star Mother Gold Star Mother Yaki Ajit Katasatad on the other appointment process to serve on the Navajo Nation Board of Commissioners agency down here that the AB in Mexico Koto veterans. Speaker, there's a loud conversation with the phone call somewhere. I lost my train of thought here. The appointment process to serve on the Navajo Nation Veterans Board of Commissioners. That agency that the become we automatically become Board of Commissioners. Although na cannot put that that's not this. Although at the hate Veteran Advisory Council to it every quarter I think that as a handat put just store a coco deep a bit on in me go deep a Board of Commissioners a bit go in a kid. Na chede sahida she honina des to de hot a koto sato be an di pa change to me ado the Navajo Nation executive director need to change go to sato and na be bahas the provision or sato koto veteran advisory council or the veteran board of commissioners. We cut another what they koto as administrators, technical assistants, though advisement and community beat on the sheet hikito the kwake or the shiki sato bananas yosendo this koto executive director and then bananas sato change another yado this people has on Akoko, next slide. Akoko, at the current process, Kakaki Nanan Ego, Kojedo is Jiki, Joe, the Nagi, the Nahas, other Kojapink, Jiki, A, Summit and Nahas, Akoko, 5 women and 5 men. Akoko, the Yego Nado, Jiki, at the current executive director, Kwaki Basata. Accord 8 at the spouse and go 8 perfect 80 the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Archie you Arch a coco Joti at out after the at Hojiki, how they're selected and how they're the compositions of the Navajo Veteran Advisory Council. J. Laid CJA 316 of Diego go Belan na din the middle ta hata to a at the whole jishiki don't be response and diniki la slant to a other be on miski that at the a coco ben machiko a kudo at the slide the key area yes it illustrates how the current composition or how the Veterans Administration is organized quite with idea yes. Next slide. Akoko peak at nothing, sato nothing, not hit the Shrimiki, J amended process for Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory Council membership. Is ne, J Amy Banahos, Snendo Hotatic at a cut a khaki, J 5 males and 5 females, 2 from each agency, either confirmed by the Health and Education Committee. Ecuador Nasol this other ex officio Nimiki, J. Blue Star Mother and Gold Star Mother as a non-voting member, Kato Abenan, Yosindo, this Aquakia Yaskit this. Although the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Executive Director advised to the Navajo Nation Veterans Board of Commissioners, Ecuador Benan, Yosindo, they speak of a large Veterans Director and Dimiki, Sato, Nanish Dimiki, Advisory Council, though the Board of Commissioners, the Dimiki, Safi can't know what this no. Yeah, yes. Next slide. A coco continue because EA Ohdi Dimiki Passalado, the Australia Authority of the Navajo Nation Veteran Board of Commissioners. A coco recommends appointment to the Navajo Nation Executive Director, to the Navajo Nation Council and the HES Committee. The Board of Commissioners, the former Advisory Council, the key recommend at the largest Executive Director of the Veterans Administration, recommend at other recommend for termination. Mr. Hajo, your listo, the Coco HOA Sato, Namisi Anna, his know that the Aquakipe Ohdi, he didn't keep on Salado, but given notice with the Navajo Nation President, according that some of the authorities that the Navajo Nation Board of Commissioners will be able to work with. Other recommends to the HES and approval for rule, policy, and procedures for the Board of Commissioners and the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration in accordance with the laws and policies. Good ask every day. Could the net age boards of the age office age they have only been the English plan of operations that are Sato, Sahotan, or Jins need the Satoya Yaskit or the able to identity be possible of this rules and policies. Other recommend policy revision modification concerns relating to veterans and veteran services. A coco codo Sato be only Panana Slado, the Hiki Quajer be his ani that neto. Other Aha Shinde Quajer, the Veterans Administration at the state and federal level, that Akishi Sato. Other that is other to his job, Banda and show Satoti shahan do this page to in Habayas ni Kotobish Pass and the Tanzaniki ye Kitla net on this more Kotobe has any delegation or the delegate which of net on this. Other to review and make recommendations for funding and budget matters of the Board of Commissioners. Speak at Yard and Diniki added the identity, other Yard and Diniki because has net okay, natin tahanjin kodo sponsor or kitchito ni shikeno sliniki. If I could be able to provide ask for additional 5 minutes to wrap up the presentation, speaker. Appreciate it.
Colleagues, there's a request for additional 5 minutes. Is there any opposition?
Speaker, can we grant him another 5 minutes?
I'm just seeing if there's an opposition then. If there's no opposition. Go ahead, the floor is yours for another 5 minutes.
Koko here Chicago kodo dik hasha or honestly to listen natin sato natin na kipayas ki ako ke the kodo ohdi hindiki Board of Commissioners but the nata ko AJ ko JP peso hita so to peso heta hasna ki haj ko peso to so to hit I peso hindiki ko ake the last one dinigi bab heta to this IC Satoti ani ko ya yaski to this niniki I they have on the diniki possible on this so I ko ake ya yaski ida to review and make recommendations for funding and budget matters of the Board of Commissioners and the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. Next slide. Look at the current authority of the Navajo Nation pursuit. Today, nothing the middle of Kata, Hahata, Joy has unbeen hotel, Ango, Ejoik, a Koto, Dick, a Koto, or Limiki, go back. There we go. So, at RGKA or DMKA or policy advisement to the President of the Navajo Nation regarding veterans issues and concerns. 8A Yisiki Pasada, Kador Tanahas, the Veteran Advisory Council, DMK, Akoko. Next slide. Akodik at Behaz Ani, the Shiniki, Johat RHK on the Akoko Egg, a Koje. Navajo Nation Council, though the HES Committee, Satoye, Ikades, eat or day. Other president or Satoye, Ikades, eat or day. Steve Archbishop, A. Yahat, after Archbishop, at the office of the President and Vice President, out of the Executive Director, Gisto Sato, Sato Bananas, Yosen, a call Kodotik at the Veteran Advisory Council, the individual egg, a visit Shahoto, this Navajo Nation Veteran. A Board of Commissioners that the Unity ARJ what art and hard on Lesto, Ado Kododik at much indicator any at Hopahatiya, what the stories and Hit Hato Iye, the list on this has only Unity to a what ego Kodo, Dick at slide, quickly lot ADP, yes, quite recommends appointment to the Navajo Nation Veteran Executive Director to the Navajo Nation Council and HES Committee. Other recommends the terminations of the Navajo Nation Executive Director to the Navajo Nation Council and has to give notice given to the Navajo Nation President. So the Creek was kept on Aniki the Shin Basado. If you want a copy, I have it on my Facebook. The thought is posted on there. If you really further want to get clarification, the intent of legislation 21-22, as I indicated, late January. December ya ta haji zit apa ya de pito ba ya chhe khatwen ba che hoji ko hot eg go koto hasne la to khala de la de koto dunan din gi to koto pe pas an ni gi ki an to ta sto ko hot e koto de krigoshi be has ani din gi che hona e kwa kin ta hin so to le. I believe this is the last slide, right? What ego was she Kodon, his chin ado de Shint ado Sikeno Singi Aden, a coco Naki in the Shinki, Bahanasi. The first one, the selection of the Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory, the Navajo Nation Executive Director Nadi Keki Kehon A Shaho Ne Dole Ado Nachikon deep in Yaki A to A Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory Council, but the Inigi Kade Navajo Nation a board of commissioner put a baby Ochi do they put a Nachiko keeps navigate Shik A no Finigi. So Shesido Open Nankin on behalf of our Navajo Nation veterans, but as far as Tashinte, though the Hitashi by Yaskito by Yada Hit. Of course, Shesido to Ikodo, Shake, his last son, the Dinigi, using adult and need us for the Shido, the Kota aid and the Kodo, the Creek, the Sheik, at Cheta has Ado, his son and that he baby Nachakodo, his last son, Dingi, hit all the Papa, hit all the Papa, hit Ado, hit all the Kodo, patch and nailed me to a seeking him for that. According to the 8 oath Ashon, the only on behalf of the Navajo Nation veterans, and could also last on me clinically just shit stop. Think Shanach in that the United States Army, the Shanam Special, a other non star of that Asia could be found on the Shanamish instant. A co a test case up and test case out. There's a lot of them that it's a lot sort and limited. They actually conducted the actual combat unlike the year that I had your ground with other shut the man shit others at peacetime, others at Kodona and Shindimiki, the Yosin, other Katmachin or Hayut, I think the other not that case. There's a lot of Navajo veterans, Navajo people, young kids still serving in the military. So with Kodo legislation meeting to present the shot as a speaker. With that, I appreciate the time and I yield the floor back. If there's any comment, question, I'll do my best to respond to the questions. So with that, Speaker,
Thank you. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0021-22, there's a motion. The second, so let me go ahead. Let me go ahead and go to the floor now at this time. I have Honorable Otto So first in the queue. And then I have Honorable Herman Daniels. And then Honorable Paul Begay. Got the Bennett, Honorable Otto So. Floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. Do additional giyat if do additional ashna bez ani da jinso do beninya do ego nasi kesho nasi ka hode vada hishi. I propose an amendment, and I sent the amendment to Legislative Council, and amendment the document was sent out to us this morning as an email from the Western Navajo Agency's position to add that to this legislation as an exhibit at this time. Reserve my time.
Speaker, this is Ms. Bobroff. We just got that request for amendments at Legislative Council. We are working on it. It'll be just a few minutes.
Thank you very much for that. Honorable also amendment is not ready at this time. You have 4 minutes and 21 seconds. When it is, I'll come back to you. That moving on down, Honorable Herman Daniels. Floor is yours at this time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Kodo, and Kodo, honorable colleagues, Kodo, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Kodo, and staff, Legislative Council, DOJ, Executive Branch, Legislative Branch, Kodo, 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 Ani, Kodo, Nin Yagi, there's legislation 21, 22, and 24. You are the sponsor of those legislations regarding veterans. So even that's go the other question is Bana it is Kedo Nana Banda Idil Kekodo, Alahot, Ela Jota, Halenos, and Lachota, and Idil Kekodo, Kiss last so. Akon Hikodo, Spana Shagi Kodonare, Western Agency, Kodo, ARJ, what did I don't know. There's 18 chapters on the Western Agency side. I don't know. There's other agencies or so chapters the question be now so last fall, ARJ the Hanokodo. I don't know. We have commanders, vice commanders that the Congo at the agency level I don't know at the central level not on in hot loss last fall. So when that you go other question it is Agi Nagay is last fall Nagay Western Agency down. Other question I but is what did I don't know Zigit I don't know Kido Kisgita not so in the Ecuador hit your dad met or let's go having done hit your dad but not you go should take the actually make because the last fall they be Neko Ani what and how the Aj has Aniki the last fall for one of it. I know that I don't know basically cheat at that and you can't job by ends in the home. Or she says then though I fully support veterans she says then though I don't know quite just because of that the other day what is I don't know on this Yale Tigit I don't know the case it as a dash I don't know I that and Hanako throughout the Navajo Nation. A coco codo obances case of codo Navay dam because the last call that Ecuador agency commanders and vice commanders. Beshahidi Katazan Soban, that's case codo 24th Navajo Nation Council codo. A cocodo the other day, Monday, and it was a Sanhai Day codo northern Dale. They added day with the Sanhai. Michigan codo not so thick in let's go Western Dale. So even Mexico has no basis in the deal. These are the three legislations that I mentioned. The very work session that is nation has no. The Russian that are down the cut of in the give it care on the cargo. So we love it. Let me cut it is out of this. I bet it's out of this. So you don't have a state or this cut them or you know, them. You don't have a just case of that work session that's about the nation. So I don't know at that work session invite all the veterans commanders the vice commanders that so it was all about this case I have the not so bad done how the I suddenly navigate because the last phone of a Western Agency down so it's a hunt of a state or Mr. Speaker and I reserve my time.
Honorable Herman Daniels. I'm not clearly concisive on, I'm trying to talk to staff too as well. Are you suggesting that, or are you, is that your motion?
Mr. Speaker, that is my suggestion, but I haven't made the motion yet. I didn't make a motion.
Okay.
later on in
Okay.
the debate hour.
All right. Well, reserve time then at 1 minute and 13 seconds. That then moving on down, Honorable Paul Begay. Floor is yours.
Go ahead, Speaker. Da do na ting ting ishma on in the hini tongi here to shichi kodo sabe danoki ahi ni dato link so the Veterans Association all over the nation are tahnash ako di bishma on the we represent those that are in our area. And in some cases, we represent the whole Veterans Association, covering all 110 chapters. Di sabi tanong di ahi ni dato ni so sigi yoki sigi do kodo ni sa nengi so that so last so nengi the ye la slita chukot ego iya tapi chat ni Sin because ando no way the Western Navajo Veterans Association. Ko ni e pa yelki o de ko kodo ni sa nengi so dani enti khonata ko di ha shi work session that azling o da ni chesta Western Navajo itado bajo el jista ako bahas ko ya Western Eastern Navajo 80 to besiat eko hata yachi ako the neya bayelchi those people that are within our area or do bishbansa an gibik hata bishbansa an it or is the neyi stand o yachi 88 ako di ado hata hasdita Western do Northern quite the mobis kanan ha nago Northern Agency do Fort Defiance 88 na hata hasdi ako even na chaban sa kiso hajoye isiltahotilin veterans to give isiltahotilin we need to give Western and Eastern, and those that have not speak to these issues, we need to give them a chance to have them say their part. Oh, ni iya sa holong do nan sabi ke chi da chitao ako ebony na ajo that the ni bikli but ego that ni possibly refer this issue back to Nabi. Ado work session no kota oliao that's ya titole. My brother Honorable Delegate Herman Daniels and then get it out. So again, I'm not making a motion at this time, but that's a possibility that we could pursue. Ide hota by house just for the record, Western Navajo veterans are not in support of these three legislations. Speaker, I reserve my time.
With that, thank you very much. Moving on down, Honorable Paul Begay, 1 minute, 15 seconds on reserve time. We'll go ahead and go back to Honorable Keon Begay at this time, the sponsor of the legislation.
Point of order.
Okay, Honorable Keon Begay, the floor is yours.
Point of order, Speaker. This is Delegate Charles Newman.
Honorable Keon Begay, hold on real quick. Good morning, Madam Chair Charles Newton. What is your point of order this morning?
Speaker, I don't know if I heard correctly, but was the statement made that the veterans don't support this legislation? Was that the statement that was made? I just need clarification, Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Paul Begay did state that Honorable Paul Begay, I'm not going to speak for Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay was referring to a Western agency, veterans.
Speaker, then if we can make that clarification that the Western agency veterans do not support this legislation to make a blanket statement. That wasn't what was said, Speaker.
That's
Listen to the report.
Honorable Paul Begay is referring to a memo.
Then that needs to be stated, Speaker, not to make a blanket statement that veterans don't support this legislation, Speaker. Thank you.
Having staff redo that. We're going back to Honorable Keelan Begay. Jay.
Speaker, yat ihnana. Ado kodoshment dai dos kidigito recommendation dasagi. So chile lanja khati dog so possible amendment limiki. I haven't seen that document yet. Ishi bahojijin that yad ban yed kit only. Ado kodo suche dog Herman Daniel Western Agency limiki work session the limiki. It's in your hand, look at the legislation. But I just pointed out that the past 8 months that I have provided ample time to the veterans, especially those in the leadership of a commander at the local level, at the agency level, and the Veterans Advisory Council. All these years, all these months, if there are part in any of these leadership, why then they provide their position at these meetings or even participate to discuss the legislation when it was being developed. Kodo email which forward isla. Speak at my comrade, she told a veterans. Kodo email. December yet we invite you to discuss this legislation. Legislation after developed is had the young up in in the Equator, Nabikial, Kipahos, and Dodeshit outside the key kicks and then Dodit. AP need other stand, other such Nahon. Other aquated speaker, a stock memo which is flat. Other cast each of the chairs, committee members, Nahiniki, which a memo. These 3 legislations are not in for. Ado if anything for not Ado I outlined this legislation. It went through 3 committees, and each of the committees it never had an opposition. I think that's what we need to explain to all veterans. That's the purpose of each individual committee. At the committee level, legislation. Why weren't they been brought up? Those that were asking for work session. And again, Speaker, I don't want to put you on the spot, that I did ask to have a work session for these 3 legislation. AD need a memo again to Wishla. Ati it happen na dot D what the dot in Hippen na. A coco 8A what asset she then to unhippen me. I do have 3 veterans organizations supporting resolution along with the the Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory Council, the resolution for a quacky archer a not possibility but the host of quacky. Ado Kodoshi Chenana, public gay, Bahanana, the Okoko. I mean, that's what we're here for, yes, each individual. For those in the land, Viniki, those who chapters by Yale, in what every area that's out there, education, senior center, Head Start, veterans, roads, whatever. So, I call, why now? I guess that's the question for me to you, should trade. Nationality, that was an agency, then, and they are at home, they not to the end. Why not from the beginning, when the legislation was approved and there was a 5-day comment period? 5-day comment period. Elia, Toti Bepitahas, Toti on Shiship cases, Shitaba cases, should not in our society, Bepitahas, or Ita, then that not society from the press. See, that's the other thing. A lot of these opposition is coming from the president's office. And I asked that question too. Why is it directly coming from the delegates from that region? But yet, this is a lot of these emails are coming directly from the president's office of these opposition. Of course, maybe there needs to be a response from the president's office. Is why they're forwarding a lot of these documents from the Western agency. A lot of these documents coming from that office. So again, it's obvious in a way. But again, like I said, I presented the legislation to you. It's in your hand. However you choose to make the action today, just a matter that we need to inform the overall Navajo Nation veterans how we continue to address their issues and their concerns. Similar to my broadband in Low Mountain, because you need to broadband, though, and that is a whole lot to each other. But she should be broadband self service at the midnight. Conditions are for that store veterans, you know, she was that in this store place, which when any door are the part initiation is yet if the Nashito to each other. Shina Shahato from my area, ye got me, all veterans is that is Ebena Eshato, I think it doesn't need by just maybe shit. Veterans, though, just last one, then be by just out of me as a veteran. I don't really make this as a position on my own, but I mean, a lot of times you are being mistreated in a way as being a veteran. So lots of talk we need, but yet when you're in the position of having a different hat, wearing a hat of a delegate, then you're no longer in the position maybe as a veteran, but more of like you're in some way so Asian would only see the listening and not sending Alan data use that unbid because I would think that each of the Veterans Advisory Council would communicate with all of their veterans. But the beat out street beat out the free. I mean, let's see if they have been participating at the agency level attendance of these meetings. Are the critical issue by Hasito by the Yashi are the Chinantano so it are even work sessions but don't need be there. How is it going to help knowing that the people, the veterans, are opposing it? I has your work session, don't his own history, don't ask Nimiki, even on Shipage, and they see in the Quadan, it's the last told you, I said, the AJ cases that on this, what on this. I would rather meet with them and with the Western Agency veterans, Western Agency delegates. So it's so stable for so don't not presenting on that Yashi, but actually that's aspect. That's so quite the amendment at all, these quite authorities, and yet, teacher is, and yet so quite so. you do what the door be quite that the here is the na koto ti top and then straight koto is the last so bit is ahaki to no to be that on this. So what in Chahanasti on this space of unofficially I understand that you are advocating for your agency, the agency that you're representing. I don't have a problem with that. But the only thing I'm continuing to say is that it took me 8 months to get this to the council. I think that's it. How do you understand that? To be as the beat up by yesterday by Yatiho. I believe each and every Navajo had the IBD and I believe it was in the newspaper several times as well. So speaker I could not upping Chahanasi again. Jonathan, it's in your hand. Space box, I'm not saying again. Speaker, that's my response to the 3 comments by my colleague.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kale MBA. Before I go back to new members in the queue, there was a point of order and asked for us to see the transcript of what was stated earlier. Just for the record, Honorable Paul Begay had the floor and stated that, quote, possibly refer this issue back to NABI and work session agreed with Honorable Herman Daniels, a possibility we could pursue, unquote. Quote, for the record, comma, Western Navajo veterans are not in support of these 3 legislations, period, reserve time, end quote. That, moving on down. Honorable Edison Monica, floor is yours. Good morning, Honorable Monica.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker, and the members of the Navajo Nation Council. I want to thank you, Honorable Key L. McGay, for sponsoring this bill. I want to there's not find out for that international dollars. So she veteran she lada is not also so yet a legislation ni nache ni sozgi to benache the anishigi yat ni bonnet on it had it all ni simply had a koi ba she coincidence ako niti fashion so all veteran bill panel so it is a topic case as nature. I've always voted green for any issues relating to veterans. But like this particular legislation, when it came before the HES committee, I seconded and I voted green on it. Within the alle so that's a spouse and no bahun sin zone. So that would I enjoy it. The Mombis Kanya could veterans Nakana. I said, I'm letting alone. Haha, is the accredited leadership with Ada. It needs a Hajo, it needs the show. Hajo is the Yale tour. Without a issue been yet any state need. So those Yale tour don't hire Honda. It's even in Odin so that I do it other. It has been the question veterans need at the whole there. Because it has been in someone's case. It had over here that eta are veterans up there. Didn't you high stick that's in a piece of for that Zara. Because quite artisan. Those cash holder without a tea. The con here, Bishman's on it, Lengy,
the D9 listen now hold this lay. Oh, what I need had I still I do not have to see zeta. He yes, what I have still veterans get or shot that or as the queen Zanida Benina, Haitian Benina session. A conde could buy a ski ya. Yo, what net basic need the show. Ajo then Hayat a now can't eggy. A call did I unleaded to the artige alt from a lead or what they letter. A quade one house can't all late. A codida nature could all 45 agency a resolution this source. A did arco. Honorable Key Albecane, that was nearly became so zero lesson hit on me. The Quita, what are a basis in Aria Codo, Latin Herman Daniels, and Nido, Honorable Paul Becane, Nengi, Ajugula, Mohamed side. Could I need the 45 80 buses and so a side out all cases needle. The art for the whole Navajo Nation veterans. Without a tato biaskin so this case. A co hajisi it is what asked for bayat eto lexigi. J without be K neck out in Hayat a combinache a bahazan go. Nishi Kodobis mans and need Lengi to the Halit or ABC Zengi bahazan dole. Ah, Jo Shikodoba Sanasta, Aj case Zendi no don't Hayash Moda. A coidot art. Nilach Salah Zone, Lemidor Art, Bayel Kido, late when it out. A coke had a company nadi, and it's a motion in Leo, Saint John Dolesti. Navigate somebody between $1 late and then get a cohon so ever has state or Lesica. I reserve my time.
Thank you with that. I'm going to 16 seconds in reserve time. Moving on down. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, good afternoon. Actually, good morning. Floor is yours.
Oh they've been a speaker. Ado fish sponsor under Nebana Ketnitini. Ado Skados that's enough on get Craigie did start better not it. I hear Crank Dato Sige. Ado Nidi a Hashil so I thought behind the Cranka de Ado Nishikwaja from Western Agency. The other Western Agency Council, the Veterans Council organization, did send us some documents. Although they also sent the an audit that was done also back in 2017. Although Ashido Craigie why is this coming from President? What I want to speak to is I did attend a veterans meeting on Thursday, July 14th at 2 p.m. in Kayenta, and then also attended a Denoto veterans meeting on the 12th at 11 a.m. I did sit in the veterans meeting. I gave my report, and I also asked them about these three legislations. So, Mr. Kialan Begay, I want to report to you that I was in attendance at these meetings, including the meeting, or actually it was a council delegate forum where a lot of veterans had these questions also. From the documents that were emailed to all of us, and I just forwarded, that also shows that. And also on Monday, when I talked to Mr. Olan Kiyomi and others, I did tell them that in Western Agency that none of these same concerns exist. What I was told instead when I talked to other veterans at these chapters, one particular lady, very vocal, a female veteran, she said, actually, everything I need is on my phone. I have my insurance, I have this, I make one phone call. I do not have any problems, is what she told me, and others. So from that, I want to speak to the documentation that I have and also what I heard from these veteran organizations. So I just want to make sure that I'm relaying the message in writing and also here on the council floor that from Western Agency, which are the 18 chapters. I did also speak to Mr. Goodman this morning. I did call him on his cell phone. So I did reconfirm in many different ways on the stances from the 18 chapters. So it is consensus amongst the chapters, not the chapters, but the veteran organizations. So that these are from the meetings that I attended in person last week, recently. I also forward that email, and I'll be forwarding the rest of the other email from our Western Agency also. Speaker, I'd like to reserve the rest of my time. Yeah.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Daniel Brown, 2 minutes and 4 seconds on reserve time. Moving on down, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Yellowhair, good morning. Floor is yours at this time. Honorable Yellowhair.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was on mute. Anyway, I think finishing that, to the 24th Nation Council, on the constant speaker, national 24 councilman, and then you should all should the nice enough anki, could also he lost the then he didn't neither was over Kaiji, has on by a tea. She could over here and could also in legislation in for a change to veterans lost. So, other part is the play at answered outside the radiation stop it on energy. A credit over here that it. Dora the beach so the has any whatever how 3 law parties common peers to and that's so denial so when not so craggy. Not all of us are people reach the parties common peers. So not carried on most of those elders veteran than lineage. A coco I don't want to hurt anybody but I support it. Could also or and or Cosito and the last club is any or the good social yet on the last so has Kadamavis Canada those I has the without the Conde that really doesn't mean that you got too much pressure on councilman. It doesn't mean that although those get us kidded in the stuff because a totally at the but another band just kiss a condescending solution. Especially that is I don't want to make that motion. Let's come back and just care of it for all at once for all 5 agencies come with us our meeting that clear on the band that stay when the us and that it also put it in one point and listen to the convert and lineage and I thought over there always has a motion that is lady Mr. Honorable Herman Daniel you have see I'd like to motion to you by your name keep all this your name keep another name I'd like to motion this one to good morning Speaker motion what Mr. Herman Daniel make that statement honor that one once to the list I reserve my time.
That, unreserved time, Honorable Jamil here, 2 minutes and 15 seconds. The motion by Honorable Yellow Hair to refer legislation 0021-22 back to Napaki Committee to have a work session. Honorable, to hear from additional resource or from the commanders and from the veterans themselves and from the administration. With that, Honorable Yellow Hair, I need a timeline.
I'll make it 30 days.
Then 30 days. That, colleagues, this is a motion to refer legislation 0021-22 back to the Napaki Committee to hold a work session within 30 days to hear, the reason why is to hear from veterans, maybe possibly the Veterans Advisory Council, and also the administration. Second, by Honorable Lona. Honorable Keon Begay, there's no time given back to you on a referral, just on a tabling motion. That, colleagues, there's no debate on referral motion. Go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kelvin Jr. votes red.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable
Shada,
Amber,
this is Delegate Amber Crotty. I vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable
Red, sorry.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable
I vote
Edison
green.
Winika,
Mr. Thomas Walker.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes red via text. Speaker, with a vote of 13 in favor, 9 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, there's a motion to refer legislation 0021-22 back to Navajo Committee to hold a work session within 30 days. That, with the vote of 12 and 13 in favor, 9 opposed, and speaker not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, that legislation is referred back to Navajo Committee. That, colleagues, moving on down. We are on item number C, legislation 0022-22, sponsors by Honorable Keelan Begay. With that, Ms. Nakai, if you could read the legislation 0022-22 into the record.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Keelan Begay Jr., Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, thence Law and Order Committee, thence Navajo Committee, thence Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0022-22, an act relating to Health, Education, and Human Services Law and Order and Navajo Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, amending 2 NC Section 1033 to establish a program manager to administer the Veterans Housing Program. So on page 3, Title 2, Navajo Nation Government, Chapter 5, Executive Branch, Subchapter 1, Generally, Article 3, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, shows the Section 1033, the amendments that are proposed. The Internet Public Review has 2 comments supporting, and then the 1 comment opposing. The second report has 1 comment supporting. Thereafter, another report that shows chapter resolution from Naslini Chapter 4 Defiance Agency Veterans Organization has a resolution on the 4th report. Thereafter, you have Health, Education, and Human Services Committee report with a do pass with no amendment and a vote tally sheet. The Law and Order Committee has a committee report with a do pass with no amendments, and then a vote tally sheet. The Navajo Committee also has a do pass and referred to the Navajo Nation Council with a vote tally sheet. And this was read into the record per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9. Thank you, Chair, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, Ms. Nakai, for reading legislation 0022-22. Sponsors by Honorable Keelan Begay and colleagues. This is a 2/3 legislation. This goes, again, the final authority is across the street because this is amending Title II NNC. That, colleagues, is there a motion?
Motion, Charles Nguyen.
Delegate Ricknez.
Motion by Madam Chair Charles Nguyen, second by Chairman Ricknez. Comments, questions? Only twice.
Speaker, this Delegate Begay.
That,
I have a question.
Honorable Keelan
Speaker.
Begay, floor is yours. Honorable Elmer Begay, I will put you in the queue. Jay, Honorable
Speaker, I
Keelan
just wanted
Begay.
to, Speaker, I just want to know that I voted red. Yeah, I tried to call back in.
Honorable Elmer Begay, unfortunately, I got a motion and a second on the next legislation, so I can't accept your vote at this time. Is there any comments, questions on 0022-22?
Vice Chair Smith has a question.
Twice. That Honorable Keelan Begay, floor is yours. Vice Chair Smith, you are in the queue. Jay, Honorable Keelan Begay, the floor is yours. You have 20 minutes on the board.
Snad ano sinigi. Benan Stati on behalf of our veterans. If you could bring back up the slide again. Let me go ahead and review the timeline again of this legislation. I'd sure like to go back to the first slide. Okay, again, Natina Kito, Esto Natina Che. Second slide. Again, timeline. I like to stress this, the public order. October 14th, 2021, again, this is October 2021. The legislation request is November 10th, 2021. Not source. Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory Council. Speak at any response under the UKB work session with the snow. What are the December 14th Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. Late in leader, but sadly, out of January 28th, 2022, these legislations introduced for public comment. Apako any sabayashti abetse the saadank at the Chohana Atashnon. Ako Sabbatishna at Sadi public document the key. They has on the post Ilya the ad in the Hazo, which dot asked Jot Ahanaki baby in Mashla. February 8th, Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory Council. Coyote Canyon chapter to February 22nd, Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council, Coyote Canyon to March 10th, Northern Veterans Organization, San Juan College to March 21st, KGAK do Asa Shade Kidget, Atao legislation Banah. March 22nd, again, this was request by Delegate Edmund Yazi to do presentation to the Eastern Agency at Northern a fire rock, the other schedule at the Yilasha. For Eastern Veterans Organization, at Fire Rock. March 28th, KGAK, Asashil Kitch Added Nabashanana. Ado Tadako, KTN, Asashil Kitch, Kodoti Kat, Response, Anayinda, this Kitty work session, Unity Ad, Asashil Kitch, Janana. May 27, 2022, Central Veterans Organization, Sadie Fields Chapter, Ad, the Janana. February 2nd, the 45th Veterans Organization, Washington, the Nashabana, other Niyad and Johnny Kodoj at ABK, Singinal Source, Ado they supported these legislations. Other Western veterans organizations in Bahasi Atodina Chos Hatadnaha Dante Presidential Nibit A. Atadina Chos Hatelia, the in the A. Aden Adin Hitlahatish, Mr. A. B. Nibit A. Go Ado Hostan, Ado Shit, Ida Hosnetta. Next slide. Again, legislation. For this particular legislation, 22-22, the Kao a response anabit anas nebigi bit non-chores. May 18th that oversight has committee yeah. Enas bit as a Thai chajita at the other side, Arjun Niyahata. Adolan Order Committee, June 14th that but non-chores. Thai Chaji at the other side, Arjun Niyada. Ado and July 14th that now the Kiyat Committee, not being shut. Ye Chachin Niyada other side, Arjun Niyago Kakaiba Ye. A coco, next slide. A coco, another not source Kona Kebaka, November 2021 and January 2021. I have been sending out information to the Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory Council, and there's a lot of CC entities down at the bottom that I've sent a lot of this information out. A coco, what ego koti, not source Liniki, and then Liniki to the public, to the chapter, to the local veterans organizations, to the Chokatashla, Banahashna. A kodit not source Liniki, not the next day, next slide. A coco, go to the 22-22 slide. A coco, quack, dig at not source, not in a kiddo, not in a kid. Babe, cannot shiniki, etik at response, I mean, not source, but is but the imiki, be has on in a killing, so Anakin Day, 1133. Should no hata Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, Fahatit Eki, Pikuna Eha one limited asset, but that in this story. Johat Nigo, a arch, Pato, their Behatelia. A arch. Not so Ziniki, be Lanzi, response, any last do it down, President the Gay, Major, Lance, Ariji, Kai, La Ita, so shit, yeah, in that sauce, so it down. A cocoa, eat egg, cook at the Hatni, cocoa, Kahatza, Archito, Hodia, the one has arbiter in the shiki. A could end a could. Now the store, a quacky yes to Ziniki, la it of a cart, the Ninago Asher. You shake Kwakisha, executive director of Shinki, Bishop Minister Nigo, Yohanatse. The Ninago Kotik up has Ani and Nigo, the Navajo Nation Veterans Housing Program, program manager. How one be oddly, though you know the store, basically Kwaki established a door, Johot 18 or something. So the key a coco, I hate Ada. Jokodot Ashini Ato Biasiorat in the Jotik at a one beta in Mishik at the county staffers and a date that's not half one did at the I see that. It's a last son, Beniki, who want to shut. But as neta in the Satajin, April one mustn't 8,000, not upon that they do other shut the gun or Tanda as not by Yata shit. Ado tik at Heshit A, Yisiki opets a hatlak for 8 A, Yisiki Nahdo, the tik at one Diniki Pate, Ado tikoto, one big hata had no, one Diniki, hit out the equator, and those that have just came back from the military service that began a new civilian life, how one hated in on hit Allah, how one hodat, Asia, Pahodon told me. Ado ho hatchinishit or you pay the stone dadnish. A coation stock with a one pahodon told me. Ado tik at hawan da banach peso ta ada e to le hiki pe ta inish to le hiki la het ai aja hawan sa at ape pa on to le papa yat hit to le Ado kon hit na ending veterans and long that they're disabled a kon libagana that the conk at they try to maneuver inside the house if they're bound to a wheelchair with the disabled veterans kodo satota kodat haki yego be chit ndahan ato hot up has anko out ko ko ake be khishi ko ake yego hawan de nisto inashto yilishto le hiki jo ko ake day to day nisto le hiki ko ake deep a position ba which have to Mr. A hiki ya yasti the legislation to establish a housing program manager to administer the Navajo Nation Veterans Housing Program. Akoko to eha hot leader that the leader that I see the ne asati not the money maybe it be a man, maybe it be a woman, but the individual in this particular capacity would be able to cover as much as they could to establish homes, discuss all these housing situation issues across the Navajo Nation. According as not the media, couldn't long it is a lot on the Navajo Nation. So are we even halfway in building homes for these veterans? Akoko a quite a huge and has given Nago quite a quite in leader of quite a 8 a district or hot that are yet 8 on the Scottish had need to be 18 or so Lindy could out have it should aim of Seniki according to Ecuador now so Lindy out Ecuador kitchen none of the store of Ecuador being his now suspect or less other because supporting resolutions are you the Christian K at the house or then bayat do a itahat edo bit kodo the last son linigi ban si chesto dit abayet chota na akoko bit betahni ko inda aden khishit kodo the hot edo dit no shato bayat the the hot ended o kodo bana in zero and again on behalf of our Navajo Veterans Organization Kopo asking that the Sato Bahanana Sisto asking that the Sato establishing the housing program manager Kodo hit asking Sato Bahad Sit or Listo. To ABC been yet so quite it's not so linky quite hitahni social and ano linky and not so cheto usually so over session had need or has a banana did no hasn't the hot cut and has 80 out you just kick the bucket down the road don't but yet some of our veterans issues and concerns and situation continues to be in existence. The base of that just that next to the opera funding 50 million, even though as an individual there's a whole lot of money, but yet even with my own region, I'm being told that I'm only getting 3 housing, veterans housing for my 5 region. So what that some other regions are getting more than 5 or 6 or 8 that have a car. What that age of Kodo, which is the last one, Dimity, Hajo, from my 5 region, I know that I have more than 100 individuals that are in need of homes. Veterans home, other sao, old kite or was started cast the door window that it was usually who the such it or this minute or you could not store a call for that agent by region, lead agency level that are based on done they give it on whose last topic the cut was a call for that ego store coordinate each either the store you not store specifically for housing. Other big a basic sheet though it the twin vinity by the it's what that is quite but I'm shaky to is got you that you're not installed this quite clearly getting the right of way process that but that is other big one didn't I don't know what you haven't the 8 and then didn't be pocket haven't the 8 at the end of the could one in Andia at it Asato pass a lot of Asato Hajo Australia got that so after Hajo 8 or 3 جو خدات إيج إبن ده آدو ينها آدو لهكيت أدي دو خد آيبا بحث الناس لهكيت إيدو لشك إنو سنجي آدا is not trying to كدوش space balance أنو سنجي قاعدة the 24th Nation Council. So with that, Speaker, I'd like to conclude presenting the legislation 0022-22. It's just merely creating a housing program manager within the current existing housing program within the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. So what I was wishing kodo bahasi do lesto adak at kodo o niche honashla do lesla shant ano sengi adena dik kido and da dos ketashi kodo be so on niche mat hanasi do lesto. So with that, Speaker, I yield the floor back for any comment or question by the 24th Navajo Nation Council.
Thank you very much, Honorable Keon Begay, for that presentation there. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go to the floor at this time on legislation 0022-22. Chairman or Vice Chair Smith, Vice Chair Raymond Smith. Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, and 24th Navajo Nation Council, and those that are listening on this legislation. I should say head now for this bill. I have a quick few questions on this bill here. Just need clarification, understanding of how this is going to immediately get more jobs and provide homes for our veterans, Blue Star mothers and Gold Star mothers, widows. Che, as you well know, that CJN-29-22 was signed into law here last Friday, right? President Nez the 50 million a Bajabadia so this legislation creates a housing program manager to administer the Navajo Veteran Housing Program. As you well know, it takes forever to hire a person. It takes forever to get a position filled. I don't know. So they ganda unheated. It's hard to get a position filled in as soon as possible. 50 million. Pito Jabado ni Oda Gupti or Nitol Sostida on behalf of that 50 million. Waiting for the housing program manager. And time is of the essence. So Blue Star mothers, so Gold Star mothers, so the widows that Egi. I see in your legislation here saying that there's a directive personnel website for Navajo Nation Veterans Program within 45 days of this enactment. 45 days, that's a little over a month and a half. And then, depending on the candidates, sometimes they're always told you're overqualified or you're underqualified. Then it's another advertisement. And where are we going to get the money to pay for this program manager? Does the veterans Are they going to have funding for this to pay for the program manager? And the other question I have too is, they'll be doing I heard the comment saying that there's no houses being built. I know for a fact that the Western Agency got a home, and Northern Agency got a home. It might not be as fast as we hope, but at least it's going in that direction. So I think we should be clear about saying that and that's a choice too for the veterans. They can either get kin or Hawana. But is this going to delay it if we wait for a housing program manager? That's my concern, Shananda. I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Smith. 34 seconds. Moving on down,
Speaker.
Chairman Nez. Good.
Speaker, can you put me
Actually, good
in a
midday,
seat, pen?
Chairman Nez. Floor is yours.
Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker Damon. Aro Beshwas Anshanant Arnoch Senegi Big at this cross summer session. No, Ayat Echo. Be Nasi Kato be has Ani Del I say lot I say behind the kid. The cross Sala Honorable Kial and Begay. Ne Daron in Sorsigido and Ne Coron hits Ahades Zihnsen go. Sits Aro Shahol G's the work session Hoda need up and I sat there Hoda Hill. Oh, Bahayan that nail kit at the no sat driving ye, Beshmas and Nitle by Yale tipping ye. At town, the kitchen nails uncle. Wait, best ego, has on it, eating. I could didn't his last soggy egg, so bashing a hut. To Beshmas and it, linear and inchen on the ski hotel is our job. When we vote, there's always in favor and opposition. Veterans, different agencies. So we see that this is how did you have has on in the change is always good for improvement. Moving forward now, we will create a law that will help improve how veterans housing can be expedited. So our veterans are not going to be homeless or living under roofs with their relatives or walking the streets in Gallup, Farmington, Flagstaff, and elsewhere. But I have signed that they veterans no. Veterans navigation has PTSD by then. The reason I say this is because my father was a World War II veteran. Did a PTSD bent or but such a sindor Bajo Bado or Behas Ani Obat or Nesto hit Arabon the Hallor or Les Holland laid does bar. Eben we have that freedom to say what we want to say to each other. There are hidden needs and Handahit, Desto Hatahit, because they protected our freedom. I used to hit that's Kodenat Ako, the Hojohit Arabe by Hetnit Zandan Halan. Akor, Ahanesh at Selina Raysan One College, the Janiala, Honorable Begay Northern Agency Veterans Hatasili. I called in that day and I heard the concerns of veterans. And I thought about my dad again. I wonder what my dad would say if he was still alive. In Sauban's case, and that's why my dad encouraged me to go into the military and experience it. Even nice last so shida by Henson the Oko, she case last so and Nido de Quagi Bakaki. The veterans have concern with the lack of progress being made. No Baka Ako Ashai Ashate. But Babatat to create a program manager would be good. That's an improvement. That is a good thing. It's a good thing. It would leave the executive director or the program director to do other things while the housing program veterans director will focus exactly on helping these veterans that are homeless, that need homes. Some of them live in dilapidated homes. I support your legislations, etc. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of you and all our veterans. I'll reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. Time. Right on time, Chairman is. With that, moving on down. All right, thank you. Moving on down on Mohammed Daniels.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Kudo, Arunda Kudo, this man and Senegi Kudo Snat 24th Council. Ado Kudo, Shell Kaha, Finch Kudo, Dainos Flaggy. Aruna Kudo, the last so, no Senegi Finch Dainos Flag or EIC here Kudo. Aruna Kudo, Suche Kudo. Sabetan Hodit I. Now for Beto Kedi. Pero Gitasan Kudo. A cocoa deep or Kudo legislation 21, 22, and 24. Oh yeah, I hit out the Nalan data. A cocoa any Kudo Ilia Kudo. The rain down doors, nation rain of Kia here. How the work session is open yesterday at the Nate Big. I don't know Kudo. The last phone, Leniki, application down these and it all had it in the Niki Yam, the case of Kudo A. Gesito, Asisto, Jot and Alloy, Bahay, Vicodo, a codi or you are banana or your Baban, that's case of course it say did a code or 8 or that they need what I should say. A code we support the legislation, but could that rate the record in the Nigis last so in the Nigipik and you know he thought Neslinda the shop is Zigoy, Bella did less. So then as a band big case could have did a con his last for a joy back with away at the knee care could have done also better now the age naggy a could have in the neighbor care door lessico a coya best back or you do ya want to could a co a day quite try a could also the rate down or you could have easy in it as though not these nation for your band that's case go to dinner race better now I house and Nelly. The market Jeddah to be lesson from this case Kudo. So it is you have $3 Kudo. Arunana Kudo Ani Hot Ecuador, the Hasita, a Kudo, the Bene, the Sigito, on the rate, and night. Kudo, said Seal die, it died on Judah. A Kudo, that is to either be Hawin either Kudo. According to Kudo Jabana Shahagi in the 4 chapters at a Western agency that do added away Hashin Soy Babandi, Haidona Bakudonagay, and a hoist on the Kudo, the Nebani, that Lokodo, by Yates Lokodo. So idea I think Kudo Bansas case, Kudonagay, I don't answer Che. I don't Kudo them. So at the last at the bid. Because the nanny for the honey, the best one, you done any Nekodo. So to say, but Kodo has all occasion that is the Stana Kodo, as I see the Yego in the Sigi inland, the deed, but I Kodo has all the yes and underneath being Kodo. So I ought an Alaban, that's the case of Kodo. But I'm not going to make that motion right now. If in a great I'm going to have the other colleagues Kodo, if in the Daya had the Kodo. So idea Kodo, I just thought the death instance in the Stokodo. So it's indicated that she had been Nadi Kasuche Kodo, idea Bana Oscar Kodo, on behalf of our veterans, Kodo Nagayam, Western Agency veterans and other agency veterans, Kodo, give it that idea, the Hasin Soy, Baba Yil Kodo, Honso Iba, Sido, Kodo, should say. Thank you, Donana Kodo, Mr. Speaker. Reserve time.
That reserve time at 1 minute and 13 seconds. We move on down to Honorable Chairman Edmund Yazi. Good afternoon, Chairman. The floor is yours, and then I'll call back to the sponsor, Honorable Keon Begay, after Chairman Yazi.
Okay, Speaker, thank you. Members of the council, everyone that's listening online, just having lunch here. I just cooked some hamburgers. It tastes really good. Anyhow, to the legislation, Mr. Begay, I know your concerns and, for the veterans, and I respect that a whole lot. Of course, we always say that when we go out and about. But I just have a comment. I know on behalf of Eastern, they're, veterans, they're asking me to, to table, this legislation, but, just so they can get more input. But again, Mr. Begay, I appreciate your concerns and caring for the veterans. And so I just wanted to say that, for the record on behalf of the Eastern veterans. So they did have their meetings. They did share their concerns about both the last legislation and this one. But I do have a question, Mr. Begay. I've been asking, since you're on the resource committee and Chair Nez and the rest of the members, is that we want to start up that legislation asking NHA to give free homes to veterans. We did sponsor that at the last council, and it passed. And we were all in order, my colleagues, that the council had authority to do this in changing the plans of operation with NHA. And it passed the last council. And NHA did recognize that, and veterans were so thankful that the council did that. And so we're gonna go ahead and re-enter the legislation and just ask the rest of my colleagues, my co-delegates, that we support that legislation. And maybe that's something that we need to take a look into, Mr. Begay, as well. I believe you were on the council when we passed that legislation, but NHA, the new board members, they did their own resolution overturning that legislation. But by law, our legislation supersedes what what NHA board did. So, my colleague, it's in our authority that we can change the plan, the plans of operation. And so I would just want to share that we want to relook at that and see if we can get the legislation. I know I've asked Barbara, our attorneys are doing a good job, plus the staff, that we redraft up that legislation. So, Speaker, go ahead and reserve my time. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. With that, reserve your time at 1 minute, 56 seconds. Let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Keon McGee at this time. Che, what's yours?
Ike nando desla she. Kodo time to join lagi. Che kodo behind the target Raymond Smith. I know these are some of the positions that was already posed by the current Veterans Executive Director at one of the Veteran Advisory Council sessions. So I'm sure you're being asked to reiterate these questions. But I mean, 50 million is a huge amount of money. But remember, I mean, I don't know how many times I have to review the timeline of when this legislation was being developed. I mean, this was even before the opera funding. This is even before even the election season, October of 2021. And you know how long it takes for legislation to be developed. What I'm referencing, again, I always say that I always don't have my, I don't clearly state what I meant to say. What I mean is that within my region, that I haven't seen a new veterans home being built. You've indicated Western. I mean, I think that's the focus there. But yet they're opposing a lot of these progress for our other veterans, especially my region. I mean, when will our executive director have time to deal with other issues relates to our veterans in terms of health, in terms of benefits, in terms of education, in terms of other benefits that's available for our veterans, and that we're into 3 different states, working directly with the state veterans, working directly with the United States Veterans Administration. More power. It's just like you're trying to run, being a delegate for all 110 chapters. That can't happen. You got to have certain, that's why we have LDAs to cover some of our chapters. So that's basically, I think, what's needed. Somebody to focus on building these homes, administering it. Again, it's not the position that we have it just seems that some of these committee members, colleagues, let's establish a lot of resource for our veterans. So 50 million, yes, I appreciate that for our veterans. But who will sincerely manage that on a day-to-day basis?
Point of order.
So
Che, Keon McGee, hold on please real quick. I think there's a point of order by Honorable Adoso.
Yes.
Honorable Adoso.
Are we talking about ARPA money, or are we talking about establishing the veteran housing manager? I'm beginning to hear that this is a dialogue between ARPA and so forth. So I'm trying to figure out if we're talking about the manager or ARPA. Thank you.
On the legislations, we're talking specifically establishing a program manager to administer the Veterans Housing Program. So with that, I don't know if clarification from, if you're in reference to Honorable Keon McGee's presentation, Honorable Otto So, but I think he's, well, I can't speak for him, but it seems like he's trying to make the variables of those initiatives that are going to be coming down to oversee the ARPA funds too as well. Honorable Keon McGee, floor is back to you.
Speaker, and our colleague Raymond Smith referenced the recent ARPA funding legislation that was signed into law by the president, and the $50 million was referenced. I'm making a point that the base of that aniki di shato e ka don was go yen don mish. Jot a by yaship and na equado ARPA funding niki a mention in. So again, if I don't answer, Mr. Delegate Smith will say that my question wasn't answered, not at all. So I'm not sure which way you want me to proceed, Speaker. So again, 50 million, Delegate Smith, I guess that's a prime example. Yadil Kado, Kodona, Nashi, Yosindoli, and Yashim Hot Adi, how the manager, Dashi, the Namish Idoli. Other hidden space or not, Datoli, not an Niniki. To a Kodok at 20,000, 23 budget, Banaho, Jish. To a Sato, and I already made it known to the veterans that none of your trust funds will be utilized for any positions. And I still stand on that, saying that none of these veterans trust fund will be utilized for any administration or any position that's going to be created. Personnel lapse funds are based on all you and this is another reason why direct services legislation based is you can go back to the Veterans Administration at the federal level and say that, okay, how much longer are we going to continue to cover your responsibility within the Navajo Nation? Do that create the thing on hila base what should they need? Then hila base on which what say Johanni go so on the Anishiki to a Kotobi Veterans Direct Service to keep the other legislation to be pushed it. So a carbon now go quack big hard la base on what that list and Niki to 8 Kotoshi. Sato recommend that be used through the 2023 fiscal year budget. Ado Koto, so brother, Chairman Delegate Rick Nez Koto Hananinzi in support of the legislation. You know, Ado Koto, and that has, I guess it's again, you have to see it to understand what a veteran goes through, the experience. Yeah, Hashit Eshin on Juno Ad Namashita Yidla, so Adat Ehas. But yet, some of them, these combat war veterans and Diniki, Ishi Tadato, Belton Tadi, Don Late, Pitashi in Natin Diniki, Tatego, Hottendag, was Yego, Hodat A, the cheats in the Adat A, do quite the cheese that A, Sasopa Bahanta. Halet all 8 or Yego, Papa and Teachers, quite it and music about the 8 hours, Delegate Nez, you experience of what your dad went through as a veteran, and you yourself probably have gone through a certain process when you were in the military as well. A quite Yego, and then Dinky of what we go through. What we've gone through. Yeah, somebody will say that the anti-volunteer does the anti-Kodo did ego go quack. And I'm missing the keep it. So Yashinan hit off no. But what aimed I think that some of the choice that we've made, yeah. But I believe I really did my thing in order for us to conduct a government that we have right now. I don't hear that Chardaz that the Navajo code talkers. Alien la ihajla binna o kodo linat beda to so probably none of us probably have not been to our local veterans organization or our agency veterans organization. So this is where a lot of these information, though a lot of the issues and concerns are being brought up to our attention. As a governing body, as a council, Yego Sato, Nebich, Intahas, Ekibich, Nahot, Ibich, Nahu, Eheki, others are only in Aditna, so has Kiego Bata has answered our big at the ship, articles which only Sani, Kinigito Shin, Halit are Satoshi Kai, or was not no Sapadoniki hood attached to the Joe that Ehekit asked for all her huge need Jago, Biba, Yake, on that updated you so on his church and not or ask no question his man didn't eat so that's so or Niho when that's the whole street. It's not talking about just housing, it's not talking about just there's a social issue, there's an even suicidal issue out there. The man so though they got out other issues you had that issue the case really be the change that we now you that the zero addition to the antasabita is a call that ego kodo a papa yeti other kodos and Shenana Hamil Daniel Bahanami see work session to know a coco shouldn't what really accomplished on behalf of our veterans. I mean the issue is there, the situation is there. I mean, Naho has undergit Ajik, the hot has angle, quack it on the Kayel pit. A Coben Nachico Haland, they are the Nidgin, his last son, Dinky, but at the Dasto, quack it, I don't Nidki, cohort at the I know not even one of us has probably gone to an individual, not the hook on Otanaja, not on the sheet of the hammer, a bit is net, the hot done. Has article at of course, I'm not saying you I could on I do and shipping Himahodney work session, but no other codos they'll get admin yards that are and you know that you've helped me coordinate a scheduled meeting for the Eastern Veterans Organization. I mean, I believe I told them that if you need additional timing, if you need more chapter level presentation, let me know. So it died on me quite on Habanan, Shiki Ela Eta, a hot architect at the sea. A hot adn't ego a hot a call Halit Ela, a could pick up a lot of these. You had 3 veterans organizations, Northern Agency, Fort Defiance Agency, and Central Agency. Of the 5 agency veterans organizations are in support of this legislation. And then you got the overall Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory Council resolutions. The legislation, I keep saying legislation, but I meant to say resolutions of these organizations are attached. The membership will one person really hold up a lot of these issues on behalf of our other veterans that are really in dire need of services at the local level? I mean, yes, I chose to go into the military. I chose to serve my country. I chose to do what I need to do. But yet, it seems as though that so yegon haakon from the John veteran haakon from the veteran Diego When will we actually do what's right for our Navajo veterans. Legislation. So whoever thinks out there that this is just the purpose of any political situation, I mean, I say not. It's not. I mean, this is back in October of a situation that we had for the past several years. I just want to say to my veterans out there, but I will stand to say that I still support you. I will still continue to advocate for you veterans, even the surviving spouse, surviving family, Blue Star Mother, out of the Gold Star Mother, the disabled veterans out there, all branches of the military service. We thank you. But nonetheless, I'll do what I can to continue to advocate for veterans. Mr. Chair, Speaker,
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Keelan Begay. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor. This is who I have in the queue at this time. I have Honorable Elmer Begay, then Honorable Stewart, then Honorable Otto So, then Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I did text you and asked to be added to the queue.
Did you get a text? We haven't received a text, Madam Chair.
Speaker, I apologize. I texted to you, Chief of Staff, and Manuel Rico.
Chief of Staff said she just now got it. I'll put you in the queue, Madam Chair. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Yeah, good afternoon, Speaker, the members of the Navajo Nation Council. Just very quickly, Speaker, that I got my signal is very poor here, so I'm trying to get to a better location. But for those to the here, I thought for the need to get KL in this box and long that's a whole difficult. I wrote down the legislation that needs to do. So I always mention to you that you're since you're a veteran, I rely on your thoughts about these legislation, and I always ask you about that what does the veteran really want? That the legislation that we're talking about, it's been quite some time we talked about it. I don't know that what we suggested was that if you want to do that, if you want to change a law that has honor for this veterans administration and the veterans trust funds. It'll be best to go to all the veterans maybe agency. So I suggested that to you too. That then I'll know how the veterans are. So through that, that from my side of the reservation, the Yalcon chapter, the veterans organization, they've been through your where your presentation were. I thought they submitted a resolution to support this all the three legislation. So I was just receiving some calls from the commander saying that the vote that say is in a table nana. It's just their thoughts. That's okay. down then have like based on the synergy it's been a while. So I've been this legislation's been ever since it was on after the 5-day comment period, it was been on there. They need to cut though I don't know that that the can't it is hard I've been addressing this to veterans. Even through this pandemic, what we can do is the DALCON chapter organization. The 31 that's been out there. I needed the commander. Like I said, he called me up and said that, oh yeah, you have one from the .net. Maybe this will change them. So we need a person that's out there to be a president that can be and knows about veterans. So really very important, especially right now. We all heard that each year, that we veterans then they go through all this what they go through hardship. So I guess learning from them is that you understand it only if you're a veteran. So I think it's about time, that I need no veterans of though. You can be somebody there for you. It has to be veteran. So they don't need. Oh no, it don't need. So just like you said, that the words saying that that they only a veteran can understand the veterans. So especially right now coming back, trying to civilize into this community. The question are you without the high register ceremonies here, but they still go through that. So then every now and then the whole physical. I think secondly, I think it's not we quite get the ADD and the whole physical. So every I just wanted to say that based on the things now. The Quebec says just drafting this is a lot too. Before that, I did those things that no took a lot of effort in it. And I believe my brother, Key Allen, who we should sit there in the council chamber. It's whatever you go by, whatever you're better. Okay, got it.
Okay, thank you. That moving on down, Honorable Stewart. Good afternoon. Where's yours on legislation 0022-22?
Oh, good afternoon, Speaker, Aaron, the colleagues, so Key Allen, the legislation he done so the 0022-22. This is a good legislation. These legislations in the because as then for defines agency veterans the resolutions that will law. They need veterans on the last week the trail right on say veterans which are hasti and then cut out that they are in need. They are wanting things according to there's a restriction on how much they can get and what needs to be done. This legislation get to move forward with a establishment of a position. Jashi Quado Director Linigi, Mr. Zorland, or contrast the data and the the contract below. Do Halit Ashim Bahat Yas, Do Kodogi, what are his goals and his objectives? He's been in there how many years now? Since we came in, there's been nothing, no way to revamp that program. Where is the assistance for our veterans to get them improve services with housing, improve services with their education, improve services for their benefits, improve services for their readjustment to civilian life. Kodo yahat zishana PTSD lenigi kodo hashim sabo eya the veterans kanagato they start going to alcohol and drugs. Kodo ya so de shi ya lenigi sa Mr. Larry Foster put out the program data time program and lenigi eya he talks to these veterans, rehabilitating them, getting them assistance that they need. So where is that from this director to do that? And also the Western agency, that again, email that you get from president's office and then what was sent to us. Again, that's only one person. So there's no support resolution in there. Only thing I read is I. It doesn't say we as a Western agency veterans organization support this. It says I did this, I did that. And he's the only one that signed it. There's no vote on there. The other agencies, they have their votes on there, and they have their resolutions submitted by their agency. So with this legislation, we had time to have work sessions to discuss these. It went through a 5-day comment period. That we all had legislation that went through at one time or another through these same subcommittees or committees that had legislations too. So, and those we heard in there. We heard Shannon talk about it. We heard him push for these improvements to the program. So my question is back to the director: is where are his initiatives? He's never come back to RDC to say this is how I want to improve the housing program within these communities. We've heard about it through the grapevine, through NHA and others saying that this is what he's going to do, but nothing from him directly at all. I'm asking to support this, to move forward, but also to see where are we going to get the funds to keep this position. But also, how are we as a council going to help our veterans get these areas that they need, that they're asking us for? How are we going to work with our states to get them to get those services needed that they are asking for? Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stewart. That, we go ahead and continue on down. Honorable Otto So.
Yat no here had nana kodo sabe dana hadit aye kode il sosto kombani yat adon the a lot of the discussions pertaining to this issue here moving forth is something that is what is needed is the unity of all the commanders. Again, just hearing the statement from Honorable Ibn Yazi saying the Eastern says table it, it tells you that there's no communication from to get the support of Eastern. Western doubt, they're okay and they're not okay with it. But it's okay. It's relating to the housing manager under the duties and responsibilities of the Navajo Nation Veteran Housing Program shall be established in policies and procedures as approved and amended by HES, Health and Human Service Committee, upon the recommendation of the Advisory Council. So this is saying that you're giving some of the authority over to the what is responsibility over to the command to the veterans organization. Why don't we just go ahead and just strike out Hess and just give him the full authority? You know, the halta expansion is the coco. What I didn't have the Bishman has only not about he not net only. Uncle, I think we're putting too many chiefs up front. What I've been later. Housing manager, he will report directly to the executive director. And be mindful that this position will come from the Veteran Trust Fund funding. Based on the thought, based on the issues gonna come up, where we can get some more money for housing, where we can get more money for services. Need only. Ako ope na anash don hisis aron that ni koto I assume that the sponsor really unified the veteran organization behind the 3-4 legislations. And looking at the documents that come out from Western, I'm just going to speak to my agency. That on Monday, that because lots on kind and you see anybody from Western? And but again, I think this is a topic, a dialogue that we really need to move forth on, because right now the veteran organization program is under the executive branch. How that program was put under that agency or that particular program, they're supposed to be an independent agency. I was thinking again too, is RDC housing Basala, where did they fall in this component? Reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 30 seconds. Let me go ahead and go back to Che. Honorable Keelan Begay at this time.
Speaker, other 24th Council. Could not actually quick machine that I saw Ziggy anonymously told it. Could Russian brother Elmer Brigade behind the one thing, although that we're talking about establishing a housing manager, the effects of it. One is lots of bundle limiki. The A is key by Yale. Then his brother and Hawanto in Hat A. One has other action. The Huile, the door other Kodonas in Nandengi, behold the Johanna. But why stop short for our veterans? Because a lot on Benigi. It was more for me to think that a housing program manager would really help assist the administrator. I mean, I don't see why it shouldn't even be an issue. Pushing that one area Kodosh brother behind the ceremony. There's another area that our Navajo veterans are in dire need of. So there's an issue na hot seats in do issue na huit a konlat o kate cast on me na has ishin citizen chinid a kokodo satot citizen yoke go but ani as la no sa ade chita aj jo ko dat age be ba ho to be pan has jo ko touch if they have to do niche needs on behalf of our veterans. Here could do a piece of bunny hit based on then quite a chimney and bacho. Okay, that's one area I believe that our Navajo Nation Veterans Administration should really step up to have these type of service available for our veterans, traditional ceremonies, or any other area where it's not necessarily that it's just a financial assistance, but sato be bakait or sato bakait or that age to a sato bakahatina. So HA so Kododi legislation in Hita in source. Out of Kodos Delegate Stuart Hananin yes, PTSD, alcoholism, you name it. Oh, her unit is the last sobe which not it. I should about the needs the Sato. To AD Sato, how one has the shimpe the Nashita Shohe, how one she has the ya te ho che de to cost jo khot ago ban si ke si gi to out of the contract ko do an ba hin ti to she brother yeah be on stop be na be on aj ka do the current administrator jo e sa ho chen do li ha ko do na to ni gi jo e not be work session no other support from Western agency, does this person only speaks for the whole agency? What is so able to news part this is the second document that came directly from the president's office. They're feeding all these information to us. And again, Speaker, maybe could we request, I would like to request how the some veterans are going directly to the administration rather than to the council or to the delegates that representing these area. And then of course we then and I have been asking for the overall plan of, for example, from my area, my 5 regions, why I'm only getting 3 housing for my veterans. So I have a list of over 100 veterans that needs home. What's the plan? What's their plan? I believe that like I said, it's probably just a matter of picking and choosing which area to build Beans home. So I'll continue to say, Sister Zeke, so last so and then get the 5 chapters that I represent. So I should buy yesterday. I want to add how get that bunny after. Auto Kodos to live behind the store, auto so no communication, the Ninigi. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Let's just say the timeline, the memos that I've showed you guys. I've been CCing a lot of these information that I've been communicating with the Veteran Advisory Council, even to the Legislative Council. Although that I don't get a response in any other way of saying that, okay, I received your document or I reviewed your document or that as far as for me, I mean, I don't know, a newspaper, being on the radio, being at these agency level a presentation, I'm not sure if that's not being considered as a communication. The project manager, the Nimiki, I mean, again, try not to provide misinformation. I made it clear statement saying that no Veterans Trust Fund is going to be utilized for any other position. Let me make that clear, and I'll defend that if it's going to go in that direction. This last topic, so argument, which the argument based on the defense. So any shipping you quite based on underneath. It all the banner is the quite basis of Babic and now the several a week almost a year ago. there's almost 100 or 300 plus vacancies for the movement. I know there's a lot of savings in these particular positions that haven't been refilled. So quite starting here based on clinic quite establish it utilizing the Navajo Nation General Fund. So I'll make that position or make that statement to say that last budget by what you ask for based upon maybe if this doesn't go through, I'll try my second effort to establish a veterans housing program through the budget process. So I know there's practical ways for us to defeat the particular legislation, but I'm just saying that amendments based on English, George, at those new Kailan, his postal done with the English or quite the air could Nahot and the house, or hot, or need either, don't say, or could the bay, as the Tandemi be Halana at the non Dutcher, if it man really don't have his veterans get a honey. A call a quite a piece about conversation and honestly, we are that in diet of Kibiki the Nature. A call what Ashin could not on. Bahana speak the speaker.
Thank you very much.
Question of privilege.
Keon Begay. Question of privilege?
Yes.
Oh, by Honorable Otto. Honorable Otto, what? Good afternoon. What is your question of privilege at this time?
Yes. Currently, maybe we could get information from the Office of the President or the Director of Veterans Office. Currently, what positions? Is there any positions that's funded under the Navajo Nation General Fund for the Navajo Veterans Program currently? Thank you. And see if we could have that information as soon as we can, so I could speak to the issue of the funding mechanism pertaining to this legislation. The legislation does not identify how the position will be paid for. Thank you.
That we're reaching out this time, Honorable. So as soon as we get that information, we will dispense that. Staff is reaching out. So I'm going back to the floor, colleagues. I do have Honorable Eugene So, then Madam Chair Charles Liu, and then Honorable Charlene So. That Honorable Eugene So, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Good Chair. Specifically, I would like to ask Dana a few questions that kind of puzzles me. Title II Navajo Nation Government, Chapter 5, Executive Branch, Subchapter 1, General. 9.9, Subsection 1033, Navajo Nation Veteran Housing Program. 18, that point for the 18 says, as approved and amended by the Navajo Health, Education, Human Service Committee. Up on 19, up on the recommendation of the Navajo Nation Veteran Advisory Council. Who has most authority? That's my question. Or are we setting a precedent law? Number 2 question, 29, 23, the same page 3. page 3. Section 4, directors. Line 27 and 28. Starting from 24 to 28. Navajo has the authority. Based and non-need or produce the housing policy and reflect the recommendation made with here into the Health Education Service Committee within 30 days of the enactment of this legislation. As I mentioned, RDC also included or the Navajo and Navajo Nation Council. The reason our question is every chapter has a veteran in their chapter, not only the 6 members of the Health and Education Human Service Committee. With that conflict, is there a conflict there with our code? And reserve my time.
Thank you with that. Reserve your time at 2 minutes and 54 seconds. I'll keep going on down. I do have Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair Charles Newton, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I hope that you can hear me, Speaker.
Yes.
I do support this legislation, and I do want to go on record to state that. I think that the way that Delegate Kealan Begay addressed this legislation, he did it the right way, in that he, introduced legislation and he took during that time. And right now, we do have some positions.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, you're cutting in and out.
Okay, I reserve my time, Speaker.
The time
that I started cutting in and out.
At 2:32. I mean 4:32. Moving on down. Honorable Charlene So.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Shajara. 24th Navajo Nation Council. The legislation by Yata Silhegi, Bayat Hegi, Shiyaj, Craig, Honorable Kealan Begay, Hansen, thank you for your devoted attention to the veterans' needs and to their concerns. I do support this legislation with some of the concerns that I had faced during my term. Veteran language is I think that this position will provide much more support, and knowing what we have to go through, on social media, you see our veterans in need. You see people posting on social media that a veteran is homeless, a veteran does not have heat, furnace, a veteran does not have clothes, a veteran does not have a roof over his or her head. So, it is a little bit embarrassing that we don't have a program ready to assist with these needs, but rather a social media post goes out publicly for the world to see that, hey, we need to assist this veteran. We don't have that in place as a Navajo Nation, and yet we are the biggest tribe. That's what we need to focus on. And again, thank you, Shayash, for really supporting this. And I do have a couple of concerns. I know that with this new position and what we may be proposing, we have veterans too that are in flood zones, or their homes are in flood zones, and what can we do in preparation with preparing this position to have that option and that immediate assistant available. Those are just some things I want us to keep in mind. Reserve time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Reserve your time. It's 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Keon Begay, and then I'll go to Ms. Dana Barbara. Shay, Honorable Keon Begay. If there's any response at this time.
Speaker of the 24th Navigation Council. The first two Bayat Bahawati, there's a point of privilege to other Kudo Mr. So a Kudo our legislative council tonight in terms of the language that's embedded in this particular legislation. To my understanding, but I'll have
Honorable Keon Begay is having technical difficulties. Hold on, colleagues. Sure, you want me to go to Ms. Barbara to answer Honorable Eugene So's questions first?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Delegate Charles Noon, I believe that you'll conclude your comment or statement once you get back, when he gets back to you. I mean, so that's the first area, the first part of your comment. Behind the issue, and I know the other, if there is a question, not how this. Others, Mayajana, Delegate Sharon So, Kudo, the last so, Joe that Aggie after Shne, or you at the hot Edo and that Eki Hawan. A year of Sato, you not Mr. Listo, you day Mr. Liston, ye that will be the focus of this particular housing program manager, the Slimiki Hawan Dev $8. I mean, of course, they could be able to work with the NHA or other program. Sato had a she resource, Leniki ya Sato Yayinad Mr. Joe that a great army Sato Yinad Mr. Listo out of the flood zone, the Leniki Hawan. Joe that a go she Sato assessed that they let door 11 na a set quite Hawan need Allah and not quite a ton that the Nahak. Joe had me go on the very Leniki had other kite or was cut I don't have one. Ado Toby which hit out door no that Joe that ego in the auto in the store list and yet 80 koto a housing manager and then United store this or that again has taken. And then of course helping veterans with getting the right of way for all these infrastructures that hecky. So it all you go on out a Corbin housing program manager and then me establish Ilya Yat Esto Listo Ado A that Heki Kudo that's this agent beat all one has only to one beat out Ilya. Even bathroom addition to the sheet up that then it's a lot so of course it beat us about that dog no the sheet up in her ado the toy I get that is the Kudo, the Kudo, the executive director, the oversight committee did having progress the Sato, she just this thought. So I could I those are some areas that I believe this particular position, housing program manager, will continue to make those type of an assessment, determination if this house or housing not to be established in the flood zones. So, what I think not speaker. I don't know if there's any additional comment, question on this legislation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Keon BHA. Let me go to Ms. Barbara. There's some questions directed to you as well.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. I'm here with Chad Abeda. Delegate Eugene So's first question was speaking to page 2, line 20, I believe, of the legislation, which that's paragraph E, and that states, pursuant to 2 NNC 1036, amendments made to the Navajo Nation Veterans Act require a 2/3 vote of the Navajo Nation Council upon the recommendation from the Navajo Veterans Advisory Council. Now that provision is actually already codified. It's already part of statutory law. It was first included in CJA 316, and then that same provision was included in CJY 5518, and so in two statutory laws that have already been approved, amendments to the Navajo Nation Veterans Act. They require a 2/3 vote of the Navajo Nation Council upon the recommendation from the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. So, Delegate, so that's already statutory law. They're not adding anything new by those provisions. And then when the next question was on page 3, that goes starting on line 24, and that is directive that reads, the Navajo Nation's Veterans Administration shall present a revised Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Plan of Operation, including organizational chart and revised Navajo Nation veterans policies that reflect the amendments made herein to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee within 30 days of enactment of this legislation. And Delegate So's question was, shouldn't that also go to the Resources and Development Committee, the Law and Order Committee, and then back then to NABI? Under legislations and in the code that have approved veterans legislations and committee responsibilities, etc., it has been delegated to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, been delegated by the Navajo Nation Council to HESI to provide oversight over veterans issues, and that includes amending plans of operation. When Office of Legislative Counsel drafts legislation, we look at who has statutory authorities over the program or the issue, and as we stand now, HES has delegated authority over veterans issues. I do like the fact that Delegate So brought up the back to that, well, there's veterans in every chapter, so shouldn't it go to the Resources and Development Committee? Well, that may have been something that council considered when it delegated authorities, but in this instance, it delegated them to Hess. And then I guess, so that would be my answers to Eugene So's questions. So back to you, Speaker, unless you want me to speak to Otto So's question.
Ms. Barbaroff, it's, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker. So from what I understood from Delegate Otto So's question is, where would the new Veterans Housing Program, how would they be funded? That is, of course, one of those questions that do get addressed in the budget process. If this legislation were to get approved this year, then that position would become operable into fiscal year 2023. 2023. And presumption is that the Veterans Program would handle that the same way that all other programs handle funding. You get your allocation of funding, whatever amount it is, and then you have to split it among your existing positions. And sometimes there's just not enough money to go all around, so you end up having to make some adjustments. But it would be handled just like everybody else's. Back to you, Speaker, and thank you for the question.
We see. Thank you very much. That I'm going to go to, there was a question directed to as well about the funding process. Honorable Otto So had a question directly to the Executive Director of Navajo Veterans Administration regarding the staffing positions and how those are funded. We did get an email from Mr. James Zorline. Mr. Zorline, are you on the line?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm here.
And answer Honorable Otto So's question about how many positions are under the Veterans Administration there under OPVP.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Thank you, Delegate So, for that question. The Veterans Housing Program currently has 7 staff positions that are approved through our plan of operation. Those 7 positions are 1 Program Supervisor 1, 1 Senior Housing Specialist, and 5 Housing Specialists whose offices are at each of the 5 Veterans Agency offices. The Program Supervisor 1 position is currently filled, and that position is responsible for the day-to-day operations of the Veterans Housing Program. And she is assisted by the Senior Housing Specialist with the day-to-day operations. All 7 of those positions are currently funded through the housing program. And with an established agreement through NHA, we are a subrecipient to the NAHASDA funding. So in short, those 7 positions are being paid for by the federal government, and there is no loss to the Veterans Housing Program funding by paying them in that manner. I hope that answers your question, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor at this time. Colleagues, don't have anybody else in the queue. Any other further comments or questions before I go back to reserve time?
Delegate Daniel So, request to speak.
Chairman, good afternoon, Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Oh, hello, Honorable Speaker, Navajo Nation Council, other colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, legislative staff, and all the folks on the call. I guess the answer or the response from Dr. or Mr. Schwerlein, they're funded, but how many of those positions are filled? The other is, and then I really am just stymied from the time that Navi passed this particular legislation to now. It's obvious. But in half years, 3 veteran homes are built, but really speed up the construction. That for me is the biggest part. And we have long veterans that need assistance. Yet in 3.5 years, 3. And so that points to the fact housing program of the needs. That's where focus is. How do we speed up? Yes, we have housing manufacturing. It's going to take months, but I think I'm really also considering that ARPA. So that is thanks for is needed. Those aspects, I'll be passing legislation at levels of point of privilege. I'll give Daniel.
Chairman Daniel So, you started cutting in and out there.
Oh dear, and I'm
I can't hear you.
Daniel.
Service time at 2 minutes, 18 seconds. Thank you. Colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time before I go back to reserve time?
Speaker, I believe there was a point of privilege called.
Was there a point of privilege? Is there a point of privilege? Colleagues?
There was a point of privilege called by Delegate Daniel.
Honorable Herman Daniels?
Mr. Speaker, yes, I raise a point of privilege. I can barely hear my favorite shape, Delegate Daniel. So
That's the reason why we put him on reserve time until he comes back on. Honorable Daniels. If there's, do we have a new colleague in the queue? We'll go on. Honorable Daniel Brown. Good afternoon, floor is yours.
Yeah. Ado Craigie sa beda natit ahiben and yani. Again, Mr. Kealan, Delegate Kealan Begay, if you can, how are you working currently with, I'm not sure how to say her name, Inen John? I believe I was told that she is currently the Veterans Housing Specialist or Manager for the Veterans Organization. I understand that there is staff that are currently working on the housing. So will this legislation push this individual out of her current office? Is this what this is going to do? So if you can please respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That 4 minutes, 12 seconds. Any other further comments or questions, colleagues, before I go back to reserve time? If there's none, we start back down, reserve time. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, 34 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Legislative Council. If this passes, will this hold up the process of getting houses out there pending the position being filled? Reserve my time.
That 21 seconds on the reserve time. Moving on down, Honorable Herman Daniels, 1 minute and 13 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, reserve time.
Reserve time, 1 minute, 11 seconds. Moving on down, Chairman Edmund Yazzie, 1 minute and 56 seconds.
Waive my time, Speaker.
Waive your time. That, moving on down, Honorable Otto So, 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Speaker. One is, would you rather hire a housing manager or carpenters? Would hiring a manager ensure that more homes will be built? Because right now the legislation does not talk about how this program will be funded. And then also, as I indicated, that the legislation does not indicate how you're going to pay for that position. Thank you.
Let me go back to Honorable Otto So, you use up all your time. Let me go back to Honorable Keelan Begay and then to Office Legislative Council for response from Honorable Brown, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, and Honorable Otto So.
Speaker, going back up, Delegate Daniel, so out of Hajo, I don't know if Speaker would be able to allow you to repeat if you had a question. You were coming in and out of the phone. Delegate Brown, working with the housing program in Nimiki. This is new news. I mean, new information. I mean, why wasn't being provided again from the beginning of these legislation has it talk in the speaker. Why is these information just being brought up? Ich bin not.
Point of order.
Although I sent a point of privilege speaker. So point of order.
Thank you. Honorable Kiyomiya, hold on. Colleagues, when you raise a point of order, I can't, if you'd say who is raising it.
I know, I just heard point of order.
Point of order. What is your point of order this afternoon, Honorable Aroso?
Thank you very much. I guess in the code, it doesn't say that at Navajo Nation Council, we cannot not talk about this if it has passed through the committees. So that's every delegate's right to raise questions, whether it's at the committee level or at council level. Thank you.
And legislation 0022-22 at this time is at Navajo Nation Council level. At Navajo Nation Council level, this document is owned right now by, this legislation is owned by Navajo Nation Council. Per the Navajo Nation Council rule of order, each individual delegate has 5 minutes to explain their motion or explain their position and debate on this legislation. And at that time, if that's a position to state, it's up to the delegates' right to utilize their time in the way they have as elected from their representation, where they're from and who they represent out in the communities of the great Navajo Nation. So with that, if the colleagues want to speak on specific issues, that's allowable on the floor. That going back to Honorable Kiyomiya for response. Honorable Kiyomiya, floor is yours.
Again, speaking on Delegate Brown's question, remember, I'm just responding to all the questions. Have you worked with these individuals? Then I believe the last name is Brown. The point of order in the point of privilege in the staff 7 I guess the question for me is to them is the administration is that how long have they been on this particular job, and specifically for the Chile agency again, Speaker, as a sponsor of this legislation, I'm not sure I'm in a position to raise a point of privilege and asking for those information in the document, and I'd like to share that with the my veterans organizations from the central agency. No, I haven't, and I didn't know that they had the position, because the last agency veterans meeting that I attended for one of my 5 chapters, there was a report given by a staff. Her last name is Preston, from Chile agency. She's being told that she's being pulled from different position to another position on this particular administration level. On which in league, sometimes I'm on the VSO, sometimes I'm a manager, sometimes I have to run the office. So I think that's what's being making it sound as though that there's a permanent position. So that's why I'm asking how long have these when was the positions created, and how long were these the staff again have been on the job? It's from the federal government. And we've been, as RDC, I've been asking a lot of this information at the RDC level to initiate asking how are they administering funding in helping build homes for the veterans? If that is the case, I mean, I'd like to see all of these that's been discussed or been revealed again. I'd like for that to be in writing. Speaker, ko Ecuador, English English. Delegate Smith he asked a question to Legislative Council. Again, I don't believe that this will not even delay any housing progress, but more it will help really streamline in planning, developing a position to help build homes for our Navajo veterans. Delegate Yazi, where time you now? Delegate So, the building, hiring a manager or a carpentry. I mean, based on by young people, established it on based on limited is large on this time. Actually, Nina, it's a kid. I mean, vice versa. I mean, one building belongs to me. Do we have people out there ready to work? No, we still have to look for carpentry. We still have to look for people to implement all these projects that's going to be worth $1 billion worth of projects. But yet we establish these projects to be worked on or to be established. Or could be our housing manager establish it or based or she does. If this is just one position that I'm talking about. For ARJJ the 2023 budget process with actually based on if not here, like I said, just give you a heads up that I'll be pushing to have a veteran housing program to be established through the Navajo Nation 2023 budget process. So it is our donut on the Hanana speaker.
Thank you with that. Let me go ahead and go over to Ms. Barbroff. Ms. Barbroff?
Thank you, Speaker. I'll just follow up the question about will the legislation delay the building of homes. The Office of Legislative Counsel does not view the legislation as having any impact on the current building of homes. The homes that are already funded and such, this legislation should not affect those unless the administration makes a determination to slow down. That was the building. It really goes back to the administration. This just establishes an additional position that, as the sponsor stated, he believes it will assist in the future building of homes, expedite them, and increase the number. As far as the homes that are already in process, the only way this legislation would affect them is if the current Veterans Administration determined to restructure right now so that it slowed them down. So our Office of Legislative Counsel's thoughts, and we did have this in mind per Delegate Begay when we drafted the legislation. We don't see a slowdown. And I think, a question from Delegate Brown was, will the position push out the program supervisor currently employed by Navajo Veterans Administration. I don't have enough information about job descriptions or the employee to answer that question, but if the position got reclassified, if her position or his position, program servicer, got reclassified, they would certainly have the opportunity to apply for it and would, and if they did get laid off, they would certainly have rehiring preferences. Thank you, Speaker. Back to you.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, I was going reserve time, so let me continue on back to reserve time. I have Honorable Eugene So, 2 minutes and 54 seconds.
Chair, how do you ask it?
No.
Okay, so, this is all of us. The only question is what we're questioning right now, but all cases, the legal case runs for this case, but and for the legislation, it's just that other questions that needs to be asked also. Sometimes we only give one oversight committee authority. Okay, your system. I think all the council delegates has a veteran in their chapter on it and veteranship. We need to advocate for them. So it's all up of the last time I've been this kid health and education committee there because I've been trying to get the last $3 credit. And then so what can I say for my veterans? Some sleeping now at every hospital. I'm also a 50% disabled American veteran, and for the veterans, I like to advocate for them. I'm pretty sure we can't get a house for every veteran on the Navajo Nation, but we can go as much as we can right now. Because I have my application back in the 80s, but I laid off of it when I became elected official for 36 years now. So it's automatic. So I can't say anything for myself, but I see a lot of veteran houses not there. They usually give the housing to the veterans until they get real old, and then they pass on. So I don't recognize it. So we need to help these young veterans with these housing as soon as possible. We'll no advocate for that. Thanks for the speaker, and thank you. Wait my time.
Thank you. Waving your time, Eugene. So let me go ahead and continue on down. I do have Madam Chair Charles Newton, 4 minutes and 32 seconds on reserve time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you, Speaker. I was saying that I do support this legislation, and I think that Delegate Kealan Begay did things the right way. He introduced the legislation. He went to the veterans organizations. He spoke there about his legislations, as well as us as individual delegates. We took it to our chapter veterans organizations and then our agency veterans organization. And so, I think that the question of, this one letter coming out is a valid question, and it does need to be stated. Does this commander represent himself, or does he represent, the agency? That's what I would like to know, because all I see with that letter that was sent out by the one delegate is that it is just from one person. I've also like to ask, Speaker, in terms of, this work session for the previous legislation, and then I know that this may possibly go to a work session, Speaker, but if we can, Speaker, organize, a horse trail ride with food and tents and all of that stuff, I'm sure we can do the exact same thing for our veterans. put up a tent there at the fairgrounds in Wonder Rock, and invite all of the veterans to come out, speak on the issue, and let's really listen to what they have to say. I know that on Monday our veterans were there, they spoke on it, and I don't believe one delegate stood up there and said, I'm going to oppose this legislation. That was the time to do it. That way the veterans could have questioned you and they could have asked, why are you going to oppose it? I think that it's really unfair that suddenly, opposition is coming out when we know that that the president is in favor of the veterans, director being in charge. The last thing that I will say is that I was told at a veterans meeting on July 16th, 2022, it was actually a meeting with Mr. Zwerlein, that Northern Agency originally had 219 applications that were submitted. However, that was brought down to, I believe, less than 75. And when I asked, why that number decreased, I was told because the 3 criteria were applied to the new housing application. That's what we're facing in terms of, trying to address housing for our veterans. Now the question is, who is going to go out to these veterans and tell them that their name has been eliminated from the list because a 3 criteria was applied by the veterans director? So I support this legislation. I don't think we need to send it to a work session. I think we should just vote on it today. The longer we wait, the more we're telling our veterans to just wait, and they can't wait. They waited way too long. So I think we should just vote on this legislation and, just draw that line and let the veterans know where we stand on this issue. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Thank you very much for that. 1 minute and 24 seconds, Madam Chair, on reserve time. Moving on down, Honorable Charlene So, 2 minutes and 37 seconds on reserve time.
Speaker, reserve time.
2 minutes and 35 seconds. Moving on down, Chairman Daniel So, good afternoon, 2 minutes and 18 seconds on reserve time.
Speaker, I'll reserve my time.
2 minutes and 16 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, 4 minutes and 12 seconds.
Speaker, if we can get the veterans organization, again, restate how many housing managers they have on staff. I know that Delegate Daniel So did ask that question, so I'm waiting for a response on that. And with this legislation, I understand that this is creating the policy. So again, sponsoring this legislation, I just asked you recently, right now there's no housing policy that is in place. You can respond to that, yes. And this will not conflict with any of the previous housing manager policy. Reserve my time, yeah.
3 minutes, 20 seconds. 3 minutes and 20 seconds on reserve time. That, I have a new colleague in the queue. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, floor is yours.
Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, colleagues, the listening audience that we have this afternoon here during our summer session, sponsor for the legislation, it's Honorable Kiawan Bigay, sabi na hodit ni datonin so zibin na chiko yadil chido na hitil chit don sin chisa ko
ko ko ba hela ko na ne ni ne pa ko distri ya ni se la so pa final so pa benit ko sa ben hodita ko ba hela ko di ko ba hadis hiki ya Western Navajo Agency Veterans organization. Nikki, they do have a resolution they sent to council members, and it is a resolution that reaffirms an earlier resolution of their organization, WNAVO 333-003. The organization for resolution. So it was discussed, considered, and voted on back in March of 2022. It reaffirms an earlier position on the subject matter that we're looking at here. Ben seats, although I did get some calls from individual veterans from our area, or the communities that I represent, Loop and Coal Mine. There are veterans from there that communicated to me on this matter. The resolution could not been made back in March. On the on another note, I do believe that if passage of this legislation 0022-22, we will be making a mandate without identifying how to operate the program there. On based on that the bent on man they did based on it all the light later aya or that behas on it neto based on the bandani the national the door. And then we did hear sponsor indicate that the upcoming budget, the Navajo Nation budget, it doesn't need to on it all lana wins and all lana the needs and what the judo to one hat argo it all lana needs and it ashman I would consider the different sides to the matter here. The Western Agency, that are the veterans organization. Even yesterday, not yesterday, yesterday. I don't know. But the issue in the house, the local, if it's other bodies, go illegal. They want cases as they go. And other shafts twists on the clear. There is not idea. Could echo it. What are you about this? Not unquestionable. About sense. Could back to you, speaker. I waive the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. With that, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, I'm going to go back then to Honorable Keon Begay at this time, and then there was a question directly to, if can't answer that, then I'm going to go to Mr. Zwerline. Mr. Zwerline, if you're on the line, stand by to respond about housing managers. Honorable Kiambi, floor is yours.
Speaker, Che, I look at all, and I'm thinking, quite a nada that education could do top of Hana system. Attack a James so it or he made a comment about his previous question to legislative council. For a education, I not baby Chaha or seat I down. Although Kadosh Maya's delegate Charles Newton supports legislation mimicking Shahan's harbor. Although I need legislation, I mean a letter coming from one individual, which is important in a way, yes. I'm not saying that he's not important, but my point is that there's through just a statement, this individual or a veteran really speaks officially on behalf of the agency. If you go back, that's what happened. During the last term, the Brigade administration the Navajo Nation Council approved a legislation to change the Veteran Advisory Council to commission. If you read that statement by the then President Brigade and Vice President Nez, it states that one individual came to his office saying that I didn't do a presentation to the Eastern Agency. That's a similar situation again. Asa aminigi to open now. The kat na che pato nisto to prove it on this no quite the chana at day. Ko Asian o a quite the answering consultation and of the we have 3 agency veterans organizations supporting these legislation, and the Veteran Advisory Council per policy does say that, I mean, either there's an opposition of the 2 agencies, but still it's a passed document or approved document. Well, how do we treat those? The mob is coming at the last then I mean, I'm sure a lot of you interpret it as disrespectful. I mean, the frustration which present but imagine what they're going through on a daily basis. Because the last one, the Ligi March at Ireland, but I knew what I had other habits, which Zago. Codona, so the last one in Ligi, Peter, Codon, Hitahi, so the Edith Chan, the Dada, the so not then yet committee government in other shit at the either. But yet, could they don't have a Honda quite a bit up by Yankee. The Shimba, the Codon, veterans, and Ligi, the East I call ABC or what as my years are new what March that ilagi. I mean, I'm not sure what more that we could do to have or hear our veterans, the frustration. I mean, Kodo, Yada, Naz. I don't eat all Kodo did all can have long shooting things that is new day or the last baby. Now, what ABC Kodo you yesterday or shooting. I mean, I'm not sure how many miles that they've walked. Although she should not shut down to other quiet time that not AC to get that just not how to me. The call the magical light, Allah. Let our codon hit it, then hit it, out ish because it seems like it's the last song, which you have to eat. I didn't knock her. I didn't hit that, not that. The call codo it all. Navigate then the beat out by eight or eight or 11. The hot at the no open time, the either the matter of Kodo, the Belani the policy in Lenigi. Again, the timeline illustrates how many times I had an open door for any delegates or any veterans to come to help develop this particular legislation. For 8 months, don't know what it's for that. I don't know if all 24 of us will be at the work session. Koko added off ito bakit the do o hatchin that and nanita o to isn't o hohoti. Ko isi te an sin hasan la quite out of veterans meeting ko that's one area that I keep asking Shemayaja on the 219 application. Ado kodo 75 critical identify the community that's the same situation that we're going through and I'm going through as far as my chapter as well. I mean, having the largest community, I believe that 219 is probably not accurate. I'm sure there's more. Being having the largest community. In the some veterans are just kind of just giving up and say that what's the use of getting these documents in place, because I know one time they were told that they need to reply. We cut out at one building this such that and I just struggling the need so she cut not that no is ocean up that's a needle this just other policies and not called two areas the one that went to RDC and went to HES committee. They launched in June. There was a lot of amendment area, but ANP could reintroduce another. It just went to HES. Different policy. They been still. Just a pass on strong quite. Just the last one did be all years. They just that not us again quite. This policy. One bad or they no quite. You gotta have these. You gotta meet these criteria that no by that here. Some of them are saying that is it just only the armed discharge? What about the general discharge? What about the dishonorable discharge? But nonetheless, if they've served in the military, Asia hit up by Yale Pier that ego. Could all have used it, neither has the door and the hot or could or ocean and not ocean. Not all kiss up and made to other shoot that they not be finished that either. Although Kodo, Mr. Delegate Brown, but I believe that's a question that you posed to Ms. Barbara with a coalition urge, unless you need to clarify that, Delegate Brown. Although Kodo, she brother Delegate Walker, knew what Kodo, actually, me bunny, dada bunny, but which holds more water. I mean, having more legislations or just one commander making the position, unless it's really coming is from the president's office. I mean, it does happen now. But the archer and then it does the kid with dog go but not it other Katahi and the Bani Kai. A cocoa share additional to budget on the car to add sheep based on add sheep based on dignity. What have to do? A call a baby in Massachusetts. Organization resolutions, the community are needed to take so Nishido are Nishido Kodo, Sato in Hichodan, a cocoa, Sachi that opened with all Kotahot. Again, that Veterans Organization resolution. I mean, the Northern, the 45th, and the Central Agency, and then even the Veteran Advisory Council, by policy, it says that. For Machiko Ecuador, I think the ABA. Hijaya did and did out to a land he has a kid to the tea hot, at a hundred no Kadaba is the Tobata is the Hajan das the on Sudan just case either. For Edu Ashes is the quite another is the but they become not street or the last speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Keon Begay. That colleagues. There was a question regarding again how many managers I don't know are being hired currently. So let me go back to Mr. James Orling. I don't know if you have that information.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The housing program supervisor position is filled. The senior housing specialist position is filled. And as the record stands today, all 5 housing specialist positions are filled. However, Chin Lee and Tuba City positions are transferring back into the VSO position since we have gotten our federal accreditation. So those positions will become vacant as soon as the PAF clears, then they will be immediately re-advertised by DPM. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'm going to go back to the floor then. Any other comments or questions at this time before I go back to reserve time?
Delegate Yellowhair likes to say a few words to put me in queue to the speaker.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Celestia, Koroya, Arkosi, not this Kilti Craig. So I assisted this, I have a this, with either. The man is a she not ego a not of she. Even Zoin, Hanika, I don't need a sister, she yet Mr. President as a Nissa. He didn't be on Tinigi out by yet pay Penam Kin. Unnamed in none the deal list or was it or in none the deal list. Even not this kitty, all has a answer, kitty veteran cut off. But by us teaching on a better on about that on no. So the sea on the line, he better go the big. All your credit that he campaign. Right out of the not the. As a big, just be straight to the point. But all the cosmetic line that the kitty and things lost up and on the the quiz are big details. The quiz dog details. But that our by a deal kill that not out of an answer. Hello, what I say the quiz was a what answer has the not the brother-in-law got 4 houses instead of Washington, D.C., instead of Washington and Georgia, and 1 in Texas. We have 4 houses up on first case. Really, what are you thought? The Johnson. All your own nails, what did you see? All your kitchen at that on the start. Oh, now, that what are even not this kid. It's a key. As you always talk for veterans and play doing it, but how many of veterans have can support themselves a good job? How many of them are not working? Maybe there's some health issue they have. Once or not, this kid only. I reserve my time. To the speaker. Yeah.
2 minutes and 40 seconds on reserve time. Any other comments or questions, colleagues, before I go back to reserve time? If none, go back. Vice Chair Smith, 21 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Reserve my time.
19 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Herman Daniels, 1 minute, 11 seconds on reserve time.
Speaker, I'm going to reserve my time.
1 minute and 9 seconds. Moving on down. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 1 minute and 24 seconds on reserve time. What's yours, Madam Chair?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Speaker, I do have one question. Since there's a lot of issues regarding the job responsibility and the creation of the job, is it possible to put the contract of the Veterans Administration Director out there so that we can determine whether his job responsibility covers what he currently is doing? I reserve my time, Speaker.
Madam Chair, reserve time 1 minute 6 seconds. Can you state that again? You at the very end, I couldn't hear what you're saying.
Without taking time away, Speaker, I did request if we could, if we can put the Veterans Administration Director's contract out there so that we can see what his job responsibility is, and then, you know, I guess find out if his job responsibility covers the responsibility that was given to him by Health, Education, Human Services with the legislation that was sponsored by Delegate Raymond Smith. Thank you, Speaker.
That we're going to go back to Honorable Keon Begay and then to Ms. Barbara for Madam Chair Charles Newton's question. Che, anything in response at this time? Or you just want me to go to? I don't think there was anything. Oh, unless it will respond to Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, but I can go to Ms. Barbara.
Che, for those last song is Lenigi, the last song Lenigi, which are not this quite beginning to ask how many of veterans are supporting Lenigi. Other majority of them are probably working as much as what they can to do. They need them, you're contributing of what we after we've served. But the one thing you guys need to, especially, one thing that we need to understand. The ultimate sacrifice. So for me to say that how many are self-supporting, I cannot answer that question. But maybe, again, I know through the policy, it does say that there needs to be established of a data of our veterans within the administration. Maybe that could, maybe Jimmy here. Because I know within the current policy, it says that there needs to be established of a data of our veterans population. And there should be any form of a sector or section of how our veterans are being identified. How many of our veterans are supporting. So again, the notion to say that, a lot of our veterans choose not to even submit their DD 214 to the Veterans Organization. But they say that. But a lot of areas we need to understand. That is the case, that is true. But remember, a lot of our veterans have some mental and social issue. That's where we step in to help them. We need to understand and advocate for our veterans. And then other populations, there's a lot of social, mental areas that we really need to continue to provide service to them and for them. Earlier, Speaker, if I may, the administrator had made it known that these are positions. Now remember, this legislation by policy is being established. It has only been established. Whatever was established is probably will be wiped out again. Other than the latest one, the VSOs, there's a lot of vacancy. One person is having multiple titles at each of the veterans office at the agency level. So those are some areas I think that we really need to put on the table for all veterans to know, because they continue to knock on the door and not get much service at the agency level. I believe legislative council. Speaker.
Thank you. Let me go to Ledge Council, Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Ms. Bobroff. In answer to the question, I think, which was raised by Delegate Charles Newton, I am, as you've been aware, as I've announced to Council, I was able to get a copy of Mr. Zerline's contract. However, under the Privacy Act, I have to be very careful of how I disclose it. But what I can do, and I'm preparing to do right now, is I will send you 2 pages of the contract, which are should be allowable under the Privacy Act. Those 2 pages will cover the time frame of the contract, and also will set out the scope, the duties and responsibilities. So the scope of work under the contract, and I will send those out to you in just a second. I think there was another question, Speaker, and I seem to have missed it. So if it could be repeated, please.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Madam Chair, Charles Newton?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My question was specifically to the employment contract and whether we can make that known because of the responsibilities that we're talking about right now. And then number 2, because he is a Navajo Nation employee using the Navajo Nation funds, whether we can, under that, be able to share the contract. Thank you, Speaker.
Ms. Barbroff?
Speaker, as I just stated, I can release certain portions of the contract, which I am doing right now. There are other portions of the contract that, as I have previously stated, if leadership wants to take a look at, they need to come to my office. Those portions of the contract have more to do with termination of the contract, actual dollar amounts of the pay, things like that, which are essentially protected under the Privacy Act, and I did have to sign a non-disclosure agreement, but there are certain portions I can release which what was specifically requested so far has been the length of the contract, when it started, when the 6 years are over, and the duties and responsibilities under the contract and supervision under the contract. And I am getting ready to send those out. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor then. At this time, I was going on reserve time, so let me continue on. Honorable Charlene, so 2 minutes and 35 seconds on reserve time.
Speaker, reserve time.
Two minutes and 33 seconds. That Chairman Daniel So, 2 minutes and 16 seconds on reserve time.
Speaker, I'll just waive my time.
Thank you. Moving on down, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, 3 minutes and 20 seconds on reserve time.
Can't, Speaker. The 24th Navajo Nation Council. Adoshanand, Delegate Kiawan Begay. My question to you is, with the two previous veterans housing legislations that was passed by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, both of them, HES 03-18 and then HES CAP 04-21. And this new legislation that we are talking about, 0022-22. If we pass this, what Navajo Nation we are known notoriously is for the extraordinary amount of red tape that we put on policies. Do you think that your legislation will just add another layer of bureaucracy or red tape to spend the housing dollars? These current, I'm reading the two HES CAP that was passed and these legislations, and I'm wondering if this is just going to slow down the process. The way you respond, I will vote either in favor with this response. If you say no, this is not, and if you can give me a timeline how this legislation is going to in fact expedite bringing housing to our Navajo veterans. So is this legislation going to fix the housing? For instance, the big social media conversation that the nation has been talking about is, in Ganado, south of Ganado area. I'm wondering if the veteran out there is going to get his house completed if this is passed. So I'm listening to you, and you're bringing these points up. I should need the base of Ajit Hitler Choido in the quest at better not it Ahibe. They hadn't lagi do bayan kigi. Knowledgeable article can it in a Aja Abiga should no cohok at a not art message a hain seal. Ni o de a yat ehobet on the shedden needle. A she de quaggy a could not could ash adole. That a cohort to the pension list of Hansen. They only have one hit art at those need to call the dance on the so better not it. I had a delia, it at has your pension listen. So I look at Ajit and Nasi Nahaz Khani and need so the need. Kolla, Dosha Bahas and the Ajit are higher than Liagi. Ajisha. Ajish which I ain't see any their email Craigie in last so a coho ayo Craigie dodo it hasn't done how long. So is this kind of premature? But I'm gonna be waiting for your response. The speaker, I wait the rest of my time. Yeah.
Thank you. That moving on down, Honorable Jimmy over here. Reserve time at 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair. What is your point of privilege?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not sure if it's on my end, but it was a little glitchy towards the end of Delegate Brown's statement. And then when you spoke, Speaker, like it was very glitchy as well. So I'm not sure if it's just on my end. Thank you.
Did I come in glitchy? No, everybody says okay here in the chambers. Maybe I'm glitchy.
Thank you, Speaker.
All right. With that, Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair, again, 2 minutes and 40 seconds on reserve time. Going twice, Honorable Yellow Hair, you have 2 minutes and 46 or 40 seconds. Reserve time. Going 3 times. That, moving on down. I don't have anybody else in the queue, colleagues. So with that, I'm going to go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 19 seconds.
Hello? Thank you, Speaker.
Vice Chair Smith,
Speaker?
we have 19 seconds.
I appreciate it, Speaker. Somebody's talking. No. Don't take my time away. Somebody's talking in the background.
Vice Chair Smith, you have 19 seconds.
Thank you. I think we're not getting anywhere, so I'll motion to table this. Reserve my time.
Oh, how many seconds? 15 seconds is your reserve time. You're motioning to table your reason and time frame.
Thank you, Speaker. Time frame will be less than 30 days to revisit this and send it back to Navajo to relook at all this. And I think the reason being too is we're talking about contracts in here. I thought it was just basically the amending of the Title II reference to the program manager to oversee the housing.
Vice Chair
So that's my. My phone was mute.
Oh, Vice Chair Smith, you're saying table, and then you also said you want to refer this back to NABI. Those are 2 different things.
Okay, I'll just table it for 30 days.
And the reason why?
A reason to get more information on behalf of the program manager, and if that's going to infringe upon the expeditions of getting the housing projects out there as quick as possible. Because I heard earlier that the positions were filled, and that's my reason. And thank you.
So motion to table legislation 0022-22 for no longer than 30 days to receive more information on more information on behalf of what? Information on the program manager's position, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Program Manager's position.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
And future contracts. Point of privilege, hold on, colleagues, for getting this together. There's a point of privilege by Madam Chair Charles Lewin at this time. Madam Chair Charles Lewin, what is your point of privilege this afternoon?
Thank you, Speaker. I raise a point of privilege under Rule 16B to maintain among and between all members of council and the public, and to maintain the dignity and integrity of the proceedings. So I just want to make clear, this tabling is for 30 days to get more information about how long it's going to take to fill the position, because we're worried that it's going to interfere with the building of homes, is what I have in my notes. Maybe I misunderstood that. But isn't tabling doing exactly that, Speaker? And I raised that because that, maintaining that, I have to take this information back to my veterans. So I'm trying to get some understanding of why we are tabling. If it's about time, then isn't tabling for 30 days just adding more time to the issue? Thank you, Speaker.
You could state that, Madam Chair. I'm going back to Vice Chair Smith to clarify his motion to table. So to re-clarify. Vice Chair Smith? Vice Chair Smith?
Yes, Speaker, I'm here.
Vice Chair Smith, we need further clarification on the reason of tabling. We have received more information on behalf of the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Program Manager position and future contracts. And you don't know if this is going to help stall future, I guess, construction of homes as well. And you're wanting that question answered. Now, is that it? Is that all? Is that what you're clear? Is that what you're stating for the reason why you're tabling this legislation 0022-22?
Thank you, Speaker. Maybe I should make this more clear. Instead of tabling it, I withdraw that tabling motion. I'd rather go to work session on this behalf to get in-depth information, because I'm hearing various agencies are in support and various agencies are not in support, and we cover the whole Navajo Nation for all the veterans. And this work session would be to iron out what we really need to do in order to get this expedited on behalf of the legislation. The legislation does indicate it wants to get a program manager, but that's kind of vague. Program manager itself can be program manager 1, 2, 3. What are the specifics on that? And those are the questions that that are pending, Speaker. So I request for a work session on this. No later than 3 days.
So your request then now is modified to motion to refer legislation back to Navajo Committee to have a work session and get more in-depth information on the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Program Manager position, and also have input from Navajo Nation veterans, whether that be the CVOs or the Advisory Council. Is that?
Oh, I'll put that, Speaker ahead now. Thank you.
Motion to table legislation motion to refer legislation 0022 for no longer than 30 days to hold an Apkeatik committee work session. And the reason why is to receive more information on behalf of the Navajo Nation's Veterans Administration Program Manager position and future contracts, and to receive input from Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. Correct, Vice Chair Smith?
Oh, Speaker, Hela, Hotel.
That, there's a motion by Vice Chair Smith. Is there a second on a referral motion on legislation 0022-22? Honorable Otto So. Second, so motion. That, colleagues, referral motion is non-debatable. McKeon Begay, this is in a tabling motion, so you don't get your 3 minutes to explain your position on the referral motion. That, colleagues, go to board on the referral motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes red.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes red via text. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green via text. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay votes red via text. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Vince James votes red via text. Speaker, with a vote of 11 in favor, 13 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for that. 11 in favor, 13 opposed. Motion fails to table legislation or to refer legislation 0022-22 back to the Navajo Committee. That we're going back to reserve time. Lift off with Vice
Question of privilege,
Chair
Vice Chair Smith.
Moving on.
Question of privilege, Vice Chair Smith.
Question of point of privilege, Vice Chair Smith. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Speaker. The question is on the voting count. You said 11 in favor and 13 opposed. That makes 24. Who's the one that voted for the 24th? I know that we have 24 delegates, but how does that add up? That's my question.
Sorry, the machine did a glitch. It's 11 in favor, 12 opposed, and speaker not voting. So motion fails.
Thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out, Vice Chair. Colleagues, moving on down back to the
11, 12, 11, 13.
reserve time on legislation 0022-22. Honorable Herman Daniels, 1 minute and 9 seconds. Honorable Herman Daniels. On reserve time, you have 1 minute and 9 seconds. Going twice?
Speaker.
Yes. Oh.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Kudo Ikihat. Arunana Kudo. Alida Adis Nishan Soman Saske, the Koto West on a play Kudo. There's a make Kato. Kudo Nagate, I was hoping that Nagate all three legislation. Zoban deep, it was Zobek now. These. A queen song, Toto and Nesta. So the rate say the net been on the rate perhaps at 20 arrows when invite the rate of veterans organization, the rate commanders, vice commanders, that Hiki, able to that hard time to shadow ya people. That's John Dodless, so what else about this case of what a quan kid is not in it, and I don't know what let's go. So idiot over Bana Oscar or the previous legislation could have make it without the work session without need to. So but with this legislation, that without they talking to our veterans from Western Agency. Either way, Jordan could also either about speed or could that. But I'm ready to vote. Without Mr.
Time's up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Thank you very much. Sorry. That Honorable Daniels close out on this time. Moving on down on the reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 1 minute and 6 seconds on reserve time. One minute and 6 seconds. Madam Chair, Charles Newton on reserve time. Going twice. Going 3 times. Honorable, moving on down, Honorable Charlene, so 2 minutes and 33 seconds. On reserve
Speaker, I
time.
will go ahead and reserve my time.
2 minutes and 31 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. 2 minutes and 40 seconds on reserve time.
Hello, Yatek, and good afternoon, Speaker and 24th Navajo Nation Council. Arut National Angi. But all not how this is television. Is last so can it not on that? Hanna can it not take in all. Is nila tosiyat eta hata tosiyat eta. Even not it says it is Allah of this the bayat. So politics in the state, I want to straight to the point. I support veterans, but we're going to have to do our job properly. Her job on that is Herman, Honorable Herman Daniel, a job on Yeti, on need a job by Yeti with a over on the instead of that, I mean, it's about 11 of us, almost 50. It's only what so I like to reserve my time. I go about that's the
Oh, we all
campaign.
here. Stop this time. We all here. I can't hear you. You're breaking up.
I'll reserve my time.
1 minute, 35 seconds. Moving on down. I don't have anybody else in reserve time. Nobody else. I mean, I don't have anybody else in the queue. So I don't know if you want to respond at this time. Honorable Keelan Begay to Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair. Or I don't think, I think it was just more of a comment. If you have anything, or I can ask you to vote.
True. Kudo how Zito and night that kidiki delegate yellow hair. I guess maybe another way for me to say is I don't keep track of all 10,000 veterans to see if they're working or not. The administration should be able to provide that information. Last saw na justo pe apit and the tie the dog it up but nasi pa na itil kita ban ti ra jo kwa ki after this are quite we're beginning to question our veterans of their ability to work or not, or if they are working. Is that really necessary for us to determine how we're going to be moving forward in addressing all veterans issue? I'll get yellow here. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Keon Brigade, let me go ahead. Any other comments or questions at this time, colleagues, before I go back to reserve time? There's nobody. Let me go ahead and go back to reserve time. And Chair Charles doing 1 minute and 6 seconds.
Speaker and colleagues, I will say that I do support this legislation, as I've already stated before. I think that, there has been some concern about letting one person make the decision. As I stated already before, in my meeting with Mr. Zwerlein, I was concerned because of the number from 219 applications down to 75 for Northern Agency. With the 3 criteria that were applied. So Shiprock right now is set to receive 17 veterans homes, but there's still a lot of questions. And when I did ask, how the criteria was applied, it was an internal decision that was made. And I think that, we need to be as fair as we can to our veterans. We need to be addressing the issues that are coming down the pipeline. I don't believe that, tabling or doing a work session is helping our veterans. I think we should just make the decision, vote on the issue, and then be able to take that back to our veterans to say that this is the way that we voted and this is why. In terms of the change in policy, I believe that only went before Health, Education, Human Services, and it didn't come before Navik Iatke. So I just want to make that clear. And again, I do support this legislation. Speaker, and also Delegate Kealan Bigay. 2 new houses built during an election year is not enough to justify that this program is working. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, she's not here right now. Going down, so 2 minutes and 31 seconds. Staff, who's on the line taking care of it?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, Honorable Charlene. So
okay,
you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Shazia.
On reserve time.
I know that we are very concerned with this new legislation, but going back, we've had a lot of veterans issues, and with previous administrations, applications, some were trashed, some were thrown out. And, we have to pick up from that again. We are still working to rebuilding. It's a process that's not going to resolve itself overnight or within the weeks to come. But I'm thinking that now, if we take faith and move forward with this legislation, it'll be a good beginning. And, it's what majority of our veterans spoke of on Monday. So, let's just support this legislation. And going forward, we have so much responsibilities on the director right now. I don't think that, giving this new position to a manager, it's going to hinder much more. We have to rebuild. We have to work around these problems. We have to find new solutions. And, thinking back from the applications, I know that I have surviving spouses where they have redone their applications more than 3 times because their applications were thrown out or lost. And, I think back on that, and because of that, we're dealing with such a big mess. And, I know that there's so many different opinions within agencies of our veterans, but, as we do understand as legislators, we can't please everybody, but we can at least try to make this change. And we have veterans, like I said, it took a while for us to act on a veteran to help him rebuild his life, to help give him clothes, to help rebuild his house. And it took a community effort, and it's not one that is easy. So, I know that there's so much that we have to do. And all of our veterans are entitled to housing. This criteria does concern me as well. Every veteran that has served is entitled to a house. They are entitled to their benefits. They deserve it without any questions asked. But we are making it far more difficult than it should be. Let's move forward with this. again, as Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton stated, I don't think a work session is going to do any justice at this point. It's just going to be a revolving door, and we need to make an action today on behalf of our veterans. Thank you, Speaker. I waive the rest of my time.
Thank you. That using up your time. Honorable Charlene, so thank you for the comments. That, colleagues, moving on down. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, 1 minute and 35 seconds on reserve time. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here going twice. Yeah, 1 minute and 35 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you very much, Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. I just want to state my mind that I supported veterans, but these points are brought up, they're very important too. My brother passed on, standing over here was passed on due to Agent Orange. So it already was understand. Not even not the not on thingy. So I don't need to. This is the minute it over the story cost it all over $8 or since it's not only the same kid. There'll be tomorrow's the day we have to talk about that. There's a lot of issues we still have to cover. There's others and you. My son is check. I'm not then oh you on the house. I could never say no, it's not I'm thinking. Sean started out to help us speak on this. Yeah, Speaker. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I wait my few minutes second that I have. I wait that one. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That moving your time. Those are just comments. Is there any other further comments or questions at this time, colleagues? Yes. If there's none on the, I don't have anybody in queue. Nobody else in the reserve time. Ready to vote on legislation 0022-22. Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board. On the main motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Gallagher Jr. votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is the show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes red via text. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Speaker, with a vote of 13 in favor, 9 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With 13 in favor, 9 opposed, a speaker not voting, motion fails. As that was a 2/3 legislation. That, colleagues, moving on down. Item number D, legislation 0043-22 is on up next on our agenda. That is sponsored by Honorable Stewart. Ms. Nakai, if you could read that into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution. Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, thence Law and Order Committee, thence Navajo Committee, thence Navajo Nation Council. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year, 2022, introduced by I apologize for that. This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution, and it went to Resources and Development Committee, thence Budget and Finance Committee, thence Nabakeya Committee, thence Navajo Nation Council. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Wilson C. Stewart Jr., prime sponsor, tracking number 0043-22, an act relating to the Resources and Development, Budget and Finance and Nabakeya Committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $437,947 out of the Citizen Fund to purchase a new motor grader for Sawmill Chapter and to purchase a new backhoe for Red Lake Chapter, approving the related expenditure plans pursuant to 12 NC sections 2501 through 2508. The referenced exhibits are there, including resolutions from the chapters. Also, a Resources and Development Committee report with a due pass with no amendments, and a vote tally sheet is attached, as well as a Budget and Finance Committee report with a due pass without amendment, and a vote tally sheet. Nabakeya Committee report was passed and referred to the Navajo Nation Council with a vote tally sheet. Mr. Speaker, that concludes the reading.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Or Ms. Hawkeye. Thank you for reading that to the record. This, colleagues, legislation 0043-22. Is there a motion? Motion by Honorable Brown. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Slater.
Second, hello now.
That, colleagues, Nobby works. Any comments, questions? No.
Question?
That, Honorable Stewart, you have 20 minutes on the board.
A question to the speaker, auto colleagues, go 24th Navajo Nation Council, Giyat Inana Akukuru legislation, Liniki 0043-22, Giyaya, that's for the two chapters, Sawmill and Red Lake. I know there was a legislation that went and passed last summer or last spring for heavy equipment. And these two chapters, at the time those were being passed, the leadership, myself, and the chapters were not able to submit the quotes at the time, because with the Sawmill chapter, we had an acting individual as a chapter coordinator. And then with the Red Lake one, it was due to the fact that the chapters were working from home at the time that this was going through. And then we missed out on that opportunity. Therefore, with that, the chapters and we went ahead and went back through and we submitted these. Sawmill did request at one time for a vehicle, but the motor grader was what the community wanted. Therefore, we are asking for a motor grader for the Sawmill chapter. And then for the Red Lake chapter was a new backhoe. Red Lake is in need of a backhoe for not only the community itself, but also for the farming and agricultural purposes of their farm board committee that they have. So these two chapters went ahead and did their resolutions, which are attached. They also worked with the CPMD as office as well, and myself and my assistant, Mr. Timothy Begay, who got all the documents in. As stated, they went through the necessary the RDC, Budget and Finance, Nabakeya, and now Navajo Nation Council. Therefore, we're asking for assistance to go ahead and approve these, along with the comments from the community members of Red Lake that are asking for assistance from the nation to go ahead and get these in for them, to process the paperwork for them, and with the assistance of the LLS office, Ms. Tapahi, who worked on the legislation to get it through, went through its 5-day comment period before the committees again. And so with that, I do have the Mr. Elmer Johnson from CPMD online if needed. Also Dr. Yellman if needed, but that's the legislation that I am requesting for assistance to purchase these. And it was going through the CSN fund to purchase them from that account. And I do appreciate your vote to that.
That's my presentation for now, Speaker Silla.
Thank you very much. That colleagues, we'll go to the floor. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to offer an amendment to include a water truck for one of my chapters that has a high proportion of its citizens without running water, wherein they'll still be waiting for several years as IHS continues to design their water project. I reserve my time.
Every time at 4 minutes and 45 seconds. That colleagues. Ms. Nakai, do we have it? Do you have that amendment ready? Ms.
Thank you.
Nakai, I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Amendment 1 to legislation number 0043-22. One on page 1 at lines 13, 14, and 15 in the title of the act. Make the following changes. Navajo Nation Council approving _ citizen fund allocations of $317,947 for overstrike, $437,947 out of the citizen fund to purchase existing language, a new motor grader for Sawmill chapter, and add a comma and add new language, $120,000 for overstrike to purchase existing language, a new backhoe for Red Lake chapter, _ comma, and $95,315 for a water truck for Rock Point chapter. Approving the 2 on page 3, starting at line 18, insert the following new paragraphs, and these are all underscored language. G, the Rock Point chapter is requesting $93,315 out of the citizen fund for the purchase of a water truck, which is urgently needed by the chapter for water-related community and chapter purposes. The chapter has provided a current price quote for a used 2013 4,000-gallon water truck with a description and photos of the vehicle. Exhibit E. H, allocation of the $93,315 as requested by the Rock Point chapter meets the criteria for citizen expenditures because the chapter's proposed expenditure involves community development and infrastructure for the Rock Point chapter and surrounding areas as described in 12 NNC section 2502A1. 3, attach as new exhibit E the price quote from Empire Truck and Trailer dated 7/21/22. 4, on page 3 at lines 19 and through 21, make the following changes. Section 3, and this is overstricken, approving $437,947 out of the citizen fund for the purchase of the vehicles and related equipment for Sawmill chapter and Red Lake chapter. New language, approving citizen fund allocations of $317,947 for a new motor grader for Sawmill chapter and $120,000 for a new backhoe for Red Lake chapter and $93,315 for a water truck for Rock Point chapter. Existing language, approving the related expenditure plans. 5, on page 4, starting at line 5, insert new paragraphs E and F as follows. New language. E, in accordance with 12 NNC section 2505A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves $93,315,000 out of the $93,315 out of the citizen fund for the purchase of a water truck for Rock Point chapter as explained in this act. F, the Navajo Nation hereby approves the expenditure plan for the purchase of a water truck for the Rock Point chapter as described in the attached Exhibit E. 6 on page 4 at line 5, delete $437,947 in. 7 on page 4 at lines 10, 12, and 29, delete $437,947 and insert citizen funds underscored. 8 on page 4 at line 15, insert a new clause after Lake Chapter and before the comma as follows. And this is underscored, and the $93,315 for the Rock Point chapter. 9 on page 4 at lines 15 and 19 where it mentions exhibits, delete E and insert E. 10 on page 5 at line 1, delete $437,947 and insert citizen funds. 11 on page 5 at line 4, delete $437,947. 12, renumber, re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits, including any needed adjustments to dollar amounts listed to implement the council's intent in approving this legislation as amended. This amendment supersedes inconsistent wording in any other committee or council amendments which working shall be conformed to this amendment. And that concludes the reading of exhibit or amendment 1. Exhibit E is also attached in your email. Speaker.
Thank you very much with that. Colleagues, there's an amendment 1 on legislation 002 or 0043-22. Honorable Slater, is there a second? Second.
Delegate Brown, I'll second.
Honorable Stewart. Colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment 1? Twice. And 3 times. Let's go to board on amendment 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
How about green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Yeah, votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
How about green?
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Haluna votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Vote, please.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green via text. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is start, yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. On Amendment 1, 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Back, colleagues, I'm back at the main motion on legislation 0043-22. Any other comments or questions?
Speaker Freeland. Speaker.
I'm going to Chairman Yazzie. Sorry, Chairman.
Okay, thank
Yazzie, and then Honorable Freeland, and then
Yellen.
Okay.
Honorable Cole. That's the lineup.
Okay.
Chairman Yazzie.
Yeah, Speaker, good afternoon, and members of the council and everyone that's listening online, then staff that are there at the chambers. Speaker, and my colleagues, as you all know, yesterday we spoke about Brianna Lake chapter, the multi-purpose building, and ran out of time. And so I would like to make an amendment to add this request from the CSN funds. And I appreciate Mr. Stewart's legislation. And in the past, my colleagues, I have voted pretty much in favor of all the CSN accounts and requests, and even the UUFBs, to help your chapters and for your areas, my colleagues. And so we did email the documents to Ms. Barbara. If I know she got the emails, the budget has been signed, and so this amount is for a multi-purpose building. This is going to benefit the veterans. They're going to be using this building for their meetings, and then also for our senior center too as well. This is where, when COVID goes down, where meals will be cooked, and where our elders can gather, and then also for holding the regular chapter meetings. The old chapter house, my colleagues, has been demolished because of asbestos and mold. And so now currently the chapter's just been meeting outside, going by the CDC guidelines, but they do have a small little building that the CSC works out of, and the chapter staff. So that would be my motion. My colleagues and I respectfully and plead with you, my colleagues, for your vote on this multi-purpose building. Speaker, I reserve my time, sir.
Reserve your time at 2 minutes and 56 seconds. That, Ms. Nakai, if you could read in Chairman Yazi's amendment to the record.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the council. This is Amendment 2 to legislation number 0043-22. On page 1 at lines 13, 14, and 15. In the title of the act, make the following changes. Navajo Nation Council approving new language citizen fund allocations of $317,947 for, and then overstricken is $437,947 out of the citizen fund to purchase a new motor grader for Sawmill chapter and is existing language, adding a comma after chapter. New language, $120,000 for overstricken to purchase, and then existing language, a new backhoe for Red Lake chapter, new comma and new language, and $10,031,897 for a new multi-purpose building for Mariana Lake chapter, approving the as existing language. 2 on page 3, starting at line 18, insert the following new paragraphs, new language. G, the Mariana Lake chapter is requesting $10,031,897 out of the citizen fund for a new multi-purpose building, which is needed by the chapter for community activities, official chapter meetings to provide public services and for other purposes. The chapter explains its need for this project and request for funds in resolution number MLC 2022-04-04 dated April 14, 2022, attached as Exhibit E. H, the chapter has provided a detailed project proposal attached as Exhibit F and a line item cost estimate for the project attached as Exhibit G. I, allocation of the $10,031,897 as requested by the Mariana Lake chapter meets the criteria for citizen expenditures because the chapter's proposed expenditure involves community, it's coming from here, community development for the Mariana Lake chapter and surrounding areas as described in 12 NC section 2502A1. 3, attached as new Exhibit E, the resolution MLC 2022-04-04 from the Mariana Lake chapter dated April 14, 2022. 4, attached as new Exhibit F, the project proposal and summary. F, attached as new Exhibit G, the cost estimate for the project. And then 6 on page 3 at lines 19 through 21, make the following changes. Section 3, overstricken is approving $437,947 out of the citizen fund for the purchase of vehicles and related equipment for Sawmill chapter and Red Lake chapter. New language approving citizen fund allocations of $317,947 for a new motor grader for Sawmill chapter and $120,000 for a new backhoe for Red Lake chapter and $10,031,897 for a new multi-purpose building for Mariana Lake chapter, approving the related expenditure plans. 7 on page 4, starting at line 5, insert new paragraphs E and F as follows. New language at E, in accordance with 12 NC section 2505A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves $10,031,897 out of the citizen fund for the new Mariana Lake chapter multi-purpose building as explained in this act. F, the Navajo Nation hereby approves the expenditure plan for the new multi-purpose building for the Mariana Lake chapter as described in the attached Exhibit E, Exhibit F, and Exhibit G. 8, on page 4 at line 5, delete $437,947 in 9 on page 4 at lines 10, 12, and 29, delete $437,947 and insert citizen funds. 10 on page 4 at line 18, insert a new sentence at the end of the paragraph G as follows. And this is new language. DCD shall also arrange for the transfer of $10,031,897 to the Mariana Lake chapter for the chapter's use on the multi-purpose building project as described in exhibits E through G, according to DCD's usual procedures for payments to chapters that are duly certified under the Local Governance Act 26 NNC Section 1 through 2005. 11 on page 4 at line 19 at the end of the sentence, delete D and insert G. 12 on page 4 at line 25, insert new sentence at the end of the paragraph I as follows. New language, the Mariana Lake chapter shall consult with DCD as appropriate on its multi-purpose building project and shall follow all of the full Navajo Nation and or chapter procurement and Navajo preference laws, regulations, and policies in procuring goods and services related to the project and in hiring and contracting for the project. The Mariana Lake chapter shall also maintain appropriate insurance coverage for all activities related to the project. 13 on page 5 at line 1, delete $437,947 and insert citizen funds. 14 on page 5 at line 4, delete $437,947. 15, renumber or read letters succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits, including any needed adjustments to dollar amounts listed to implement the council's intent in approving this legislation as amended. This amendment supersedes inconsistent wording in any other committee or council amendments, which wording shall be conform to this amendment. That concludes the reading of the amendment to Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues. This is amendment 2, right? That there is an amendment number 2 on legislation 0043-22, sponsored by Chairman Yazzie. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Halona. That, colleagues, any comments, questions?
Mr. Speaker, this is Daniel.
Mohammed Daniels on amendment 2.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Chairman Yazzie, amendment delegate Halona Nikin Yakoto. Aye Kokoto Papan case that Tatida. Patona Gate, amendment Pihi, Low Nana Katida. Koko Katona Gate, Nagata, I know that we approved some funds for chapters. Nagata, heavy equipment on the hard, up best Babella, the Linkoto. So if heavy equipment the house need out those equipments were delivered to chapters. But if that's are we doing a second round? Or can we do second round? Heavy equipment died now nana. I know that equipment are needed at the chapter level, at the local level. Just recently, 2 months ago, we had high winds. Sandy Rose, sand drift. That is with the recent rain that we got. It it's on the east chocolate. By air by here, again, for no. I can't that show you so yeah. But I see the year found here. But then it's Lanco. Adona Danion, the what get at the Liga, reading it naked at the Le. So Hanan at the Bahadon letter. As I asked was Ocean Jonas as Vendo, but Quadona again, or you benada he so did. Oban says case so that. I started that a base of barbecue and now these native what are the bonnet, not on it, so man, that's case of did a quaddy codon hit that quado. See, Zeniki, Hajo by needs and so for our chapters, for our communities. Like the 4 chapters that I represent, quado, 8 what the Hajo by in the motor grader, 8 it's that needs and done. I don't know a water truck. What air cause of Baba says case of. Quado that best was unneat, Liniki, Quado, I'll say not a neat piece, that's a bayonara piece, or did. So, you what Nana kiss of what did. I don't see a net or if this resolution, legislation resolution, if it goes across, as Hashina net or call. So, 80 Quado that you found this case, that did, you have zot or less, or you. Indeed, long ago you get a thousand, the snitty, the hazard or less. I don't let over indeed, Jacodo. They had on a peso. I seen that lies and that so that other bands that came to all. A cocoa, a baba honey, and a topping the hasto. I don't say Kosoco. A cocoa on the radar, a snanal day, a next 25th council. I had thought of the long bow and never got saw the bands that case of that did. Area about Bashan there, Craig, without Mr. Speaker, reserve time discussion.
Thank you. 1 minute and 35 seconds. 25 on reserve time. Moving on down. Good afternoon, Chairman Nez. Floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, and Speaker Damon, Aro Beshmas, Anno Seniki. Yeah, Shaho, Aro di Koro, Kate and Nails with that any cage and all less, or the dish kissing the. All sense is John Ashen and Anno Seniki. Nere Hogback chapter, yeah. There's 2 pumps on that chong. Cushy years is land, maybe 100 years if they had a pump back then. But I can see it. Yesterday we met with Water Resources as well as Honorable Vice President Leiser. I see we Hogback chapter again. The how to get the water pump. On that chong, and in the farming tinge not get on that chong. Install nothing, on it the following year. Lay Cortez, Joe, and Anna Kido today. As your Tohado gives Nina, Honeta, just caught us on the Dashing Asian. But I believe that hogback pump station really needs a new design, a new pump. So the farmers, their water got turned off again for a whole month, and they're losing their crops and their alfalfa. So you don't know, look at it. So yesterday I met with Department of Water Resources, hoping that we will have some estimates sometime soon by next week. Hogback Chapter House has been condemned for a couple of years, a few years. They meet in an old preschool building. Then we each got 8.8 million. And I have 6 chapters, and each of them are going to get about 1.46 million. I don't know how many chapters you have over there, Chairman Yazzie, but I think you need to deduct that after you split it all up between your chapters. And you may not need the whole 10 million as I see. This is a whole lot of money we're talking about, Chairman Yazzie. You've been a delegate for a number of years. Aro ashin spehausen shnant at neshiband neshirot nebasht and aba hanit sinayat eti peso tanehjolia ARPA 8.8 million hit it now. How we're going to use the hashit ni chapters today dos in Arab and maybe after that we could introduce legislation individually. Or piggyback right today or hashit hey na not late or skit need to go. I used to I'm going to need your help for a new hogback chapter house. They're asking for 3 million, but with the inflation, I think I would ask for about 5 million. A good building, not a multi-purpose facility, but and minus the 1.46, that would really help from the ARPA. I'd like to reserve the rest of my time.
Thank
Speaker,
you.
what is my reserve time?
Chairman Nez, you got reserve time at 1 minute and 23 seconds. Moving on down. Any other comments, questions, colleagues, at this time? If not, I'm gonna go ahead and go back to Chairman Edwin Yazzie.
The Speaker and members of the council, Mr. Daniels, to your comments about the heavy equipment and the amendment, and also to Chairman Nez, I appreciate your comments. As you all know, yes, with the equipment, it's needed among our chapters very much. And I know my colleagues, my co-delegates, we always say that, we have needs and wants for our districts. And within our district, we have 6 chapters, Mr. Nez. And so that's from Church Rock all the way to the Rue and then back into Pinedale. And so this building that we're talking about has, of course, been in the talks ever since the findings of asbestos. And so when you saw the balance of the CSN fund, that just gave us an idea. And so, to give it a shot like we always do as lawmakers. And I know with the years that we've had, being on council, this is an opportunity, and that I know it's an opportunity for all of us to, ask and conduct amendments or, conduct legislations. And, like I said, my colleagues, I've had, pretty much voted in favor of all the requests that's being made. And Mr. Nez, with your, 2 water pumps that is needed in your chapter, I'll fully support. And so, and then Mr. Daniels too, as well, and your heavy equipment. I always been hearing, that we, try to help each other and try to support each other. And my colleagues, I am just asking for your support on this. And so, and your vote, your favorable vote. My colleagues, Mr. Nez, I hope, and I know I've always talked to you, and and try to be, a support, and, the same way with Mr. Daniels. So my colleagues, I would just ask for your support on this and, the important multi-purpose building. And so, as we're just talking, I mean, we're, thinking about our elders that, when this COVID finally goes away soon, then they'll be able to, all meet in one place. But, and then I know with the equipment getting expensive right now with metal and, wood and construction, and maybe this is the time to actually do this and consider this. Whereas later down the years, the metal prices and construction prices may go up. And so, my colleagues, I would ask for your favorable support and vote on this. And I'm just pleading with you all, my colleagues. Speaker, sir.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues. We're back to the floor. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. We are on amendment number 2 on legislation 0043-22. Any other comments or questions before I go back to reserve time?
I have a question.
Honorable Charlene So, and then Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Charlene So.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to thank my colleagues for their support in trying to make their community improvements. I do have concerns, as I've throughout this term. I know that a lot of revenue isn't coming in as it used to be. And if we go back to the generating station, we have lost millions. And now a lot of these legislations are coming out with CHSN funding. Over the past few months, that has been a little bit of a concern for me. Not much presentation and introduction to revenue projects have been presented to this council. And I worry because what are we leaving for our future generation? Your kids, your grandchildren, what are they going to be able to build on? And I ask my colleague, Honorable Edmund Yazzie, what were some of the initiatives you put forth in working with the state to pursue some of that funding? There were several that we have submitted with the state. And right now, we are preparing the 25th Navajo Nation Council state priorities. Maybe those are some of the priority projects that we can submit on your behalf and to outline for the next 25th council to seek those funding. And in that way, you don't have to go after the whole 10 million. As Honorable Nez spoke to it, it is a lot of money, $10 million. And I would like to support your project and your amendment here. But again, I ask each of my delegates, my colleagues, to think about the future. We need to be focused on primarily revenue sources. What do we need to do? What do we need to invest in to bring in millions and millions of dollars for the next few years, for the next decade? Because right now, throughout the Navajo Nation, we have so much renovation projects that we have. And speaking of myself, I do have a chapter in Sweetwater, my home chapter, that's in a flood zone. And that inflation is now well over 10 million. It has almost tripled since we have started this project initiative. So I just ask that you take this into consideration as these amendments may be coming forth. And Mr. Yazzie, Delegate Yazzie, if that's one that we can do and work with the state task force, I'm willing to advocate and work on that behalf with the state of New Mexico, since I am a state task force committee member. So Speaker, I reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, Honorable Elmer Begay, let me go on down to you.
Good afternoon, Speaker Chairway, members of the Navajo Nation Council. Delegate. My question, I know that we always think about, that how my sister stated, Delegate Charlie. So I think this is the time of the year that we all do that, start spending money. It's election year, and so, but I think to conserve, that Bantak is, that I think my question is, just get to the question is, I wish somebody would be very accurate about the O&M of the buildings. We're talking about multi-purpose buildings. I don't know what the size it is and the depth of it is, and materials that are made out of it. That I'm not sure if throughout the Navajo Nation we have a lot of buildings out there, and we're trying to condemn two on that thing or something or out there. I don't know if we could have property and supplies. How many buildings that are just out there? That will be how that is now. Though something happened to it, maybe they cannot condemn or demolish it because of materials that is made out of it, and asbestos and all others. We don't even have funds for all that. I don't or we add some more buildings for the sickle. That how much as a nation is looking into this to where you just feel that. Look at your backyard. So even as in this case, I wonder how many maybe the department can provide us a listing there. That if it comes to this, when we start talking about buildings and not that how many do we have out there in our areas that are on us or that and how much is it can cost to demolish that? And, so when we think about that, so my question is, I wish CPMD or somebody that could come out with how much does it cost per square footage on a building for an O&M cost, because right now if you go into a new building, the thing that's going to come up with is HVAC, which is more for cooling and then also for heating. To do that, to run it, especially if you're living out in remote areas or building something that's out in remote areas where you have no natural gas. You could can have to be totally electric, or you have to go to propane to do that. Because I have some buildings, I've seen some buildings that my chapters cannot afford to run the buildings. Even right now, even the equipment that we have, do we have money for the operators? And these new equipment that we got insurance by the high law, other than we need a certified operators. No, they cost a lot to run those. According, we have money set sites already for it, or they're ready there to go to work. Without actually
for all the equipment that were bought from the CARES Act funding. Seems like a lot of chapters do not have operators. We don't have, we're not guaranteed, the chapters that guaranteed to go on NDOT roads or BIA roads or that or the high Jishiko. I think when we come to just spending money, we haven't. As a result, all these regulations and procedures that we have, policies that we have. All right.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and go back to Chairman Yazzie for response.
Okay, Speaker, members of the council, and everyone that's listening online. Ms. Charlene So, Honorable So, thank you for your comments and questions. You mentioned about revenue, and I know that's one thing that we always talk about within our chapters and how we can generate revenue. Within Mariano Lake, they're in the works of getting certified. And based on the certification, which has been talked about for many years, we've been talking about this for almost 5 to 6 years now, being certified. And so it's nothing that was just brought up as of today or yesterday, my co-delegates. This multi-purpose building has been talked about in the past years. And of course, with COVID and, everything just had a big setback. And so, but we're starting up the process, my colleagues. And so once the certification's in place for the chapter, they're planning to buy in the future property in the city of Gallup and setting up a store. Talk about a small C store, and whatever tax dollars is coming back, that will go back to the chapter. So we are looking into revenue. And Ms. So, on your question, and I appreciate your statement about you want to help on the state task force. The chapter, of course, our coordinators online, and Andy with the Capital Outlay Office is online too as well. I don't know if I could give them time, but they are listening, and this is, again, my colleagues, has been worked on and talked about in the past years. And so we did apply for the state, $2.9 million from the New Mexico TIF. And then we also applied $1.6 million from the New Mexico Capital Outlay. And because of the staff's work and doing due diligence on this project, the funding has been approved. And so, and now the building in itself was estimated around 13 million. And so those funds has been approved by the state. And so, so I hope that answers your question. And I know within the years to come, they are looking forward of becoming certified. And we are also pushing for that on my side. Mr. Elmer Piquet, I appreciate your comments. You talked about this footage of demolishing a building. I don't know that, Mr. Piquet. So maybe Andy with our Capital Outlay Department could answer that as well, or our CSC. But as I always stated, my colleagues, again, I'm just pleading that for your support on this multi-purpose building. It's built for the senior center, it's built for the veterans, and then it's also built for our young youth department as well. And so, again, what else can I say, my co-delegates and my colleagues? I'm just asking and pleading with you for this support. I mean, if it gets line item vetoed or rejected, then we'll just keep trying. Always like the statement, when you get thrown off the horse, you just saddle up and get back on again and try to get things done. And so, but my colleagues, I'm asking for your help. And Speaker, I don't know if it's okay to have our CSC or our Andy to speak, but if not, then we can just call for the question, but we'll leave it up to our delegates. Speaker, sir?
Good
afternoon. This is
Thank you. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time, I don't think.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Cardi, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the amendment, Chair Yazzie. And in looking and pulling up the New Mexico TIF award for this year, I do see that Mariano Lake multi-purpose building was allocated millions of dollars. My concern, and I'm not sure how delegates are involved in the TIF process, but a concern would be that the only projects that were selected were from Eastern agencies. There's no project from Northern agency, and that has been a common thread in this administration. So I'd like to ask if Dr. Pro Yellowman is on the line. He represents the Navajo Nation on the New Mexico TIF board, and seeing that by law, her program is supposed to develop a 5-year capital infrastructure plan. What is the plan of the nation and how these projects are being prioritized? And then how is that being echoed in the TIF board? And what type of equitability are you providing as you're sharing from delegates from other regions that need support? I think what we're seeing here is the attempt of delegates to know what projects they want to move forward. But there's also a responsibility from the executive side to pull together this planning. So as delegates, we could see the whole picture. And that's what I'm starting to hear from my colleagues that have projects. And I think if we could figure out a way how to best support each other's region. But I'm also concerned in terms of the New Mexico TIF and how much funding has been just concentrated in certain areas. And you've been a Delegate Yazzie, your area has been favored in this process. And so I'd like to ask that question from Dr. Pro Yellowman, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel, so question of privilege.
2 minutes, 37 seconds, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair Cardi, 2 minutes and 37 seconds on reserve time. that, Chairman Daniel, so you have a question on privilege? What is your question on privilege this afternoon?
Okay, thank you. The legislation will require a 2/3 vote. Does this amendment also, in adding to that main motion, require a 2/3 vote to be added to the main motion? That is my question of privilege.
Thank you, Chairman. This legislation, as you said, 0043-22 is a 2/3 vote. Amendment 1 and Amendment 2 both are just simple majority. Every amendment that goes on to this legislation is just simple majority, Chairman Daniel. So, Legislative Council, if you want to further explain. And then I'll go to Dr. Yellowman.
Thank you, Speaker. An amendment to a legislation that has a 2/3 votes requirement. The amendment only needs to pass by a majority vote, but the legislation itself, when it gets approved, it needs a 2/3 majority vote. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, let me go to Dr. Yellowman. Dr. Yellowman, are you on the line?
Yeah, a Speaker.
Oh, yeah, hey. Dr. Yellowman, did you hear the question?
Good afternoon, Honorable Speaker Damon and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I did, and I also have staff on the line, and we've been listening. So I'll start with the question regarding the TIF process. And I am a member of the New Mexico TIF board. And prior to the solicitation, or after the solicitation of funds, when there's state funds that are generated or released to the TIF board for allocations, the TIF board members, they make a solicitation to tribes, villages, and pueblos and Navajo Nation chapters in New Mexico. And from there, the chapters, in this case, it would be the New Mexico chapters. The New Mexico chapters submit their projects. They submit their projects based on critical need, project readiness, capacity, their own capacity, any leveraging funds, the budget. They also submit anticipated outcomes, and then they prepare their presentation. The TIF board solicits for committee reviewers, and I have not been a committee reviewer of those submissions. And I've been pretty much busy, and I remain here on the Navajo Nation. So those review committees, they review those applications, and then they make the selections as to which projects will be presented to the TIF board. In the past, for example, there have been over 40 submissions, and based on the amount of allocations that are appropriated, then they make a selection of about 15 projects that may be selected for funding. So that's how that process has been done in the past. And the chapters are based, or the projects throughout New Mexico that are submitted through the TIF board are selected through the review committee and then presented to the TIF board. So if there's concern on that, that can certainly be brought up to our chair of the TIF board, who is Madam Secretary Trujillo. And I can certainly relay these comments back. So that's how the selection happens for the TIF projects. And then as for the 5-year capital projects plan, that is something that CPMD has been working on. There has been a request to adjust that, and we have been working on that, and there has been progress on that capital outlay or capital projects plan, the 5-year plan. The New Mexico and Arizona and Utah chapters, they do update their Navajo Nation capital projects plan, and in New Mexico, they update their ICIP plans, and they operate from their ICIP plans. And this Mariano Lake multi-purpose project is probably on the ICIP plan, and I know they did receive some funding from the TIF board. So I think that answers the question from Delegate Crotty. I do want to add that CPMD has been working on a matrix and a calculation sheet for operations and maintenance for per square footage buildings. That helps some of the chapters anticipate what some of the costs may be or might be for a square footage building that they're trying to select, or sometimes when we're trying to meet some of these bidding costs and look at increasing or decreasing. Most often it's decreasing to come down to the budget. We look at maintenance, and we look at bringing down the square footage of these buildings. And I know CPMD has been working on a kind of a matrix for square footage on operation and maintenance. So Speaker, I hope that answers the questions. Thank you.
A point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yellowman. Good afternoon, Madam Chair Crotty. What is your point of privilege at this time?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So the point of privilege, can I get information on how Dr. Yellowman was appointed to the New Mexico TIF board, and if she's too busy to attend those, I don't know what you call it, the community vetting process. What would be the process so we could appoint, the Navajo Nation could appoint someone in there to participate in all of those activities? Thank you, Speaker.
Appointment to the TIF board. Thank you. Let me go to Office Legislative Council. If there's a recommendation to appointment to the TIF board.
Thank you, Speaker. Researching right now how Dr. Yellowman was appointed. She probably has a better handle on that than Office of Legislative Council does right at the moment. If we find anything in our research, I will let you know.
Speaker Freeland.
Thank you very much. With that, Dr. Gellerman, go back to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Sure, the process was there was a selection selection from the president's office, and then a second selection from the governor's office, and that can be shared with your office, Speaker. And I'll work with somebody from OPVP to get that information to your office.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That, colleagues, going back to the floor at this time. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Any other comments, questions at this time on amendment number 2 before I go back to reserve time? Honorable Herman Daniels, and on reserve time, you have 1 minute and 25 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, reserve time.
Reserve time, we have 1 minute and 23 seconds. Moving on down. Chairman Rick Nez, you have 1 minute and 23 seconds on reserve time.
I'll waive the rest of my time, Speaker. Thank you. Ready to vote.
Thank you. Moving on down. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 2 minutes and 37 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker, colleague, Chairman Yazzie. Thank you for the proposal and the amendment. I think it's just shedding light on what, as delegates, the information we need from executives to make the best decisions. Because if we collectively, as a council, had that information, we could also be advocating for the needs of our project. That it's hit or miss, Speaker, and I know you have no control over it. And as a sponsor of the amendment, you have no control over it. It's hit or miss the information we're provided as delegates to actively advocate for funds to Navajo Nation dollars, and now finding there's a need to re-examine how the nation submits for projects for states. It was great to hear all of the projects that Arizona is going to provide funding for, but there has to be, I think, a better way, and we need modernization. And I'm concerned also that delegates, when we get these projects funded, who's going to be our project manager and who's going to move this forward, because there's no real solution on how to move that forward. And community development has 50 plus positions for ARPA. And so my last question would be, if any of these fundings are ARPA eligible, will still have to be reimbursed. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
50 seconds, Speaker.
So retirement 50 seconds. That Chairman Edmund Yazzie, we go to Office of Legislative Counsel first, and then if there's any further comments from that, I can go to Department of Justice, Office of Legislative Counsel.
Mr. Speaker, this is Lurleen. Ms. Bobroff will be on the line momentarily.
Speaker, my apologies. This is Dana. I had to step out to speak with the delegate. Can you please repeat the question?
Ms. Barbara?
Yes, Speaker, I had to step out to meet with a delegate. Can you please repeat the question?
Thank you, Ms. Barbroff. With that, I have to go back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Madam Chair Crotty?
Thank you, Speaker. Ms. Barbroff, I was asking if this legislation has language that will allow for federal or ARPA reimbursement if eligible, that would reimburse the Hudson funding. If you could provide that information. And then it's not clear would these amendments come from the chapter's allocation of those ARPA dollars. Thank you, Ms. Barbara.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Delegate Crotty. Just double checking whether it includes the language or not. Yes, if you look at page 5 of the legislation, starting on line 4, it does state that the CSN fund shall be reimbursed the $437,947 amount approved herein from funds available to the Navajo Nation from any and all state and federal sources, including congressional appropriations under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 or other COVID-19 related relief, so long as the chapter expenditures described herein are deemed eligible under such COVID-19 related or other funding sources. So yes, it does have a reimbursement provision. However, the Navajo Nation has already allocated all of its FRF funds and ARPA funds. So this reimbursement would come from any future amounts as long as it is eligible. And as to your question about whether this is part of the funding under the chapter allocations under 0086, which has a new resolution number. Since President signed it, I just can't tell you what it is because I can't find it. No, there is nothing in this legislation as we speak that requires these funds to come out of the, what are called the delegate region allocations. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Crotty, I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara. With that, going back to reserve time still, I have Honorable Charlene So with 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Honorable Charlene So, 2 minutes and 17 seconds, going twice. Honorable Charlene So, going 3 times. That, colleagues, moving on down. I do have Honorable Paul Begay in the queue at this time. Honorable Paul Begay, floor is yours. Honorable Paul Begay. Oh, there you go. Go ahead, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the time, Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Council, and also the presenter, Honorable Delegate Wilson Stewart. The what was a simple legislation asking for 437,000. I've always thought anything over $1 million should be a standalone legislation. There was mentioned of piggybacking a while ago. Legislation on that. We jeopardize the legislation being written into law. I believe any amount over $1 million, each one of us delegates should be able to sponsor that legislation by itself, so that we don't hurt the original sponsor. Yes, we are able to make amendments, but we should also be conscious and think about the possibility of these veto of the original legislation. About these things. So it's just my thought at this time. We're going to spend all afternoon making more amendments, and it's going to be a very bulky price again at the end of the day. Speaker, I reserve my time. Thank you.
Two minutes, 51 seconds, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay. With that, 2 minutes, 51 seconds of reserve time. Let me go on down to Honorable Wilson Stewart. Honorable Stewart, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. Chairman Yazzie, with your amendment requests on this legislation, particular legislation which is geared towards heavy equipment, I would like to ask if you can reconsider going into the next one, which is going to be for cleanup as well within a community. And I wouldn't mind adding it into that one as well. And then we'll just keep this one as the heavy equipment one, sir. That's all I want to express, Chair. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. That, I'll go back to Chairman Yazzie.
Speaker, members of the council, all the questions and comments that were presented to us, I appreciate them. With Mr. Honorable Stewart, he's asking, right, if I could use this at the, refer this to the next legislation. I don't know if he meant that. Is that correct, Speaker?
Honorable Stewart?
Yes, Chairman Yazzie, I would accept this as an amendment to the next one, because the next one is dealing with the community cleanup, and that would be more acceptable in that legislation, I would think. Chairman, Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Stewart, appreciate the request. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that. I'll honor that, Mr. Stewart. As long as, again, as we, I just asked my colleagues vote. So I know we talked about this for almost an hour right now. And I'll go ahead. I know I'm going to make the sacrifice, but this is out of respect to, Mr. Stewart's request. And I know he's got an important legislation too as well. And so, and I just asked my colleagues, I don't know what President Nez is going to do. He might, veto this or, might approve it. And I just don't know. So with respect, Speaker, I know we've talked about this, but I'll go ahead and, try to add this on at the next legislation, Speaker, sir, per Stewart's request.
Thank colleagues. Amendment number 2 has been withdrawn. Honorable Holona? Are you withdrawing it as well?
Dr. Withdraw.
Thank you. With that, then, let me go ahead and go back to the main motion. I do have Honorable Freeland in the queue next. Honorable Freeland, good afternoon on legislation 0043-22.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues, members of the 24th Nomination Council, and all of our staff and all the listeners this afternoon. Speaker, I'd like to propose amendment number 3, I believe. If it's 2, okay. Amendment number 2, related to heavy equipment for Nahadiski's chapter, truck and a trailer. There was an amendment sent out by Office of Legislative Counsel, I believe. I will reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Four minutes and 28 seconds.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. Reserve time at 4 minutes and 28 seconds. With that, Ms. Nakai, could you read the legislation into the record? The amendment. And then I'll go back to the floor. Again, this is Amendment 2, colleagues.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. This is Amendment 2 to legislation number 0043-22. It's not mine. Okay. On page 1 at lines 13, 14, and 15 in the title of the act, make the following changes. Navajo Nation Council approving underscored citizen fund allocations of $317,947 for, and then overstrike is $437,947 out of the citizen fund to purchase a new motor grader for Sawmill chapter, comma, and new language, $120,000 for overstricken to purchase a new backhoe for Red Lake chapter, comma, new language and $121,202 for a new gooseneck trailer and heavy duty vehicle for Nahoteshkish chapter, approving the 2 on page 3, starting at line 18, insert the following new paragraphs, and this is new language G. The Nahoteshkish chapter is requesting $121,202 out of the citizen fund for the purchase of a new gooseneck trailer and heavy-duty vehicle, which are urgently needed by the chapter and community for community and chapter purposes. The chapter has provided current price quotes for a new gooseneck trailer and heavy-duty vehicle, Exhibit E. H allocation of the $121,202 as requested by the Nahoteshkish chapter meets the criteria for citizen expenditures because the chapter's proposed purchases involve community development and infrastructure for the Nahoteshkish chapter and surrounding areas as described in 12 NSC section 2502A1. 3, attached as new Exhibit E, the price quote for Roberts Truck Center dated 2/21/22. 4, on page 3 at lines 19 through 21, make the following changes. Section 3, overstricken approving $437,947 out of the citizen fund for the purchase of vehicles and related equipment for Sawmill chapter and Red Lake chapter. New language approving citizen fund allocations of $317,947 for a new motor grader for Sawmill chapter and $120,000 for a new backhoe for Red Lake chapter and $121,202 for a new gooseneck trailer and heavy duty vehicle for Nahoteshkish chapter. Approving the related expenditure plans. 5 on page 4, starting at line 5, insert new paragraphs E and F as follows. New language E, in accordance with 12 NC section 2505A, the nomination hereby approves $121,202 out of the citizen fund for the purchase of a gooseneck trailer and heavy duty vehicle for the Nahoteshkish chapter as explained in this act. F, the Navajo Nation hereby approves the expenditure plan for the purchase of a gooseneck trailer and heavy-duty vehicle for the Nahoteshkish chapter as described in the attached Exhibit E. 6 on page 4 at line 5, delete through $437,947 in. 7 on page 4 at lines 10, 12, and 29, delete $437,947 and insert citizen funds. 8 on page 4 at line 15, insert a new clause after Lake chapter and before the comma as follows. New language and the $121,202 for the Nahoteshkish chapter. 9 on page 4 at lines 15 and 19 where it mentions exhibits, delete the D and insert the E. 10 on page 5 at line 1, delete $437,947 and insert citizen funds. 11 on page 5 at line 4, delete $437,947. 12, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and exhibits, including any needed adjustments to dollar amounts listed to implement the council's intent in approving this legislation as amended. This amendment supersedes inconsistent wording in any other committee or council amendments, which wording shall be conformed to this amendment. Thereafter, you have Exhibit E, which is the price quote for the gooseneck trailer. Speaker, that concludes the reading of Amendment 2.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nakai. That is there a motion on amendment number 2? I mean, second. Sorry, second on amendment number 2. Going twice.
Second. And can I include a modification in a second?
Honorable Slater, I can put you in the queue. That Honorable Slater, go ahead. On amendment number 2.
I would like to Speaker, I would like to request to modify. Ms. Nakai has the language.
Sanka, if you could read that into read modification, and then I'll go back over to sponsor, see who's good with the modification.
Speaker, I'm not sure where the modification is. Okay, Amendment 2, modification. 1 on page 4. At line 9, insert the following new paragraph M as follows, that this is new language. The Navajo Nation Council hereby waives all requirements for pre-approval by the Motor Vehicle Review Board of the chapter heavy equipment purchases approved herein as would otherwise be required by relevant provisions of 2 NC section 3551 at SEEK. Renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and exhibits to implement the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Speaker.
With that, there's a request to modify. Honorable Freeland. We're good? He's good. That, Honorable Vice Chair Slater is a second. Are you good? He's good. All right, colleagues, I'm gonna go ahead and go back to the floor. Any other comments, questions on amendment number 2? Anybody else in the queue?
Speaker Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So on amendment number 2.
Okay. Speaker, fellow colleagues of the Navajo Nation Council, we're going to start piggybacking. And I would really like to table this particular legislation and this amendment for 30 days because there were chapters that basically got a flatbed and a gooseneck trailer and no vehicle, or they got stick, or excuse me, backhoe but no trailer. And in the aspect of sand springs within White Horse Lake chapter, they're going to get a water tank. We need a water truck to refill that water tank. And so the first legislation, we were in the midst of the first equipment legislation. We were in the midst of a pandemic, and some of the staff at the chapters didn't respond as quickly as clearly. Now we have a better picture, and I would rather we do a more comprehensive legislation to those that were shorted out, to those chapters that were shorted out in equipment purchases. And with that, that would be my request to the sponsors of the amendment, and then withdraw it, goes back to the main motion, and that way I can motion to table for 30 days so that the other chapters can respond with more requests, but as per chapter resolutions and price quotes. The other aspect is the first legislation. We know that certain vehicles haven't been delivered, certain gooseneck trailers haven't been delivered. I would like to get a report from DCD respective of that. Like, okay, we're going to appropriate monies, but some of the original appropriations, those equipment, haven't been delivered to the chapters. So that would be my thoughts as we go forward, Speaker Damon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a request to modify, or there's a request to withdraw, Honorable Friend.
Speaker Damon, without taking off my time, can I respond?
There would be no way else for you to respond.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Senator Speaker, other colleagues. Arashi, thank you for that request. I humbly appreciate that. Just looking at the vote tally from Navikia ticket that was in May, I will go ahead and decline that request at this time, and humbly ask that we do move forward with the legislation. The sponsor does want to move forward too, as well as Honorable Slater. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 2?
Delegate Crotty.
This is Delegate Charles Dewin.
Madam Chair Amber Crotty, and then Madam Chair Charles Dewin in the queue. Madam Chair Crotty, good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Oh, yeah. Yes, Speaker. Looking at this legislation, and in terms of what's been passed, the ARPA legislation that's sponsored by Delegate Freeland, there's a portion of funding that can be regional chapters. My first question would be, is heavy equipment considered ARPA eligible? Has that been reviewed by DOJ? And that was the request when we tabled it at Budget and Finance regarding the original heavy equipment request. The second item is in reviewing legislation 0086-22. Delegate Freeland's district received double than the district that I represent, and also really any other district. And so I am trying to understand what is the plan for delegates to move forward for their regional projects, rather than just looking at Sehafin, where we may need to invest more dollars for our senior centers that wouldn't be eligible, or our costs wouldn't be covered under the ARPA project. So what is the priority of the community and the districts as we move forward? And I am requesting some language, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That question, let me go ahead and go back to the sponsor and then to Office of Legislative Council. Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 16 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues and staff, members of the 24th Nomination Council. Shimoya, thank you for your comments as well. I'm not sure if the requirements for heavy equipment are listed as one of the eligible criteria within one of the categories as defined by the U.S. Department of Treasury. That's definitely a legal question. In regards to the comment about my district getting a lot of funding, I'm sorry, but my chapters were prepared and the majority of that funding goes to water. And I have 8 chapters and I can't tell my chapters not to submit for water projects. The majority of that money does go to water projects. So thank you for your concerns. And, I appreciate my chapters submitting the funding and the need and identifying the need for water. And that's what the significance is they were prepared. So definitely appreciate the concerns on that. And I'll give it back to you, Speaker, in regards to asking the Office of Leg Counsel related to the legal question. Speaker, thank you.
We'll go ahead and then move back to Office of Legislative Council. Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. I have reached out to see if DOJ is on the line. I'm not sure if they are, but let me do a little bit of a recap here. Legislation 0086, which when it was signed into law by the President became Navajo Nation Council Resolution CJN-29-22. That legislation allocated $802,340 per delegate region. As far as the heavy equipment being FRF ARPA eligible, I am not sure that it is under one of Treasury's specific eligibility categories. However, I want to point this out so that CJN 2922 states, this is on page 9 of that legislation, that each delegate region shall be limited to a total of $9,150,000 of revenue replacement projects. That's actually the lost revenue category, and that is very broad. And if the heavy equipment does not fall under a specific eligibility category, it may fall under that revenue replacement category. Speaker, I just got a text that Mel Rodas is on the line, and so Mel can probably better address the question of whether heavy equipment is FRF eligible. Back to you, Speaker. Thank you.
The dawn. Mr. Rodas?
Good evening.
Are you on the line?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and honorable delegates. This is Mel Rodas from DOJ.
Yes. Good evening, Mel. Good to hear your voice.
Good to hear you, sir. I appreciate the question. So there's a few options here in terms of FRF eligibility. Ms. Bobroff was correct in terms of category 3, which is to provide government services to the extent of the reduction of revenue. And that's probably the obvious category that heavy equipment would fit under. But then it's also possible that we could make an argument that it could fit under category 1, which is responding to the COVID-19 public health emergency and its negative economic impacts. So for that, it would depend on what the equipment is and what it's going to be used for. So for example, if it were hypothetically a backhoe and it were to be used for burying lost relatives who passed due to COVID, something like that would be eligible under that category. If it were a trailer that was needed to distribute food, water, emergency aid to chapter members in a response to COVID, something like that could be eligible under category 1. If it were heavy equipment that was needed to drill a well, that could be under category 4 as a necessary investment in water infrastructure. So it would be a fact-specific analysis, Mr. Speaker and council members, but there are definitely options for it being FRF eligible. And the main one would be lost revenue government services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that then, colleagues, let me go ahead and move back to the floor. I do have Madam Chair Charles Liu in the queue. Madam Chair, good afternoon. The floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My question is, the legislation states that this is an urgent need. What is the urgency, as was stated by Chair Daniel? So at the time when the heavy equipment was going through going through council, we were in the midst of COVID, and there were all of these, issues that each of our communities were facing in terms of COVID. So what is the urgency now for purchasing? I believe it's a $93,000 truck, as well as a $27,000, almost $28,000 gooseneck. So what is the urgency in making this purchase, and why wasn't that included in the ARPA legislation? Delegate Freeland, you were the sponsor. I would assume that President Nez, as he stated, did consult with certain delegates. I'm guessing that he did consult with you, so why wasn't that included in the ARPA legislation? And then why aren't you considering to purchase this for your chapter using the chapter funds that you'll be getting? $8 million divided into 5 means you'd have enough money to make this purchase. So why not make the purchase there? I reserve my time, Speaker.
That 3 minutes and 48 seconds on reserve time. Any other comments or questions at the time, colleagues, before I go back? Go back to the sponsor. Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd also like to colleagues and staff and appreciate their comments and questions related to the amendment. Honorable Charles Newman, I appreciate it as well, the concerns that you have. And, it is an urgency, yes. Unfortunately, this chapter did not have administrative staff at that time of the original legislation during COVID or the heavy equipment legislation. We do have a staff in place now. The urgency, of course, is important because they do have a backhoe, but they have no way to haul it around. And, it'd be nice to have this equipment to be hauled or transported to different parts of the chapter. So there is definitely a need. In regards to my area, I have 8 chapters, and I have a lot of territory to cover too. And Eastern Agency is unlike no other. And I always welcome you to come out and see for yourselves what challenges we're up against, to see and identify and to get a grasp of what our people go through. And, I'm trying to work with our chapters to get, things situated as far as responding to flooding or, working with other areas and needs. But I just want to get our chapter situated. And this is one of those requests at this time. And, our Nahadrishkis didn't get an opportunity to submit their request and at the original legislation of heavy equipment. That's why I made this request. And if it's something that I can look for under the FRF, that I can definitely do that. But keep in mind, I do have 8 chapters, and I'll have to divide my 8.8 million among 8 chapters. I don't have 1 chapter. I don't have 2 chapters. I have 8. And to say that my area doesn't matter any more than any others is not a right statement to make or to kind of put forth. And I'll vouch for my chapters, and I'll always, especially our people in those 8 chapters, seeing what I did during COVID, being out there in the front lines during COVID, I know what we need. And this is just a request in response to those needs. So I appreciate the comments and the questions. If this is something that can be done through FRF, I'll definitely consider that. That's definitely a consideration that I'll make. But understand, colleagues, some of us do have 8 chapters, and that's the difference. And to say that our people out in the most remote and rural areas don't matter as much as other areas, that's the message I'm getting. And I'm sorry to say that, but
Point of order, Delegate.
our area matters too.
Thank you very much. Hold on, Honorable Freeland. There is a point of order that's raised by Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Madam Chair, good afternoon. What is your point of order this afternoon?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. If I could ask you to keep decorum. The delegate is Delegate Freeland is making statements. I did not hear that in any comment. Can staff look at the record and see if there was a delegate that said one area? I don't even remember what he said because it's so illogical. Can I get staff to rewind that and what was stated from the delegates? Because there's not going to be any more gaslighting, no more political theatrics. I want to know when a delegate made the comments that Freeland is accusing. Thank you.
I'm having staff look at that right now.
Speaker, I'd like to raise a point of order myself.
Thank you. As we're researching, getting that information out to Honorable Freeland, good afternoon. What is your point of order at this time?
Thank you, Speaker. The point of order relates to decorum as well, because there were several comments made about me being the main sponsor of 8622. That's why I responded the way that I did. That's my point of order. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, Amicati, on your point of order that was raised, it's going to take some time. Our internet isn't working as fast as it usually is.
Speaker, maybe this is a good time to recess so we could reference the record, and that would be my request, then, Speaker. I would like that information, and according to the rules, when asked for documents, delegates should be receiving that information. Thank you.
Speaker, I'd like to second that.
Madam Chair, Amicati, when I come back to you or when I recognize you in your allocated time, I didn't recognize you. We were talking on that you were on a point of order. We were on that point of order, so I can't recognize your motion to recess at this time. When I come back to you or anyone else, I would like to, then I can recognize that motion to recess. Colleagues, Madam Chair Amicati, I need some time in order to fill your point of order, though. Staff is it's gonna take some time for them to not only one, translate what what you had stated, what Honorable Slater has stated, what Chairman Daniel So has stated, and what Madam Chair Charles Newton had stated, and then what Honorable Freeland's response was, in order for that to be transcribed. So
Speaker,
with
can I
that,
ask for a point of privilege?
so with that, colleagues, I'm going to go back to the floor. Somebody, colleagues, when you raise a point of order or a point of privilege, or can you please state your name too as well? Honorable Freeland, what is your point of privilege? I can't hear you.
Okay, what about now? Okay, thank you, Speaker. Point of privilege relates to a comment or a definition request to Office of Legislative Counsel. The term gaslighting, could I ask what that term relates to or how it's referred to as delegates? Thank you.
There's a point of privilege asked to Office of Legislative Counsel regarding the word gaslighting. Could you please define that?
Sure, the gaslighting is a form of manipulation that
Madam
often
Chair,
occurs in a
Madam
relationship.
Chair, Crotty, I asked, that question was asked of Officer of City Council. Officer of City Council.
Thank you, Speaker. I have come up with a couple of different definitions, but essentially, gaslighting describes any interaction where a person or entity manipulates someone into feeling they cannot trust their own memories, feelings, or senses. I think that is probably the easiest to understand definition. There is also another definition that gaslighting is a form of psychological manipulation in which the abuser attempts to sow self-doubt and confusion in their victim's mind. Typically, gaslighters are seeking to gain power and control over the other person by distorting reality and forcing them to question their own judgment, intuition, and memories. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'm going back to the floor at this time. Good evening, everyone. If you're just joining us, we are on day 3 of our Navajo Nation Council summer session. Today's date is July 21st, yes. We are on new business item number D. And on new business is sponsored by Honorable Stewart. We had one amendment passed by 22-0 and the speaker not voting. We are on amendment number 2 at this time. And amendment number 2 is raised by Honorable Freeland, second by Honorable Vice Chair Slater. That, colleagues, I'm going back to the floor at this time on amendment number 2. On amendment number 2, I do have a new colleague in the queue, Honorable Chairman Rick Nez. Chairman Rick Nez, good evening on amendment number 2.
Honorable Speaker Damon, my honorable colleagues. I'm very concerned that Honorable Stewart's legislation, the intent of the legislation, been yehat inigi sitselekoro ishbahasa anshan abidet ishkito shala ador sechins and we start to do this and respectfully I would ask that Honorable Freeland withdraw your amendment. Ashkora. Request a separate legislation. And anybody that's in line requesting that, don't do that to this legislation. Let me just read to you what used to be in Title 26, and it says here, elected officials are prohibited from conducting financial transactions 3 months prior to the general election for chapter officials, except for general operating costs. And this was amended and it was taken out of Title 26. Perhaps it needs to go back into Title 26 and it probably should go on to Title 2. Where it says chapter officials, it should say Navajo Nation President, Vice President, as well as Navajo Nation Council delegates, to where we cannot conduct any financial transaction 3 months prior to the election. Do you at Ohodate Ishanan Abahazenikon Latan Hitane Ashe Neta Yahansen? Even though we're not, we have good intent, but if we're getting $8.8 million. My 6 chapters are each going to get 1.46. Honorable Freeland, your chapter is going to get about 1.1 million for each of your chapters. Teaching a base of the it's a little legislation out of on that. And let's just vote on this legislation with this one amendment. We're just going to inflate this legislation, and we're going to keep doing it and keep doing it. So Honorable Freeland, just withdraw your amendment. And no more amendments to this legislation. Let's just vote on it. I reserve my time.
Chairman Rugnez, you have 1 minute and 42 seconds on reserve time. Colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time before I go back to, actually, there was a request, actually. Sorry. Let me go back to the sponsor of amendment number 2. Honorable Freeland, there was a request withdraw. I'll go back to you as a sponsor.
I'll go ahead and withdraw it. Thank you.
Honorable Freeland is withdrawing amendment number 2. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, as a second, withdraw. Colleagues, we're going back to the main motion. Huh? Who? Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay. With that, colleagues, we're going back to the main motion on legislation 0043-22. Let me go ahead and go on down. I do have Honorable Key Allen Begay on the main motion.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes. Floor is yours.
Your privilege, speakers. This is Delegate Charles Newman.
That point of privilege given to Honorable Key Allen Begay. Can you please hold on? Madam Chair Charles Newman, good evening. What is your point of privilege this evening?
Good evening, Speaker, and I do apologize, Delegate Kealan Begay. Speaker, I just need clarification. So were both amendments withdrawn? Are we back to the original intent of the legislation, which is only the 2 equipment that were requested by Delegate Wilson Stewart?
No. Just Amendment 2 was withdrawn. Amendment 1 still stands. It was voted on and it is attached. It's part of the legislation as it stands. Madam Chair Charles Newman.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, with that, Honorable Kealan Begay, floor is yours. We haven't started your time yet.
Okay. Speaker, the 24th Council. Again, this was New Zealand. Kudosana, they'll get recognized. Yana of Caliban Nature. Order to Nisto Bendiaco. We'll go ahead and support the legislation. Kudon, the brothers, Tele, so the Aja. But I think one way or another, even now we had argument. I had argument about the opera funding, the way it was appropriated. I had no choice but to support it at the end. See that it doesn't make sense for us to ask for additional funding while we had already appropriated or supported $1 billion. The chapters didn't long peso that you carry the years then I don't have the long the other hits of the arch. ko kadete kodo sato hot adna di na koko I'm sure some of the delegates are probably being encouraged to do this, but what in the shin kodo it ashin idina dole koko again. The first thing that I continue to say is that from the OPVP document det har sendt USB based on Benson no I kind of like took it okay then, but yet out of the hundred could add on legislation the hundred kit that ko saton here the hundred kit the should no I need kit he do pick up the down but what in the J I don't be me ko hundred all the 80 a lot of these shortfalls. The 1.1 million per chapter is not enough to cover everything. That's a given for sure, especially with these bigger projects. Coco, I was ready to add an amendment for a mini farm senior center. Coco, I just pay so okay. The year could honor prosecute such a non-adiant. Coco, I did the cut now. Don't need. Coco, again. The legislation developed that now it takes about almost an average about 4 to 5 months. Standalone legislation no, but it takes that long to add these have these legislation go through the process. As a bigger comprehensive infrastructure bill. Then that's one thing that I've been trying to ask the administration. Through Division of Community Development in Washington, either law lit up infrastructure fund basically landa is being added. Go do that. And happy it do go based on how to go cost for net. I don't think that you infrastructure based on that no they Washington that each state senators and then the district go you based on of the public a lot of time I try to see if any are for our Navajo Nation but then they ask the reservations they do your best you in the kayaj a comprehensive of each chapter do a big project can we ask the administration to develop a comprehensive project listing and then apply for some of the grants that are available out there. Speaker. Speaker. The project and then be idni on spohnet ako ito ni dit as ahde na to peso at ndacha sin langi ya non asta tolle. Ito the artist peso chito is arolan was at alia ko peso ada nan te ko ajo ko peso pito no with the shit to what I pohnet to description. So it all Shisivino Bahasito. So again, with the request by Delegate Chairman Nez, I'll go ahead and not make an amendment, but I'd like the council to continue to help me in secure more funding for some of the projects that I have for my chapter region. Speaker,
Time. Moving on down. What about Elmer Brigade? Good evening. Floor is yours. On the main motion on legislation 0043-22. Elmer Brigade going twice.
You are unmuted.
Can you hear me now? I was on mute.
Yes, I can hear you.
Chair Speaker. I don't that the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I don't underline that is I don't share with Wilson Stewart delegate. So I always mention it. I always think about what people say about legislation done at the Higita. So I'm fully aware, that the requests you've been making. You've been very active, that submitting some of these requests since over the past month. Asia though, requesting for on your behalf of the community. So looking at this backhoe and a motor grader, I think they're during the CARES Act and that about. But we had I guess we have enough time to have all the chapters submit their requests for that. It's asking me because what we tried to do at that time is that we tried to use the citizen funds, but with the amendment that was made where we could switch it off to CARES fund, that was so that's what we did. We were looking at it again. That was requesting for citizen funds again. I think there was already a chance. I did add on some of this case. At that time, I don't think that my second question to that is today all these chapters, these equipment, some of them don't have those certified operators. The CDL, the Hadlando, that I don't know that some of them don't have funding for that too. Some of them don't have that much insurance. I think insurance. They got some insurance, but they have no operators. Maybe if you could add that somewhere that saying that the chapter committed that they already have funding for maybe for the operator. That's the second one. That we were saying that there was a legislation that came before us. Although they said no, the support did $1 billion. Every year that though, that some of us would try to get $8 million to all the chapters, but it didn't happen. That we know that wasn't enough. Now, your chapter's getting, I don't know how many chapters you have, but $8 million to all the chapters that you have. Because we divide that into $8 million in your chapter. But myself, I have 5 chapters, so I'll be getting $1.7 million to the chapters. But what that the reason why I'm saying that is that I'm not sure if this is really an emergency for your chapter. I see that I will understand it. Other than that, I would say that your chapters, both the chapters are getting certain amount of money for under this the CARES funding that was expenditure plan that was passed by the Navajo Nation Council and approved it by the president. Is it so difficult to use it, or is it already added in there? Since here I thought my chapter is already working on some of these are submitted and then we're filling out the F forms to put into those categories. I thought so for that is it best to do that? And I about this case, it was just not a money there going I don't know. It's not fair to some of these us chapters. How the memo was stated that we need to not use that money. I don't need. So president, but somewhere she president, he start lobbying us.
That's time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, I don't have any or I don't have any other individuals in the queue. I'll go back to reserve.
Yeah, see, put me in the queue.
Chairman Henio, good evening. What was yours?
Yeah, nothing to the speaker, Damon. Listening to the conversations. But one thing that jumped out is that there was a comment saying that why shouldn't you use your allocation to purchase these equipment? So that question is to legislative council or possibly DOJ, since DOJ is the final roadblock that way. And the ARPA application are these types of equipment, heavy equipment, ARPA eligible? Because if it's not, then we can't use our regional allocations for that. If they are, then that gives me a new idea to where to go. So that's one question. Second question I have is on the citizen legislation that we approved last beginning of this year, I believe it was, when we bought the heavy equipment. Were those reimbursed by ARPA? The two questions I have. Reserve my time.
Chairman Henio, I don't know if you're on the call earlier, but those two questions were answered exactly earlier. I can go to
The speaker's seeing you again. If I may.
Council to reiterate or to answer that question, those two questions again.
Speaker's seeing you, if I may.
And then to our Department of Justice to follow up. Chairman Henio.
I'm sorry to the speaker David for interrupting you, but I lost signal for a good hour. I was trying to get back on and I missed that part. That's why I'm asking. Can't answer that.
Ms. Barbara.
This is Ms.
Go ahead, Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll give the short version, and I think DOJ is still on the line. But the heavy equipment will be eligible under the revenue replacement allocation or category, excuse me. So it's each delegate region receives a limit of $9,150,000 that could go towards revenue replacement projects. Mr. Rodas also indicated that depending on what the heavy equipment is used for, it might be eligible under some of the more discrete treasury categories. But I do believe that the short answer is yes, heavy equipment would be eligible under the FRS funding. As far as the previous resolution, I did not answer that. I did not answer that question. Perhaps Mr. Rodas did, but I'm researching it right now. Thank you, Speaker. Back to you.
Thank you very much. That colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Any other comments or questions at this time? If there's not, let me go back to reserve time. We go to Honorable Vice Chair Slater, 4 minutes and 45 seconds on reserve time on the main motion. No new speakers.
I'll waive my time, Speaker.
Moving on down, Honorable Chairman Edwin Yazzie, 2 minutes and 56 seconds.
Speaker, members of council, waive time.
Waive your time. Honorable, moving on down. Honorable Freeland, 4 minutes and 28 seconds.
Speaker, I'll waive my time. Thank you.
Thank you. That, moving on down. Honorable Chairman Jamie Hino, 3 minutes and 53 seconds.
Can you hear me still, Speaker Damon?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm not mute again. I apologize again for interrupting you. Like I said, because I have this lost signal at home and I had to scramble and find a place, and I'm close to Zuni now, where I could finally find signal. But anyway, just a question. I guess thank you for the clarification on the allowable expenditures for the, and that kind of gives me an idea of which way to vote on this legislation, because it is ARPA eligible, and so therefore I think that avenue should be explored with this legislation. I'll wait my time.
Thank you. My colleagues, I don't have anybody else with reserve time. That I do have Madam Chair Amber Crotty in the queue. Madam Chair, good evening. Floor is yours. Madam Chair Crotty.
Yes, Speaker. Good evening. Thank you. I do have an amendment that staff has a copy of the revised amendment. If I could make the motion for this amendment and staff to read it out, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Reserve time at 4 minutes and 48 seconds. That, Ms. Naka, if you could read the amendment into the record.
Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council, this is Amendment 2 to legislation number 0043-22, sponsored by Delegate Crotty. 1, page 5, line 4, amend paragraph L as follows. L, the citizen fund shall be reimbursed the $437,947 amount approved herein from overstricken language funds available to the Navajo Nation from any and all state and federal sources, including congressional appropriations under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 or other COVID-19 related relief, so long as the chapter expenditures described herein are deemed eligible under such COVID-19 related or other funding sources. New language, the Navajo Nation fiscal recovery funds allocated to the respective delegate region through resolution number CJN 29-22 to renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize the Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts and insertion of adjusted exhibits consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Speaker.
That, colleagues, there's a motion on amendment number 2 by Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Rick Nez.
Second by Chairman Rick Nez. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 2?
Chase, Eugene.
Is that Eugene So? Honorable Eugene So, good evening. Floor is yours.
I've got a question on that, on this amendment. The special to delegate which Handegi, whoever the council delegate which only I that the other because it's going to go short on every council delegate if we take it where the amount that's going out across the Navajo Nation to each delegate. So if we just talking about whoever to make the amendment, the one that's for the money, just that delegate that requesting for some funds for heavy equipment. I would feel comfortable with that one. Instead, going after the whole amount that's going to the delegates, 24 council delegates. Thank you. We'll serve our time.
4 minutes and 1 second on reserve time. We'll go back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Madam Chair Crotty?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Thank you for your question. That the intent of the amendment is for the respective district, but if I could get clarification from Legislative Council, that is my intent and interpretation of the language. If I could get concurrence and to just explain what this amendment is doing. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. That, we'll go to Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Crotty is correct. That is the intent of the amendment, and I do believe it's written that way. That the amount of this legislation that's being funded by the CSN fund, that would come out of, in this instance, let's see, Delegate Stewart is the sponsor of the legislation. So the right now it's $437,947, and that amount would be deducted from the $802,340 allocated to Delegate Stewart's delegate region by Resolution CJN 2922, formerly 0086. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and continue on down. This time, we do have Vice Chair Smith in the queue. Vice Chair Smith, on amendment number 2, floor is yours.
Thank you for allowing me to speak on this amendment. It's for the amount of $437,947. Wasn't there another amendment that was placed in earlier and we voted on it? So this is just on one, and it's not including the other. When they not yal han it's not us located. Business that they don't think of us so the millions han should not do not let that back hold this so that's my question, Dita. What happened to the other amendment? Aren't we going to be fair on this behalf? Because it's going to be coming out of, is this going to be coming out of Honorable Wilson Stewart's account that's going to be under that CJN 29-22? Because there's two amendments and we're only talking about this one. That's my question. Yeah, now, reserve my time.
Go back to Office of State Counsel who drafted the amendment.
Speaker, my apologies. I obviously missed something in the council session. I thought those amendments had been withdrawn. So I need legislative services to please send me the copy of the amendments. Each amendment, each appropriation, each project, cost of each project under this legislation, 0043, the cost of each project under this resolution will be deducted from the 8.8 million allocated to delegate regions in CJN 2922. If I can get copies of those other amendments, I will adjust this amendment to fix the problem. And I apologize to the council. Office of Legislative Counsel, as you realize, we have to get the budget legislations out, and they've all been dumped today. So we're trying to do both council and the budget stuff. So I apologize. We probably are not at our absolute best today. Thank you, and I will fix this as quickly as I can.
Someone muted me. On Ms. Barbara, there's only one amendment, and that one amendment is by Vice Chair Slater for $93,315. So wouldn't you just add that $93,315 to that amount of $437,947? Because that's the only amendment. You already have the breakdown in the amendment, in Vice Chair Slater's amendment. So if you just pull that up, it's in there. Ms. Barbara. Listen, we have to separate them. Need to. Colleagues, we'll take a 10-minute break till 6 o'clock. Can we give staff some time to breathe? Breathe. Give staff the time to walk around. There it is. Take a 15-minute break. We're officially recessed. Come back in at 6:05 p.m. I was telling her.
Hey, I can't hear what you say.
We're on a 15-minute break.
All right. Laura, ladies.
Thank you very much, colleagues, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Let's go ahead and get back into session. Time now is 6:06 p.m. Ms. Nota, you mind doing a roll call? Well, for the record, we are in our summer session of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Today's date is July 21st. Time now is again 6:06 p.m. We're here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Great Navajo Nation via teleconference. Presiding as myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ms. Nota?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
You are unmuted.
Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call.
You are unmuted.
Present.
Honorable Elmer Begay answered roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kell is present.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Kines Barkrati. Honorable Amber Kines Barkrati is present via text. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I'm present. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo answered roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is present. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, boss is clear. Show.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is present. Honorable Edison Wanika is present. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Going back up. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered. Roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I'm present.
Honorable Charlene So answered. Roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie answered. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered. Roll call. Speaker, you have 23 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much with that, colleagues. 23 members present this evening. Let's go ahead and get started back on where we were at. We were on legislation 0043-22. We're on amendment number 2, sponsored by Madam Chair Member Crotty, second by Chairman Rick Nez. That, colleagues, there was a request, actually reinstatement and understanding to take a second look by recommendation of Vice Chair Smith. So with that, Ms. Naka, if you could read the I guess the amended the requested amended language now to the amendment.
Speaker Halona, I'm back on the call now.
Good evening. Welcome back. Sanka?
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. This is an amendment to a revised amendment to legislation number 0043-22, sponsored by Delegate Crotty. 1 page 5 line 4, amend paragraph L as follows. L, the citizen fund shall be reimbursed. The overstricken is $437,947. New language, $317,947, comma, $120,000 and $95,315 amounts with an S added, approved herein from overstricken is funds available to the Navajo Nation from any and all state and federal sources, including congressional appropriations under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 or other COVID-19 related relief, so long as the chapter expenditures described herein are deemed eligible under such COVID-19 related or other funding sources. New language, the Navajo Nation fiscal recovery funds allocated to the respective delegate regions through resolution number CJN 29-22. 2, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize the Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts or insertion of adjusted exhibits consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. With that, Madam Chair Crotty, there's a recommendation from Office of Legislative Counsel to for the updated language to your amendment. Are you good with that? For the modification. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty?
Speaker Damon?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Were you able to hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you now.
Okay, Speaker. Thank you. That is the corrected amendment. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for observing that oversight. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other questions I need to ask? Okay, thank you, Speaker.
No, I was just asking if you're okay with the updated amendment for the modification to your original amendment. And you are, correct? I'm lost.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Madam Chair Crotty? Point of privilege, good evening, Madam Chair Charles Newton. What is your point of privilege this evening?
Speaker, I just want to make sure, is that amendment, the one that was read, is that the one that was sent at 6:13 p.m.? Thank you, Speaker.
Yes. Okay, with that as a second, Chairman Rick Nez, are you good with the updated amendment?
Yes, I concur.
Okay, with that, let me go back to the floor. Any other comments, questions? Oh. If there's none, I do have a couple of colleagues with reserved time on Amendment 2. Honorable Eugene, so 4 minutes and 1 second.
Okay, now, Speaker, now, we were during our meeting with maybe Yellowman at the chapter, the ED base of it, the Interpa, when Kido, Kotao, with projects at the chapter. So we're now already dipping in there. Is that what the law says regards to the result? So that the criminal insurance hotel may be beyond a about not the chapter's official. What is that the right way to do it? That's my question. Reserve my time.
So every time at 3 minutes, 14 seconds, let me go back to Ms. Barbara to answer that question. Ms. Barbara? Ms. Barbara? Officer Legislative Counsel?
I'm sorry, Speaker. Like everybody, I seem to be having problems with the mute function. And so under CJN 2922, and I apologize, I read the wrong resolution number. That established what is called the Chapter and Regional Projects Expenditure Plan. That allocated $8.8 million to each delegate region. It is then the delegate's responsibility to determine what projects will be funded with those $8 million. It is required that council approve that amount. And so I believe that although this was not the approach that was necessarily intended over CJN 29-22, I believe that it meets all of the requirements. And what this amendment will do is it will subtract the various expenditures here from the respective delegate regions, 8.8 million. And so that will be actually, in essence, part of their project plans. So in short, Speaker, I do believe that it meets the requirements of CJN 2922 to come out of the chapter and regional projects expenditure plan. Thank you, Speaker. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Let me go on back down to reserve time. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes and 42 seconds on reserve time.
Okay, non-speaker. Go to Shanantala, Matiliga, to some sign on in Iliagi. Ocean ID Kitty is a convey that Nas Ikao. I see the citizen Yada UK. I call that without the thing. Without a minute speed of 8.8 million. Very soon, UK. It's the total. Without long, indeed, without that. I call it. She there. And I could. I not the chat out yet, and the only chapters there for projects that have no cushion, Kate not with. So, what they one here, which eat that long. They cool, yeah, the paint out the show when they down, yeah, project project, and yesterday that was there, because they had to out of so that they know to yard it. Because share that for the kids to see that these. Shananta. Then I put Eddie, when I put out a hard kilo, memory. And I put out a house and yard for those without 80. And without we had this speaker, okay, now I reserve the rest of my time here.
Reserve the rest of your time at 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Thank you. With that, let me go ahead and go back to, I don't know if there was any comments or questions directly to the sponsor, but I can go back to the sponsor. Madam Chair Crotty, if you have any response at this time.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I apologize. Was there a question asked or was it comments?
There were just comments, but if you, if there was anything you'd like to add on at this time before I go back to reserve time.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So just in terms of comments, the intent, again, of the amendment is in terms of how we're allocating dollars, and the chapters have asked for these types of equipment and they're ARPA eligible, then this is a great opportunity to start drawing down those dollars to support chapters. There is a time limit according to the legislation, and I think it's the delegates who represent those regions. It's their projects, and so I think it's one of the ways that we could maximize collectively how we want to use our CEJASEN for possibly non-ARPA eligible, or they do not meet the ARPA timeline. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Nobody else in the queue at this time. Colleagues, we are on legislation 0043-22 on amendment number 2. So let me go ahead and go back to reserve time. Eugene So, 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Eugene So going twice.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Question. Sure. Decode my source results so we need to how about he kindly actually should be current great chapter special edition that those Mrs. Needs are very relatively clean and so in other ones just even not this kid also what additional on that I so what Eden hello over 100 so I feel like I should that this all. It's other as because we need to sit down with our chapter so we can look at all the priorities, the projects, and then go at it with that. But everything going to give us 8.8 million. 8 out of the So I'm sorry to cry, but I see it that way. So thank you. Speaker, I wait my time. I'm ready to vote.
Thank you. Moving on down. Commissioner Smith, 2 minutes and 22 seconds on reserve time.
Okay, now Speaker. I have a question on this. Right, we see the meeting. It's not legislation 0063-22. We see the meeting. Yeah, I just look on it. We don't sign those last for I just yard but told me. Of course, like quite pita seats. So we see the meeting. But it's out so without a happy mystery, no. Look at a high party. I do that. You peso. We see the meal so hey, the chata, liado. What that eggy, their ARPA available. The ARPA categories are available on this things. And I don't know. So maybe to be stated, labeling the cases neither. Yeah, now, could you? 0063-22 without a liago. She had it on take a day, huh? So, yeah, sure. A container in the tunnel, the item of the wheelnet. We see the meat so it may not be yesterday of fantasy, no. Cadea, yeah, kiss. Without we have this edition that not just a synthetic speaker. Yeah. Don't need to reserve my time.
Thank you. Colleagues, there's no other comments, questions.
This is Del Genio.
Pat, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, and then Chairman Henio. Honorable Brown, floor is yours at this time.
Oh, yeah, my question to this is, I know that Mr. Rodas from DOJ did say these are eligible for the ARPA funding for chapters. In the event when this is going through and for some reason it is not approved, can these projects still get the funding from CHES? And is this an option that when we vote yes for this, or will it just directly go cancel out CHES funding and they would have to rely on the ARPA dollars? Yeah, no, just kidding. I reserve the rest of my time. Yeah.
Keeps muting me. That 4 minutes and 13 seconds on reserve time. Moving on down, Chairman Henio, and then I'll go back to Madam Chair Cardy. Chairman Henio, good evening. Floor is yours.
Good evening, Speaker Damon Sinantakado. Adakado Amendment. Being Itlay Godosnanta. I can understand the amendment and the intent of the amendment. I understand completely as far as what it's doing. It's not taking away each delegate's line item. And I got this too. I thought that's how I understand it. So the main motion and the amendment number 1, idea from each respective delegate region that they both represent. So I completely understand the amendment, and I'm ready to move forward with it and go back to the main motion so we can get you on the main motion. Yeah, to Speaker Damon, and I don't need to reserve my time.
Thank you very much. Chairman Henio, let me go back to Madam Chair McCarty for response at this time.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. For response, so looking at the amendment and Delegate Brown's question regarding if they're not eligible, I would like to ask Legislative Council, should there be a modification if that is the concern? Because it does say the House Fund shall be reimbursed. I do know at Budget and Finance, we asked the sponsor to have these projects go through the DOJ process. So I'm not sure if Delegate Stewart was able to get these projects reviewed by DOJ and if they've determined they're eligible. And again, I'm not sure if Delegate Slater also had his project move through that process. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much with that. Let me go back to Office of Legislative Council or Department of Justice, if you want to comment at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Office of Legislative Council. Now, as you heard, Mel Rodas at DOJ and myself say that these projects would be eligible in the very least, or at the very least, would be eligible under the revenue replacement FRF category. But let's just say for some reason they're not. The way the amendment is structured is that the CSN fund would not be reimbursed, and therefore that funding would not be available for the project. If you want to modify the amendment so that if they're not FRF eligible, that they stay CSN. I have to request, that's going to be somewhat complicated, so I would request at least a 30-minute recess to make that modification. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That, with that suggested thought for a modification, would you consider a modification? Or is that what you, if so, then Madam Chair Crotty? Or you just want to stay with your current amendment?
Speaker, I did, at Budget and Finance, we did ask the sponsor to get this legislation reviewed by Department of Justice. So I think if these projects, according to Department of Justice, could be eligible depending how they were going to be used, especially for the COVID relief, I think we could move forward with this amendment. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you. Staying with the amendment, let's move on. That, colleagues, so we are on back to the main motion. I have Honorable Elmer Begay. Good evening, Honorable Elmer Begay. Floor is yours at this time.
You are unmuted.
Yes, I was Speaker, Nana, other the members of the Navajo Nation Council. I don't know talking about this legislation. You could go back, you know, that a year and 2 years or less. You know, just thinking back, you know, there was something that happened. All know that, you know, that that's something genetic. It's not that. That's it. Not that. You know, it's where we lost some people, a lot of our relatives throughout the whole world. It happened. Even I say, today, we got this money on behalf of that, the loss of our valuable people. And not only that, knowledge, their teachings, their passion, their spirituality, their emotional are gone. Money was given to us. And that whole thing today, the whole thought as leaders, we're supposed to be, I thought we're all in this recovery. How do we have our community recover? This is a devastated event or happen. So I thought, myself, I'm like that. Every day I think about it, I pray about it. On such cases, how much things that we lost. Some of them cannot be regained or cannot be restored. We cannot retrieve all what was gone today. So, but right now, it should be nodded that this fund, this is money is here. ARPA fund is. How come we're not taking advantage of it? And that put their mind to a state of recovery for your community as leaders. We should all be just like how my sister mentioned, you know, that money is available here. How come we're not taking advantage of it? We're all in recovery. How can we recover? How can our community be restored or what they lost? And how can we recovery from, so something happens again, we will be better prepared. But and yes, the decrease in here today, about 3 cases of this and that. But seems that if we don't want to use that money or if we just leave it over here and then start getting this other funds that's there, that's what we're using. The only 3 cases, and all that. Are we all in the state of recovery for our community? If it's like that, think about it and how should we use this funding? How could we take advantage of this? It's an opportunity now. But what do? We go other funds that are still there. We should leave it alone. We're not even better prepared if we use this money, all of it right now. Put on CK for sure. We just started using money. We're not using this the opportunity to think on how we could use this money, how we could start thinking about better prepare and recovery and to restore and not hold this story. So what I anticipate is an end and I reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. Honorable Brigade, actually, we have 41 seconds in reserve time. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time before I go back to you? There are none. We'll go back to reserve time. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, 4 minutes and 13 seconds on amendment number 2.
Speaker, I will waive the rest of my time.
Thank you. Moving on down, Honorable Elmer Begay, 41 seconds.
Hello, Speaker. I just want to say that I mentioned that that Space Mouse today upon case in the that this money is here for recovery. We should be all thinking about how to recover and how we could restore or the loss of loved ones, and how do we give that their well-being. How do we help them? But every day, you guys talk about it, you pray about it, and then you recognize the people that lost it. How do we give something this money the opportunity to think like that? The funding should be stored there for to save it. What I about this case, we can start. No, we're not prepared yet for anything that's going to happen next. Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Nobody else with reserve time. Other comments, questions before are we ready to vote on amendment number 2? Twice. Or 3 times. Let's go to board on amendment number 2.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Hello, green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty.
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Canis-Bakrati. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. 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 votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Rahina votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Green, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote.
Delegate Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 12 in favor, 10 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Okay, with 12 in favor, 10 opposed, Speaker not voting, motion carries. Amendment number 2 carries. That's it. That back to the main motion. Stewart sponsor 0043-22. That colleagues. Don't have anybody else on the board on the main motion. I do have, let me go back to reserve time. I'm Chair Amber Cardi, 4 minutes and 48 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and colleagues. I think in terms of how we move forward with our projects, and now that the President signed the resolution in terms of the focus of the funding sources, we really should be prioritizing allocating and drawing down those ARPA dollars that would support our region and chapter projects. My understanding that Division of Community Development Director has to sign off on these proposed projects. And so we would need the support or would need to start modifying how these projects are going to move through to get through community development, the majority of projects possibly through DOJ for eligibility, and to get these projects identified so that our communities can provide that local COVID relief, as so many of our chapters stayed open, including our senior centers and our CHRs who provided direct services to our people. When it comes to heavy equipment, the focus should be how this equipment is going to be used for an emergency response, whether it's a public health emergency, a weather-related emergency, and start looking at what is the plan and how are we going to move through this next variant, and what are the resources that we're going to need at the local level. I apologize, that's our mountain dog in the back. But Speaker, for this legislation, I think at this time, and now with this amendment, I think we could move forward as one of the first projects that could be benefited through the regional allocation, and also having more training from the Division of Community Development, how we move forward. Thank you, Speaker, and I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other comments or questions on the main motion of legislation 0043-22? Or twice.
You are unmuted.
I'll give again.
Honorable Elmer Begay, you have no more time on the main motion.
There's no one else in the lineup. I'm going to withdraw myself.
Colleagues, with that, on legislation 0043-22, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, for the record, is withdrawing his second. That, colleagues, is there a second motion by Honorable Nathaniel Brown, second on 0043-22? Second going twice. Honorable Stewart. That. Everybody else on the motion?
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Privilege by Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Speaker, the reason that I had included the amendment for the water truck was to avoid having to wait about 2 years to get a brand new one, so that we could start delivering water to my citizens sooner. Is there a way to remove the amendment? Because if we are going to delete it from the 8.8 million to the delegate region, I believe the chapter would prefer to get a new truck at this time.
Have to vote on it. You have to, the way the legislation sits right now, there's on 0043-22, there's Amendment 1, which is yours, and then Amendment 2, which is the one that just now passed. Now, because those council has voted on them, yeah, they are with the Navajo Nation. Let me start with the Navajo Nation. Yeah, I'm getting tired. They are with the legislation itself, and council owns the legislation right now. So because it's been voted on by 22 in favor, 0 opposed, the speaker not voting, that amendment's locked in here. The only way to take that amendment out now is you would have to motion to take amendment number 2, delete amendment number 2. You motion to delete amendment 2. And anything there. And anything with it. And that would change amendment 3 too as well. You would have to, Office Legislative Council, you would have to draft an amendment because it affects amendment number 3 too, the math. Amendment number 2. You would have to delete the 95,000 out of amendment number 2. Office Legislative Council.
Yes, speakers, you are correct. The amendment would be to delete amendment number 2, and then to delete amendment number, is it number 2 or number 1?
Number 1.
Okay, so you would need delete amendment number 1, and then on amendment number 2, you would simply delete the part where it says and $95,315, and I can shoot that to you very quickly.
Okay. That is a motion. Mine, you don't have no more time. So point of privilege. So you'd have to raise a motion for an amendment number 3. That, colleagues, we are back at the floor on legislation 0043-22. There's a motion by Honorable Nick Brown, second by Honorable Wilson Stewart. Don't have anybody else in the, never mind. Honorable Brown. Want to make motion. Floor is yours.
I would like to motion to withdraw on this legislation 0043-22 amendment number 1. Serve my time.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes and 43 seconds. No, Dana's sending it over. We have to read it into the record. Sending amendment number 3 over. Yeah, amendment 3. On the main motion. Colleagues, we're waiting here for a little bit of time. Colleagues, if there's any other amendments that are coming up for any other legislation, Ms. Barbroff is extremely shorthanded right now due to the FRF meeting going on. She only has 2 attorneys in the office right now. So please be considerate. If there's, if you can get as much information as you can for the amendments, please do so in order to give her that information for any possible amendments coming up.
Mr. Speaker, this is Lurleen from OLC.
Yes, Mr. Bobby.
Thank you. Just in reference to amendments, I personally know of 3 legislations on the agenda coming up that need amendments and, or an amendment has been requested. So I have three. I do not know if Ms. Bobroff has others, but I leave that to her to respond.
Okay, thank you.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newman. I'd like to call a point of order.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. What is your point of order this evening?
Speaker, thank you, and also colleagues. Speaker, I appreciate the comment that you made about being considerate and having these amendments, prepared ahead of time, Speaker. But I also would just like to point out, Speaker, that the executive branch did not submit their budget forms as requested, which is actually it's stacking on more work for our legislative council. So, the comment should be made to the executive branch that they should have been considerate and they should have submitted their budget by the due date. Because right now we are compromising the work that is done on behalf of council, Speaker, because Ms. Bobroff is being stretched thin because the budget forms were submitted late by the executive branch, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you for that recognition. Yes, executive branch and judicial branch. We are still waiting, since we're waiting and there's time, we are still waiting for your documents, your budget forms to be turned into the Office of Legislative Counsel. And those are your budget forms for FY 2023's budget of fiscal year budget.
Speaker, this is Ms. Bobroff. I just sent Delegate Brown's amendment.
Okay.
And I feel like I should just state that the judicial branch did get their documents in relatively timely. So we did get them, and we actually received the judicial branch documents first right now. So thank you, judicial branch. Right now, we are still missing the budget documents from the Division of Health and the executive offices. Thank you, Speaker. But I did, and Delegate Chairwoman, thank you. And as I said, I did send out Delegate Brown's amendment.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. With that, I'm going over to Ms. Nakai to read in amendment number 3.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the council. This is Amendment 3 to legislation number 0043-22, sponsored by Delegate Brown. 1, delete amendment number 1. 2, revise amendment 2 as follows. L, the citizen fund shall be reimbursed the $317,947. A new word, and $120,000 overstricken, and $95,315. Amounts with an S underscored here, approved herein from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds, NNFRF, allocated to the respective delegate regions through resolution number CJN 2922. 3, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct technical errors, including adjustments of comprehensive dollar amounts and insertion of adjusted exhibits consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Speaker.
Thank you. That is a motion by Honorable Brown for amendment number 3. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Daniel So.
Second by Chairman Daniel So. That, any comments, questions on amendment number 3? Went twice. Went 3 times. Let's go to board on amendment number 3.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
Oh, you can open up that side now.
Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Eugenia Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canez Bacardi,
This is Delegate Amber Kenneth Wacardi. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canez Bacardi votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, Honorable Mark Freeland, Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona,
Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate Chan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay votes green via text. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green via text. Speaker, with a vote of 23 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much with that. 23 in favor, 0 opposed. You're not voting on amendment number 3. Let's go back to the floor on the main motion, colleagues, on legislation 0043-22. Any other comments or questions? Not, we'll go back to reserve time. Honorable Brown, 4 minutes and 43 seconds.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Paul.
Speaker, I waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Paul Begay, was that?
Thank you, Speaker. Just checking to see if my vote was counted. I just texted. I was on the road and I broke off on the line.
Yes, we counted your vote. That's green.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, with that, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Nobody else to reserve time. I'm ready to vote on the main motion, the legislation 0043-22 with 3 amendments. And twice. And 3 times. Ms. Nakai, second reading.
This is the second reading for legislation number 0043-22. Amendment 1 on page 1 at lines 13, 14, and 15 in the title of the act, make the following changes. Nation Council approving underscored citizen fund allocations of $317,947 for overstricken is $437,947 out of the citizen fund to purchase existing language, a new motor grader for sawmill chapter, and $120,000 for 2 purchases overstricken, a new backhoe for Red Lake chapter underscored, and $95,315 for a water truck for Rock Point chapter. That's underscored language. Approving the 2 on page 3, starting at line 18, insert the following new paragraphs. G, the Rock Point chapter is requesting $93,315 out of the citizen fund for the purchase of a water truck, which is urgently needed by the chapter for water-related community and chapter purposes. The chapter has provided a current price quote for a used 2013 4,000 gallon water truck with a description and photos of the vehicle, Exhibit E. H, allocation of the $93,315 as requested by the Rock Point chapter meets the criteria for citizen expenditures because the chapter's proposed expenditure involves community development and infrastructure for the Rock Point chapter and surrounding areas as described in 12 NSC section 2502A1. 3, attaches new Exhibit E, the price quote from Empire Truck and Trailer dated 7/21/22. 4, on page 3 at lines 19 through 21, make the following changes. Section 3, overstricken approving $437,947 out of the citizen fund for the purchase of vehicles and related equipment for Sawmill chapter and Red Lake chapter. Underscored language approving citizen fund allocations of $317,947 for a new motor grader for Sawmill chapter and $120,000 for a new backhoe for Red Lake chapter and $93,915 for a water truck for Rock Point chapter, approving the related expenditure plans. 5, on page 4, starting at line 5, insert new paragraphs E and F as follows. E, in accordance with 12 NNC section 2505A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves $93,315 out of the citizen fund for the purchase of a water truck for the Rock Point chapter as explained in this act. F, the Navajo Nation hereby approves the expenditure plan for the purchase of a water truck for the Rock Point chapter as described in the attached Exhibit E. 6, new on page 4 at line 5, delete $437,947 in. 7, on page 4 at lines 10, 12, and 29, delete $437,947 and insert citizen funds. 8, on page 4 at line 15, insert a new clause after Lake chapter and before the comma as follows. New language and the $93,315 for the Rock Point chapter. 9, on page 4 at lines 15 and 19, where it mentions exhibits, delete the D and insert a new E. 10, on page 5 at line 1, delete $437,947 and insert citizen funds. 11, on page 5 at line 4, delete $437,947. And the exhibits are there. 12, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits, including any needed adjustments to dollar amounts listed to implement the council's intent in approving this legislation as amended. This amendment supersedes inconsistent wording in any other committee or council amendments, which wording shall be conformed to this amendment. Then we have Amendment 2 to legislation number 0043-22, 1, page 5, line 3, amend paragraph L as follows. L, the citizen fund shall be reimbursed overstricken $437,947. New language, $317,947, comma, $120,000 and $95,315. Amounts with a new S approved herein from overstricken funds available to the Navajo Nation from any and all state and federal sources, including congressional appropriations under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 or others COVID-19 related relief, so long as the chapter expenditures described herein are deemed eligible under such COVID-19 related or other funding sources. New language, Navajo Nation fiscal recovery funds allocated to the respective delegate regions through resolution number CJN 2922. And then we have Amendment 3, 1, delete amendment number 1, 2, revise amendment number 2 as follows. L, the citizen fund shall be reimbursed the $319,947. Underscored is and $120,000 overstricken, and $95,315 amount with a underscored S here approved herein from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds and NFRF allocated to the respective delegate regions through resolution number CJN 2922, 3, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize the Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct technical errors, including adjustment to comprehensive dollar amounts and insertion of adjusted exhibits consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. And that concludes the second reading. Speaker.
Thank you, colleagues. With that, let's go to the board on legislation 0043-22 with 3 amendments.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
You are unmuted.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty.
Point of privilege, Speaker Damon.
While we're voting, good evening, Madam Chair. Roddy, what is your point of privilege?
Yes, thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the second reading. To clarify, Speaker, this vote is on the main motion, and it will be the allocation, the heavy equipment to Sawmill and Red Lake with the amendment that it will be reimbursed, or with the amendment that Shaston will be reimbursed with the ARPA funding from the regional projects. Is that how the final legislation reads?
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Excuse me, pardon me. Thank you, Speaker. So I'll move on to vote. So this is Delegate Amber Canaspa-Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Hello, votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red via text. You're changing it?
Yeah.
Okay. Honorable Edison Winika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Speaker, I checked in my vote, but Delegate Callan, I vote green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes red via text. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Haney votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes red via text.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 12 in favor, 11 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, with a vote of 12 in favor, 11 opposed, speaker not voting motion fails. As legislation 0043-22 needed 2/3, which is 16 votes. That, colleagues, moving on down. Item number E on our under new business. Legislation 0049-22, sponsored by Honorable Stewart. Is there, Ms. Naka, if you could read it into record.
Continue, Speaker.
Chairman Henio?
I cannot speak for the Speaker David Smith. Motion to recess.
Chairman Henio, I couldn't hear you.
Motion to recess.
Motion to recess? Motion to recess by Chairman Henio. Time now is 7:30 p.m. Colleagues, before I recognize this motion to recess, if this does pass, we only completed 3 legislations. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 more legislations, and tomorrow is the last day, colleagues. So with that, just be mindful of that. And if we go into tomorrow, I know there were some delegates that are wanting to go and have, there's meetings. But if we have those, all those meetings are canceled. With that, there's a motion by Chairman Henio to go into recess until tomorrow, till 10 a.m. Is there a second?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Jimmy Yellowhair. That, colleagues. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Keenan-Marcotti. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Lone votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
No, I mean.
Delegate Green votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Oh, Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Speaker, with a vote of 12 in favor, 11 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Is that the right? Colleagues, is that right? 12 in favor, 11 opposed, and Speaker not voting, motion carries. Colleagues, we are officially in recess at 7:31 p.m. That means all travel is canceled for tomorrow, and all meetings are canceled. We're going into day 5. With that, colleagues, we are officially in recess.